Chapter 51. Boom! A violent thunderbolt fell to the forest behind Loya. At the moment of submersion, a thunderstorm emerged, and a large amount of electric current raged, burning the surrounding trees into carbon. Not only that, the air waves generated by the explosion, like a surging tsunami, swept away towards the surroundings, and the trees within dozens of meters were directly squeezed away, clearing out a piece of charred land. Dust and smoke filled the air, but it didn't dissipate for a long time. Seeing this blow, everyone in the fairy tale of the magic airship was stunned. Pull. Pull, Laxus. Is that strong? If this blow goes down, if you hit it, you will probably lose your life. Monster. A real monster. They knew that Laxus was strong, but they never imagined that it would be so powerful to such a terrifying level. With a casual blow, everything within tens of meters is clear and clean. I am afraid that this blow is impossible for S-rank mages of other guilds to resist. Too strong. Too strong. A terrifying blow directly conquered everyone present. Formidable strength, combined with the unwilling determination. Many people have been fascinated by Laxus, and even Natsu, Gray and others began to cheer for Laxus. Come on, Laxus, you must beat Loya hard. Gray roared. You can definitely take revenge, come on. Defeat the big monster Loya. Natsu even screamed directly. Laxus also avenged us, by the way. Beat to death. Max, Macau, Wakaba, and others also directly moved the battlefield, and the three Thors were taken aback for a while. Mira Jane saw this scene, and the small mouth of the cherry blossoms was also opened. Such a big change, even she hadn't thought of it, made her wonder how many people Loya had offended. In contrast, Makarov was not too surprised. Laxus tasks all passed through his hands, and he knows how strong Laxus is. These guys, Loya, who avoided the lightning gun, also twitched at the corners of his mouth when he heard these sounds. Do you want to fall into the pit like this? And he's obviously innocent, right? However, the entire magic airship is not entirely on Laxus' side. Among the many voices supporting Laxus, there are still two small and tender voices cheering for Loya. Brother Loya, come on. Brother Loya, you must win. On the magic airship, the little angel Lisena was lying on the edge of the airship, shouting hard. The pink and white face also blushed because of the shouting, but even so, she did not stop, and Elfman tried her best to stop beside her. Really, I still haven't been abandoned. Hearing this little angel Lisena shouting for herself, Loya standing below had a feeling of old tears. As for Elfman's refueling, he was automatically ignored. How is it, Loya, do you see the hard work of these years? Controlling the lightning with both hands, Laxus smiled smugly. After all, after waiting for so long, for this day, I will completely defeat Loya and see the scene of Loya's defeat. Unfortunately, his idea was doomed to fail. Even so, Loya's face was still very calm. Really? If you think you can beat me like this, then you underestimate the time I have spent in the past few years. The voice fell, and dozens of magic stones passed through the space, attached to Loya's surroundings, exuding terrifying magic power. Since Lisena worked so hard to cheer me on, I'll just play with you reluctantly. At this moment, Loya is also a little bit more energetic. However, this fell in Laxus' eyes, as if mocking him. His eyes darkened all of a sudden. You are still the same as before, so annoying, don't regret it later. ZZ dash. Thunder and lightning poured into the body, bursting out even more powerful lightning. Laxus turned into a golden lightning and rushed out. At the same time, in the face of the galloping thunder, Loya waved his finger, and the magic stones surrounding his body emitted blue light, transforming into a golden magic circle, and said indifferently, Magic perception locked. Rain of light. Call out. Call out. Call out. The golden light, densely falling like a shower, continued to fall. At the moment of falling, a terrifying explosion broke out, and every light seemed to be locked, and it landed on Laxus's position very precisely, blocking Laxus' progress. As Laxus wandered, in a short time, the forest within 100 meters continued to burst into explosions, forming large pits one after another. But even if it is full of smoke, as long as people with better eyesight can still see, a golden thunder light is constantly shuttled in the jaws of gray dust and smoke. It's useless. Do you think that the old man's magic is only you? Rain of light. Thunder and lightning surged in the dust and smoke, emitting light. Immediately after, golden rays of light rushed out from the smoke, collided with the falling rain of light, and produced a series of explosions, blocking all the attacks of the magic stone. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the explosion never stopped. The powerful air waves spread out layer by layer like ocean waves. The power is so strong that even the magic airship above the sky has to retreat. This is too terrifying. Is the strength of these two so terrifying? Gray's eyes widened, his eyes filled with disbelief. These two are monsters. You must not provoke them, Natsu said with trembling eyes. I thought it was the limit just now, but I didn't expect the two to break out such a powerful offensive in the next second. And what happened to Loya? Is there any other way to use the magic tool? One controls dozens of magic stones at the same time to launch precise attacks. Each piece is controlled at will, and it is constantly changing. What a powerful spiritual force to do this. Ordinary wizards control 3 or 4 magic stones. It is already the limit. Shocked by Lax's strength, everyone suddenly refreshed their understanding of Loya. He obviously looks weak and hides in the underground library every day, but now he relies on the power of the magic tool to fight back and forth with Laxus. Not to mention them, even Makarov looked surprised. Even he didn't know that Loya actually had such strength, and he didn't expect him to raise the research and should have magic tools to a level this time. Asterisk. Chapter 52. The existence of magic tools. It has existed since the birth of magic. Its function is to enhance the power of the magician itself, omitting a part of the understanding of magic, and rarely having a threshold for entry. Although the magic tool helps to improve the strength of the magician, Makarov actually has a slight prejudice against the magic tool itself. In his eyes, if mages want to grow, they need to experience adventure and contact with nature to improve the realm of magic, rather than relying on the power of external objects. At the beginning, I promised Loya to study the development of magic tools. On the one hand, it was to divert the scourge, and on the other hand, it was to calm down Loya's impatience in learning magic. When Loya has been hiding in the underground library, he also realizes that something is wrong. Loya is more addicted than he thought, and more accomplished, even though Loya's status as a magic tool master has changed the current status of Fairy Tail in recent years. But Makarov still hoped that he would give up the specialization of magic tools and use this talent to practice magic instead of research. However, it was the first time he had seen Loya using a magic tool like this. Dozens of magic guides are connected together like flowing water, allowing Loya to control as he wishes, automatically combining and attacking, and even when attacked, it will automatically form a defensive magic circle. The magic contained in this is definitely beyond the superposition of more than a dozen kinds of magic, and Loya's powerful spiritual power. Everything was far beyond Makarov's comprehension. Is it rare that you are really wrong? Makarov couldn't help but think so. It's not over yet. On the battlefield, terrifying pillars of thunder and lightning rose into the sky. After being unable to take down Loya for a long time, Laxus, who was restrained by the magic device, felt a little shameful. Thunder Dragon's Iron Fist. Through the smoke of the explosion, Laxus carried a large amount of thunder light, blocking all the light rain, and also washed away the magic stone in the sky. Immediately afterwards, he stepped on the thunderbolt, raised his head, and inhaled a large amount of air and magic. In the next second, a dazzling brilliance condensed in Laxus' mouth, and his eyes had already turned golden. Fall down, Thunder Dragon's roar. Roar. The Thunder Dragon roared, and the golden thunder light burst into infinite brilliance, bursting into a roar in the roar, straight towards Loya Courage. The roar of thunder emitting an aura of destruction burst out in an unstoppable force, slashing across the ground, leaving behind a long scorched brown ravine that swept everything. The shape of the soil flow wall. Shape of ice wall. Facing this power beyond the S rank, Loya did not flinch. His eyes were still calm and firm. The footsteps stepped forward, and a khaki magic circle emerged, exuding the brilliance of magic power. The powerful magic power merged into the earth under my feet surged, and layers of earth walls tens of meters high rose. It's not over yet. After the shape of earth, The shape of ice follows. Morihan's polar ice covered up, causing the temperature of the world hundreds of meters to drop suddenly. The thunderstorm struck, hitting several pieces of earth in succession, making a dull sound, setting off waves of air and dust, and a large number of rocks rose into the sky. What a powerful attack! Watching the left and right offensives getting stronger and stronger, and exceeding hundreds of collisions in a very short period of time, everyone watching the battle in the sky watched with enthusiasm. They have never seen such a wonderful battle. They even forgot that Laxus was using Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. Staring at the two people below, this is the real battle between mages. The unrequited magic is continuously released, and this fierce collision occurs. Compared to his previous battle, it was almost like a child playing at home. This is the battle they are looking forward to. This time, I will never lose again. Roaring, a sound of thunder pierced through the sky, resounding through the sky, and countless thunder lights reconvened in Laxus' body. At this moment, even his eyes turned into golden light. At this point, Laxus has no reservations, and all the magic power erupts. I have to say that Loya's combat power at this time is far beyond his imagination. Even if he doesn't use magic, he still uses the magic tool to block his attacks again and again. But the more so, the more unwilling he is. He would never allow himself to fail twice with the same person and still be defeated with a magic tool. Dragon Slayer Profound Truth, Ming Yulei. An angry roar sounded at this moment, and the terrifying thunder and lightning burst into even more terrifying power, and even the stones under the feet were constantly shaking under this thunder and lightning. Boom! Endless mad thunder, condensing a little bit and being held by Laxus. The whole body was wrapped in thunder light and jumped up, passing through the magic rays, like a thunderous beast falling straight down, shattering all the magic stones suspended in the sky. And without the sorcerer's stone getting in the way, Laxus' speed increased again. Looking at the figure so close at hand, at the victory within reach, Laxus has already roared out. This time you don't have a magic tool. I'll see what you can use to stop it. However, the powerful momentum blew the corner of Loya's clothes. Facing the attack that was about to fall, Loya had no plan to dodge, but grinned. Do you really think those are all my magic tools? If you really think so, then you can be too naive. Now you have fallen into my trap. What? Without waiting for Lux to react, she snapped her fingers lightly, followed by a sound. The space began to vibrate, twisting like flowing water. In the next second, pieces of magic stone emitting spatial fluctuations appeared from the space as if they were surfacing. There were hundreds of them, enclosing only the fallen Laxus, forming a huge spatial magic circle. The space was reinforced, and Laxus, who was ready to strike with all his strength, was instantly frozen in place. This is space magic. Natsu on the magic airship shouted directly. The same scene he also suffered once before. Not only him, but the other people on the side also looked shocked, and they were also at a loss for the situation in front of them. For a split second, when Laxus smashed all the magic stones with his final blow, they thought the battle was about to end, but they didn't expect such a big reversal. How come so many magic stones? When did Loya arrange it? Gray said in surprise. I don't know. I didn't see it at all. It was the moment when the modeling magic was released. That's when Makarov stepped up and answered. Others didn't see it clearly. It didn't mean he was the same. As the Holy Ten, he still clearly perceives Loya's actions. With the help of the air waves and cover generated by the explosion, the magic stone is hidden in the space. Even if Laxus has strong perception, it is difficult to find, let alone hidden in the space. First pass, Loya wins. Asterisk. Chapter 53. Space Lock. Laxus has been frozen and lost the possibility of counterattack. In this process, there is no difference from the lamb to be slaughtered, and the outcome is determined. Everyone was stunned. It was obvious that the battle had just reached its climax. In a blink of an eye, Laxus was directly defeated, and Loya was never touched from beginning to end. Crush. Completely crushed. At this moment, a word popped into everyone's mind. It's true that Laxus uses magic with great momentum, but Loya is even better at grasping the timing and using the magic tool. After the entire battle, Laxus was completely toyed with applause. Loya then lifted the space blockade. He knew that he had won the moment he locked the space, and there was no need to continue trapping Laxus. All the magic stones were returned to Loya's hands. Laxus regained his freedom of movement and fell to his knees on the ground. However, his figure was in comparable decline, his fists were clenched tightly, and his eyes were full of unwillingness. Seeing this, Loya said casually, "How is it? Are you still fighting? If you want to fight, I can accompany you to fight." Laxus laughed to himself. "If you lose, and I have nothing to say." Self-cultivation is strength, so Loya's time spent researching magic tools over the years is not hard work. Although he hates Loya's specialization in magic tools, he will not completely deny that this battle is indeed Loya's superior skill. Only, he was still a little unhappy in his heart. Loya Road is a little different. It seems that there is no self-knowledge at all. "Why are you still mocking the losers?" Loya said, "Do you still care so much? Isn't it just losing? Do you care so much? You also said that you care about other people's eyes." Hearing Loya's words, Laxus' face gradually darkened. "Don't tell me bad words. You are not the one who loses, and you don't know my inner thoughts at all. If you are weak, I will not take care of it." Laxus dismissed it. But looking from that side, Loya still saw unwillingness. A rebellious middle school boy. Loya sighed slightly. He knew that Laxus cared about his old man and grandson this time, and it was precisely because he cared about it that he kept working hard. It's a pity that every effort is usually attributed to Makarov. It was because of this that his heart was distorted, and he wanted to be stronger than anything else. But Loya raised her eyes and said, "Do you want to say that all this is really all your efforts? It has nothing to do with the old man." "This is my own effort," Laxus roared angrily. But in the next second, Loya's light words made him choked up. "La, is it? Your magic power? And the light magic you used just now? You want to say that you learned these things yourself? Didn't you inherit them from the old man?" Loya said lightly. He doesn't deny that Laxus' efforts, but now that he has become so powerful, is inseparably linked to Makarov. Powerful magic can certainly make people stronger, but supreme aptitude can make people go further, not to mention inheriting the magic power of the Komer Makarov. That alone is enough for Laxus to be ahead of everyone. This is precisely what no amount of hard work can achieve. There are some gaps that cannot be closed from the moment a person is born. This time Laxus didn't speak. Because everything Loya said was the truth, even he couldn't refute it. But Loya knows that his heart is still unwilling or suppressed, and once it reaches a critical point, it will explode out completely. Thinking of this, Loya also sighed slightly. "By the way, Laxus, do you know? Sometimes I actually envy you." "No, everyone in the guild should envy you. Many members of the guild are orphans, including me. All envy you for having a powerful grandfather, and we only have companions left. You don't know anything, you only care about other people's eyes and opinions, but have you ever cared about your only relative?" Loya smiled lightly. "Does other people's opinions really matter? Do their words really negate your past efforts? Don't forget, the real attention should be to the closest relatives. In fact, the old man has been watching you, but you haven't noticed it. Or do you have to let him tear off all the pretense and let go of the guild's burden and tell you directly?" Laxus was shocked when he heard this. At this time, he was extremely entangled in his heart, and he did not expect such a result at all. "Is the old man looking at me? Did you really not notice it?" At this moment, a voice came from far away. "Laxus, you didn't lose. I saw that the magic airship, which was far away from the aftermath of the battle, was slowly approaching, aside from Loya. If I had to pick one person who was the least friendly to Laxus on weekdays, it would be Natsu. Just joined the guild and likes to challenge others, including Laxus. But where is the age and the gap? Challenged again and again, ruthlessly crushed again and again. But now seeing Laxus' unwilling defeat and years of hard work in vain, Natsu's heart seems to be touched, and he can't help but take Laxus' point of view. "Natsu," Laxus said something different. He didn't expect that at this time, Natsu, who had been bullied by him, would cheer him up. Just as he said something different, as if he was infected by Natsu, the others on the ship started to cheer for Laxus. "That's right, that kid Loya is too insidious. If it wasn't for the plot, the winner would definitely be you." Gray also shouted, "Don't give up. Next time you fight again, you will definitely win." Levy shouted vigorously. Macau also shouted, "You didn't lose. In fact, when they learned that Laxus had been practicing hard for his defeat a few years ago, just to prove himself again, their hearts had fully recognized Laxus. What's more, seeing Laxus lose in such an embarrassing way, even more so in his heart. As magicians, they all have more or less blood in their hearts, yearning for a hearty, fist-to-meet fierce battle. So even if they lose, they have no regrets. When they saw the final blow, they expected Laxus to have a fierce collision with Loya. However, at the climax of the battle, Loya used the traps laid out in advance to win directly, which made their long-awaited anticipation and blood all of a sudden come to nothing. Chapter 54. Knowing that Laxus lost, the faces of everyone were as uncomfortable as eating a fly. In addition, they were often deceived by Loya, and they went directly to Laxus without hesitation. Watching the members of the guild shouting for him, the layer of arrogance in Laxus's heart was also disintegrating little by little. The heart wall is built because of the evaluation of the world. But with the approval of his companions, the wall has completely disappeared in silence, and the images from the past continue to emerge. It was a picture made up of the happy smiles of the guildmates. In the center of the picture, the young self raised his hand and pointed up to his grandfather. That grandfather, this is a message. When I stretch out this gesture, it means that even if you can't see me, I will still be watching you at any time. Well, we agreed that Grandpa will always watch you. In the picture, Makarov smiled lovingly. All the memories of the past come. In a trance, the clenched hands slowly loosened. Feeling the change in Laxus, Loya naturally breathed a sigh of relief. After integrating into this guild, after so many years, he still regards the guild as his home and each other as his family when he is alone. Seeing that the stubborn Laxus has let go of his inner stubbornness, he is also very happy in his heart. Of course, this also means that Laxus hadn't fallen too deep. Otherwise, with just a few words and a battle, Loya would not be able to wake up with certainty. In the silence, the crowd had already crowded up and excitedly surrounded Laxus. Laxus, you are too strong. If it wasn't for Loya trying to cheat, you would have been crushed just now. What a pity. Hey, which side are these guys on? Hearing this, Loya, who was persuading Laxus 1 second ago, was so dark that he couldn't be darker the next. What do you want by yourself? Tactics are also part of strength, okay? What's wrong with winning in the most convenient way? It was okay to cheer up before, but this time he couldn't bear it anymore. Naturally, help the righteous side. Who told you to like pranking people every day? It's too insidious. Otherwise, Laxus, just one. Gray was dismissive. Yes. Macau and Wakaba nodded in agreement. But as soon as he finished speaking, he saw Loya said with a bad face. Really? The three of you seem to have forgotten an event. I haven't forgotten the bet some time ago. In this case, I am going to develop a new magic, and I will use you as a test. I believe that you will not breach the contract. No, the three exclaimed in despair. On the other side, the three of Freed finally squeezed in from the side, and the three who knew Laxus' arrogance were just about to persuade when they discovered something they couldn't believe. Hey, Laxus, what's wrong with your eyes? Why are they red? Freed said in shock. Don't be long-winded. It's not your turn to worry. It's just that I got a little sand in the battle. Laxus stood up slowly and walked in front of Loya under everyone's attention. Loya, don't think you've won me once. Let's fight again after this S-rank test. Seeing this scene, Loya first smiled and then showed a disdainful expression. Fighting? It's okay to be too troublesome. Please finish your bet first. Then I'll consider whether to fight or not. The arrogant attitude was undoubtedly revealed, which made everyone ticklish and became the object of criticism from everyone. In the distance, Makarov, who was still standing in the distance, also smiled with relief when he saw this scene. Although he didn't know what happened, as his grandfather, how could he not feel the changes in Laxus? Thanks a lot, Stinky Boy. The S-level examination is still in progress. It doesn't stop for other things. After defeating Laxus, Laxus and the others returned to the magic airship to follow and watch the battle, while Loya continued the S-level magician assessment, and the final assessment was at the lake on the island section. Gildarts was there waiting for this self. By the time Loya arrived, Urza had already arrived. Compared with the troubles on her side, Urza's side was much easier, But the battle all the way also made her consume a lot of physical strength, and the armor on her body was stained with the blood of many monsters. How is it? Is it troublesome? Seeing Loya walking slowly with his hands behind his head, Urza immediately leaned over. Although she knew Loya's strength, she knew at the beginning of the mission that Loya would win without any accident, but she still had some worries in her heart when she didn't see Loya's figure. It was a bit of a waste of time, but it's been resolved smoothly. Loya laughed. At this time, Gildarts walked from the woods and looked at the two and said, "Sure enough, Laxus lost. From the time the two of you faced off, I knew that he really couldn't fight you. Your kid is too dark. What everything is a tactic." Loya corrected. "Stop talking about tactics. Do you think I don't know about your guy's situation? If Laxus wins, it will be a ghost." Gildarts disdainfully said that it's okay if others don't know, but he is very aware of Loya's strength. None of the new generation in the entire guild is Loya's opponent. If Laxus meets Urza, there is still a chance, but unfortunately, he met the little monster Loya at the beginning. Loya patted her head embarrassedly at Gildart's words. "Okay, let's not talk about anything else, although your strength is enough now, but according to the usual practice, what should come is still how to come. Who do you two plan to go first?" Gildart said. "Let me do it." Loya stepped forward and said, "Qianli's. Urza has awakened the blood of the dragon, and has further obtained stronger superpower, but there is still a big gap compared to Gildart's. Fairies Guild the title of the strongest wizard is not for nothing, and even he has no absolute certainty. But it doesn't matter. Loya didn't plan to pass the S-rank mage exam from the beginning. If old man Makarov hadn't been forcing him all the time, he wouldn't be too lazy to come over, fight as soon as possible, and try the strength of Gildarts. By the way, Urza would have the opportunity to make more responses and improve the probability of being selected. Of the three, Urza is the weakest. In the face of Loya's sacrifice choice, Urza also refused, but was rejected by Loya. Ordinary people don't care, but Gildarts is too strong. With Urza's strength, it is likely to be instantly defeated. If you want to pass, you can only try this method. Other than that, there is no choice. Chapter 55. Oh, are you going to help your little girlfriend? It seems that I'm being looked down upon. The old driver Gildarts also saw Loya's plan at once. Who was his little girlfriend? Urza, who was still serious at first, panicked, and the magic sword in his hand almost fell to the ground. Never mind. Gildarts closed his eyes and waved his hand casually, but when he opened his eyes again, his eyes began to become serious, his sharp eyes exuding a strong sense of oppression, and Loya and Urza appeared. It doesn't matter which of the two of you go first or go together. The real magical world is not as simple as you think. Is S-rank the pinnacle of guild mages? No, this is just the beginning. Only after reaching the S-rank can you barely be qualified to peep the truth of this magical world. You two are equally talented, but not now. Boom. The moment the voice fell, from Gildart's body, a terrifying magic beam of light shot up directly into the sky, stirring the dark clouds in the sky. In the next second, the magic power will burst into a powerful wave, and the ground beneath his feet will shatter like a cobweb. This is too terrifying. Is Uncle's strength so terrifying? Staring at the magic power across the sky, the magic airship also retreated under the influence of the airwaves. On deck, everyone seemed to know Gildarts for the first time. In fact, everyone in the guild knew that Gildarts was strong, but since Gildarts was an instant opponent every time and acted independently, no one was ready to know how powerful he was. So let alone other people, even Makarov, the guild president, had a shocked expression on his face. He knew that these strengths of Gildarts were also growing, but he didn't expect to be so strong. This kind of strength is already close to the level of the Heavenly King, completely surpassing himself. Even if you win Loya, you won't be able to pass the level of Uncle. Laxus on the side also said in shock. The people around are still like this, not to mention the two Loya and Urza who are up close. Faced with this magical pressure, Urza could hardly breathe, even if she had used the magical CD power. What a terrifying magic power. Is this the strength of a super S-rank wizard? Urza has known Gildarts for a year, and like the other guild members, she did not expect to be so powerful. Seeing the strength of Gildarts, Loya felt a little war in her heart. There is no shortage of powerful magic in this world, but there are only so many truly powerful mages. At present, there are only two opponents in the guild who can really act as their own opponents. One is Makarov, and the other is Gildarts. It's just like playing a house like a child with other people. Meaningless. But now, to borrow a phrase from Natsu, he was on fire. Then try it, uncle. Take out the previous magic stone, and it will be hundreds of pieces in one shot. The magic shock sent out a golden rain of light, shooting towards Gildarts, and at the moment of falling, it sent out a strong explosion and launched a tentative attack. Humph! Gildarts raised his hand and snorted softly. Crush! A net of light appeared and passed through, and the smoke and the explosion shattered like foam, dissipating directly into the air. Gildarts said with a smile, "My magic is smashing. Any tangible thing can be smashed, including the explosion generated by waste power. Because it is too dangerous, I would like to remind you not to get too close to me first. And if you want to lose too badly, don't use these little toys. It's not a wise choice to waste your magic power. Show your real skills." Really? Could it be that Loya still has hidden strength? Hearing Gildarts say such a sentence, the surrounding members, including Laxus, were a little different. Laxus also stared at Loya for a moment. Could it be that, failing to hit, Loya also retracted the magic stone that was fired? Indeed, I think so too. But before I take it, I want to try something. The voice fell. I saw that under the gaze of everyone, Loya took out from the void space one by one transparent white spheres, imprinted with a large number of mysterious lines, and each sphere exudes a streamer. There are 7 white spheres in total. What is this? Why do I feel the breath of a dragon? Laxus frowned. Due to the previous loner, Laxus did not participate in the banquet that welcomed Mira Jane and Gildarts, and naturally knew nothing about the previous empty magic ball. However, this did not prevent him from feeling the breath of the dragon from above. In addition, there is another thing that surprised him even more. These 7 white balls seem to exist, but they don't seem to exist. In fact, let's not say it's him. After cutting and polishing it into pieces, the people next to him are somewhat unrecognizable. It's the dragon horn that Gildarts brought back. Natsu, who had previously noted the smell, answered, "A magic ball made of dragon horns?" On the other hand, Gildarts also recognized something. Loya said, "That's right, but I've already given him a name, the empty magic ball. Is it okay to use me as an experiment? Are you sure you're not worried that I'll just smash it?" Gildarts was out of breath. "If you have the strength." Loya grinned. "Then please do as you please." Hearing such a sentence, everyone suddenly took a breath of cold air. What's the meaning? Is this looking down on Gildarts? As expected of you. Take Gildarts as experimental mice. I'm afraid that Loya is the only one who dares to do this. If that's the case, then let me see what new tricks you come up with. Once or twice is fine, and Gildarts will endure it. Now that he is experimenting with a new magic tool, he can't bear it. Do you really think that your smashing magic is fake? Saying that, Gildarts quickly rushed towards Loya, waving his palm forward. Crush. Wham! The magic power emerged, and it turned into a white net of light intertwined in the air, tearing the air towards Loya's position and spinning away. However, facing this attack, Loya stepped up. At the same time, the 7 magic balls are automatically dispersed, turning into streamers and directly passing through the optical net. Boom! In the next second, the ground beneath Loya's feet, the 100-meter ground, was completely shattered. But at this time, Loya Lingran said, "The explosion of the 7 layers of light." Chapter 56. Flowing spheres of light passed through the net of light, and at the moment of passing through, the magic pattern appeared on the surface of the light ball, and the light flowed to form a magic circle. However, it's not over yet. At the moment when the magic circle was formed, the 7 magic circles were recombined and superimposed, and the rays of light intertwined to form a huge magic circle, exuding golden brilliance. Fall boom. A cold drink. The first magic circle was activated instantly, sending out a beam of light. This beam of light did not fall directly, but passed through the second magic circle, the third, the fourth. Every time it passes through a magic circle, the beam of light becomes stronger. When it passes through the last magic circle, the The beam of light is already several times larger, dispelling all the darkness in the hundreds. A huge beam of light shot out, spanning a distance of tens of meters, and fell straight towards the location of Gildart's. The powerful magic pressure squeezed Gildart's magic back. Monument. The earth shook, and the already broken ground was directly hit by a more powerful blow. Even the lake on the side was not spared, and all the lake water was directly emptied. Thick dust and smoke, soaring into the sky. When the magic power and the dust mist dissipated, the previous woods and the lake disappeared, replaced by a huge deep pit with a diameter of 100 meters. This scene directly made everyone on the abandoned airship completely sluggish. The shock was stronger than before when Loya defeated Laxus. What a joke! What's going on with this magic power? How could Loya have such a means? Is this really an attack that a magic tool can still explode? This guy is still hiding his strength in the battle with Laxus just now. The uncontrollable sound resounded continuously on the magic airship. Even Laxus was completely shocked, staring at the figure jumping in the sky, holding the guardrail on the edge of the splint with both hands. I didn't expect Loya. At this time, Loya can still burst out with such terrifying power? Makarov, who was standing on the bow, was also startled, and his eyes revealed a strong shock. Because the power of magic that Loya casts now has completely surpassed the strength of S-rank magicians, almost chasing the level of 10 wizard saints. 10 wizard saints. It is the title awarded by the Magic Council to the 10 best wizards in the continent. Everyone's strength far exceeds that of ordinary Guild S-level mages, and they are all strong magicians who walk the front end of the entire Ishgard, mages on their own magical paths. In the blow just now, Makarov clearly felt the power that threatened him. And at the beginning of 10 wizard saints, Makarov's ranking was also well ahead of him, enough to threaten his magic power, indicating that Loya has properly reached the level of the 10th level. Even if Loya is a magic tool made by borrowing dragon horns, the magic tool itself is a kind of strength, 13-year-old holy 10th grade. How many people should be shocked when this news spreads? At this moment, everyone's gaze towards Loya has completely changed. I have to say that Loya at this time gave him too much shock. Although it seems shocking, the battle has only just begun. It's amazing. It's amazing. More than a year has passed, and I didn't expect your strength to become so strong again. It's a monster. If it weren't for, I responded in a timely manner. I'm afraid that I was really screwed by you. In the deep pit, the river continued to flow into a small lake, and the figure of Gildarts also appeared at this time. Each other. The empty magic ball swayed and automatically landed at Loya's feet, causing it to stand in the air. Loya, who was standing in the air, looked at Gildarts below and said, "And if you want to talk about monsters, it should be you. You have to resist the blow with all your strength and nothing will happen. Compared to you, I am still far behind." The reappearing Gildarts looked a little embarrassed, but in fact there was no sign of injury at all, which only meant that the blow just now was disintegrated by Gildarts using smashing magic at a critical moment. As expected of a man who could survive from the Black Dragon, his strength is indeed not simple. Loya sighed slightly. Really? Why I still don't believe it. Gildarts had a ghostly look on his face. Full strength? He wouldn't believe Loya's nonsense. But being hit back by a teenage kid like this, Gildarts is not without temper. Ask for flowers. Be careful, Brad. It's my turn to attack next. Smash. A punch fell to the ground, and the huge deep pit shattered into huge square stones again. Under the impact of the magic power, these momentarily soared into the sky, heading towards Loya, who was floating in the air. Stop it. Loya calmly controlled the other 6 empty magic balls to fly out, while emitting spatial fluctuations, dispelling all the power. A large number of stones stagnated in the air, like a curtain of giant stones. But in the next second, Gildarts had passed through the layers of boulders and came to Loya. Break down. Approaching at close range, and the other 6 empty magic balls were pinned down. Zero naturally, Gildarts would not miss such a rare opportunity, and immediately used his own decomposition magic, intending to decompose Loya into individuals. Just as Gildarts was about to release the magic, the surrounding stones suddenly began to gather towards his body, wrapped in them, restricting his movement. Don't forget, I myself can cast magic. Rain of 7 lights. Loya pulled away, retracted the remaining 6 empty magic balls, and the 7 empty magic balls condensed together into a magic circle like a gorgeous sun. A large amount of rain of light spurted out. Not good. Gildarts was trapped in the boulder, but could still feel the oppression from outside. But he didn't have much time to think about it. He saw Loya's attack just now. It was powerful enough to destroy a mountain. It wasn't time to hide his clumsiness in his eyes. Boom! The magic surged out, like a volcano erupting. Laxus's magic power is full, and the magic power in the air is shaken away. Breakdown. Intensive magic power is constantly falling down Gildarts, shattering all the cohesive boulders. Different from the previous rain of light, after passing through the sound of the empty magic ball, this power is not known how much stronger it was, and it directly dissolved the boulder. A beam of light is like a powerful explosion. After about a minute or two, Loya also stopped to see the bottomless pit on the ground and shouted, "Hey, is Uncle still alive?" Big. Duh. Chapter 57. Breakdown. In the explosion, Gildarts roared directly. Boom boom. The optical network spreads, and wherever it goes, everything is divided. The huge square ground all flew out. Facing this indiscriminate attack, Loya's body was wrapped in golden light and moved rapidly among the rocks. The footsteps stomped one after another and soon landed on the ground. Light magic can not only be used to attack, but also can enhance its own movement speed with the magic of God feet. Not to mention teleportation, but it is also difficult to capture with ordinary naked eyes. Right. Landing on the ground, Loya's feet slid long marks on the ground, followed by 7 empty magic balls. The other side, Gildart's stature was revealed once again. However, compared to the previous him, at this time, it is no longer possible to completely summarize the word 850 with the word embarrassment. The black cloak on his body was penetrated by the explosion, and it was beaten like a sieve, and the only neat brown big back on the whole body was also messed up by the impact, and a few bangs fell. Boy, it's really good. You can actually force me out of this point, but you won't have a chance next time. Gildarts has a blue vein on his forehead and a headshot. Although these few attacks didn't do anything to him, they made him extremely annoying. You must know that he is a super S-level wizard in the guild, and he was made to appear in this picture by a teenage kid. Where's his face? However, with such frequent handover and use of magic, how long can you last with your magic power? Although your magic power is boosted by the dragon's horn, these powers can also be used indefinitely. Well enough. Loya walked forward, holding an empty magic ball in his hand, and said with a smile on the corner of his mouth, "I have imprinted a lot of magic in these empty magic balls, among which I have specially imprinted a magic circle that condenses magic elements on the outside. Unless all the magic factors in the atmosphere of this area are erased, otherwise these empty magic balls will automatically replenish magic power all the time. Even if I release magic, it will only consume some. Roughly speaking, like the battle just now, I can still support it for about 3 or 4 hours. What? Ahem, automatically replenishing mana? 3 or 4 hours. Gildarts twitched the corners of his mouth and said with a dark face, 3 or 4 hours is too long. Although you have mastered a lot of magic, as long as I am prepared, you can't beat me, right? Loya nodded undeniably. Gildarts was wrong. He mastered a lot of magic, and then the power of the empty magic ball increased, and he had the ability to continuously release magic. However, what Gildarts used was super superior destructive magic, and even if he had too much magic power, it would be difficult to damage him, even if he used space magic to stop Gildarts. But there is a premise for this, that is, the strength of the people who are frozen cannot exceed the strength of the caster itself. Otherwise, the other party can completely break through the shackles of space with magic power. Therefore, from the beginning, he had no intention of attacking Laxus with space magic, choosing to break through Gildart's defenses in other ways. 3 or 4 hours of fighting is really too long. If it really drags on, the sky will drink up completely, and Urza will not need to be assessed. Uncle, what are you going to do? Loya asked. It's very simple. Let's fight within a limited range. Within 10 minutes, those who fall outside the range or those who fall early will lose. If you can persist for 10 minutes without playing, You will pass. Gildart said so. When he said this, his face was a little red. As a Guild S-rank mage, because he couldn't help his opponent, he temporarily added rules, which was a shame. However, to Gildart's surprise, Lawyer agreed very readily. Okay, just do as you say. Huh, did you really say yes? Gildart's was a little weird. Otherwise, like you said, it's really too troublesome to use magic all the time. 10 minutes is too long. 3 minutes is enough. Let's fight quickly. 3 or 4 hours is too long. Not only is it troublesome, not to mention, I really have to wait for 3 or 4 hours to pass, and the day is completely dark, and Urza, who is behind him, don't even think about the assessment. 3 minutes. Hearing Loya's words, the other members of the airship froze. 3 minutes? Is Loya going to knock Gildart's out in 3 minutes? This is too arrogant. However, just under the shocked gaze of the crowd, Loya slowly closed her eyes and said silently in her heart, "Break through the boundaries of thinking and start the battle mode." Ding! Battle mode is on. Start to detect the energy in the host's body now. The current energy state is 90%, and the energy is sufficient. Each database is ready, and each combat mode is loaded. Comprehensively improve the body's various reaction capabilities and activate the body's limits. The reasonable time is 3 minutes and 20 seconds. The energy boundary has been broken through. Next second, the aura on Loya suddenly changed. When he opened his eyes again, all emotion had faded from his eyes, and that detached breath came upon him again. The magic of the whole body burst out suddenly, and the magic power is chasing Gildart's. What's happening here? Gildart's also noticed the momentary change in the aura, and his face suddenly became solemn. At this moment, he felt the pressure on Loya. This pressure did not come from Loya's magical transformation, but from the change in his state, which made him feel a little bit of fear. Battle mode. Through the method of mind control, forcibly break through the boundaries of the body to obtain super strength. In this state, Loya's reaction power, magic power, and other 3.3 functions of the body will increase multiple times. In addition, the super brain also autonomously calculates the best way to fight. Then let's begin. Monument. As soon as the footsteps are stepped, the power of terror erupts instantly. The delivery was so fast that it arrived in front of Gildart's almost in an instant. 7 empty magic balls accompanied Loya's actions, and the Lord accompanied him to stimulate the magic circle, and at the same time, they shot out. So fast, Gildart's pupils shrank. However, he had been prepared for a long time, but he still reacted at the first time. The body swayed left and right to avoid a series of empty magic attacks, and one turned around and punched one of the empty magic balls. However, just when he thought that the empty magic ball would be shattered directly, Gildart's fist passed through the empty magic ball directly, and the attack failed directly. Chapter 58. What? Phantom. Gildart's was taken aback by the sense of disappointment coming from his fist. This result obviously exceeded his expectations, and he subconsciously thought it was phantom magic, but just when he came to this conclusion, the empty magic ball pierced by his fist once again burst into a magic circle. In an instant, the magic circle condensed a golden brilliance, exuding dazzling light, which also illuminated Gildart's shocked face. Bloom Aurora. The terrifying rays of light bloomed in an instant, and the huge impact exploded directly at Gildart's at close range. Unprepared, this time Gildart's didn't even have time to react. He was directly knocked out by the impact of the explosion, landed on the ground dozens of meters away, and was almost out of the game. Empty magic ball. It is dominated by space magic, and other magic is imprinted on it. Under the full activation of Loya's space magic, combined with the space magic of the empty magic ball itself, it can sneak into the space and escape into the invisible in a short period of time, so as to avoid the attack and achieve the effect of magic. However, what 23 wants to do requires extremely precise calculations to achieve. Unless it is a space-type magician, it is impossible to hit the empty magic ball. What Gildart's uses is the super advanced destruction magic, crash, smashing, which can instantly smash the connection between the atoms of the matter that comes into contact with it. However, touch is required on this premise, and in the case of the empty magic ball sneaking into space, there is no such precondition for touch. Simply put, The empty magic ball can attack through space and completely restrain Gildarts. The binding of wood. The barrier of earth. Ice freeze. Loya jumped high in the sky, and the eye data kept beating. At the moment of calculating the trajectory of the action, the hands are together, and different modeling magic is continuously released. Extreme ice, vines, and earth walls hinder Gildart's actions. Multiple magics attacked at the same time, and Gildarts, who was hit by one blow, could only passively retreat. For a time, he was actually suppressed by Loya. During this period, seeing that the empty magic ball could not be hit, he gave up the opponent's empty magic ball and turned to attack Loya to force him to give up the control of the empty magic ball. Only by defeating Loya, the empty magic ball will lose control. However, just as he was thinking about it, Loya seemed to have anticipated it for a long time, dodging and dodging every time the attack fell, without touching it. And once the attack fails, it will immediately be attacked by the empty magic ball, and it will be oppressed again. The successive attacks, no matter how strong Gildarts was, still felt severe pain. This is the pain he has not felt for a long time. Monument. 3 empty magic balls passed through the space and appeared less than half a meter away from Gildarts. Looking at the ball of light that was already close at hand, Gildart's eyes widened, and he subconsciously stepped behind his feet, ready to open up the distance. But it's too late. Triple burst. The strength exceeded the previous 3 times, and the powerful force exploded, like a god's sledgehammer hitting Gildarts, and Gildart's entire body flew out again. The whole person smashed a large boulder behind him, and even spit out a mouthful of blood, but with this opportunity, Gildarts and the empty magic ball distanced themselves. This time won't let you dodge. Monument. Gildarts let out a roar and slammed his foot on the ground. Boom boom. The surrounding ground exploded again, turning into blocks of equal size. Gildarts landed on the highest stone with one step, using the flying stone as a stepping stone, and rode the boulder wave toward Loya. Break the evil and reveal the righteous. White brilliance gallops. With the swing of the fist, it turned into a white beam of light, tearing the atmosphere and traversing it. In the face of the incoming attack, Loya did not choose to escape, but confronted it head-on. The hands go straight through the void space, distorting the space in front of him. In the power of the shape caused by the space distortion, a terrifying force condenses between the hands and turns into an invisible blade. The indifferent eyes flashed a bit of edge and said impressively, "Space / boom." The invisible blade fell, and the space was cut off wherever it went. The space and the smashing power collided directly, and an extremely terrifying momentum erupted. Hundreds of meters of ground were shaking in the distance, and it took a long time to calm down. On the magic airship, Makarov, Laxus, and the others saw this scene. Their mouths grew, and their eyes were about to pop out. Because there was a bottomless crack in the explosion, which continued to spread to the sea beyond the island. Hundreds of meters of the earth was cut open by Loya. Wodash. Along the crack, the sea water poured in, and the roaring sound was constantly echoing. A man-made harbor appeared in front of everyone's field of vision at a time when they wouldn't. Whoosh! Loya fell to the ground, gasping slightly, and at the same time getting out of the fighting state. After entering the battle mode, the consumption is very huge. Even standing still is the same. It is a great challenge to one's own magic and spiritual power, not to mention the forced manipulation of space, changing the shape of the space. If it wasn't for breaking the energy limit, Loya would not dare to try. Although the power of this blow was very astonishing, and it even slashed the ground with -850 knives, it did not make him feel satisfied. "Uncle, what's the matter with you? Didn't you say it's tough? Just say it if you want me to die." "Brat." Hearing Loya's words, Gildarts scolded angrily. "Your own smashing magic can smash everything, including the energy body, but it is not completely erased, not to mention the power of space." The light net passed through the space blade, and the shattered space still fell. If it hadn't been evaded in time, even if the blow just now didn't die, it would have been seriously injured. How far has this guy researched magic? How can it be so powerful? "You passed this test," Gildarts announced. "A contract is a contract. The tampering just now violated the rules, and now that he has crossed the line, Even if he still has the strength to fight, he still loses. Besides, Gildarts knew from the beginning that Loya's own strength surpassed S rank. Regardless of the outcome of this fight, as long as Loya doesn't perform too badly, he'll allow it to pass. But what I didn't expect was Loya's performance, which far exceeded his expectations and gave him too many surprises. From now on, you will be the Fairy Tale Guild, an S-rank mage. Chapter 59. Loya passed. Really passed, S-class wizard. When Gildarts announced that Loya had passed, all the people on the magic airship exploded. After so many years, many people participate every year, but due to the strict assessment, all those who participated in the assessment have all failed without exception. Loya, the guy who has been hiding in the underground library on weekdays, has only started to perform tasks recently. By accident, he has become a selected person for this S-level assessment. No one had high expectations at first, but in the circumstances, Loya beat Laxus and even broke a path to the S-class in front of their tall wall at Gildarts. Loya passed. Among them, the most shocking is undoubtedly Laxus. In his opinion, the previous defeat in the first level was just because he was not prepared and fell into the magic device trap set up by Loya in advance, and he was confident enough to knock down the opponent in another battle. It's a pity that reality hit him hard. In this battle with Gildarts, Loya not only took out a powerful magic tool that he had never used in the previous battle with himself, but even exploded with real power. Forced Gildarts to back down with absolute force. Such strength has far exceeded his imagination. Looking back on his plan to challenge the opponent, it seems ridiculous now. With his current strength, even an empty magic ball is beyond his ability to win. I thought that these efforts had surpassed each other, but the distance still exists, and it is still widening. Is this your power? He is no longer what he used to be. Laxus looked at Loya from a distance, and the intense desire continued to burn. If that's the case, it's interesting. It was not only Laxus who was also watching Loya. Mira Jane by the side also kept her eyes on Loya. She longed for magic, but after witnessing the battle between Loya and Laxus, it seemed as if a new door opened, and behind the door was a gorgeous and fascinating magical world. The inner desire to learn magic became stronger. Fantastic, Loya. You're already an S-class mage. Urza was the first to cheer for Loya. The two have been together for the longest time along the way. Although they fight each other on weekdays, they are very happy to see Loya successfully become an S-rank mage. Seeing Urza's excited look, Loya also smiled slightly. You have to cheer up later, you must pass the assessment, and don't forget our agreement at the beginning. You must become a powerful witch. Urza heard Loya say this, and recalled the agreement when the two of them were in the underground library at the beginning, and her heart beat a little faster. Rarely shy, Loya couldn't help holding Urza's hand. It's just that before he could say anything, Gildarts from behind stepped forward and forcibly interrupted. Okay, hurry up and finish the last fight. Hurry up and finish the assessment, and we'll go back. Don't waste time. Let's get affectionate and wait until we go back. Uncle, if you don't speak, you don't take it as a mute. The sudden interruption made Loya annoyed, but there was nothing he could do. Come on, Urza. You have seen the battle just now. Give Uncle a little look when she sees your strength. Okay, Urza nodded, walking towards Gildarts with a confident but determined gaze. As for Loya, who controlled the empty magic ball and took himself to the magic airship to rest. At the moment when they returned to the magic airship, everyone crowded and cheered enthusiastically. At this time, Makarov was walking and talking. Nice job. In just 4 words, Makarov's inner joy is summed up. Although Shock and Loya have hidden their strengths, it is also quite happy that there is an S-rank mage in the guild. After all, the more S-rank mages there are, the more prestige the guild has. However, in addition to being happy, Makarov's face changed to his usual one. He said, "Since when did you deceive me? You are so strong, and you hide in the underground library every day for me, and those who don't know think you can't even fight." Hearing this, Loya said with a look of contempt, "You never asked me, and last time, I promised to shoot, and you laughed at me silly." Huh, it seems to be the case. After Loya said it, Makarov also recalled. Earlier, Loya had taken the initiative to mention that he wanted to help him wake up Laxus, but he didn't care when he was playing. However, even if he was wrong, how could Makarov, The old fritters admit it so easily. But this is not a reason. Don't think that you can do whatever you want when you become stronger. After you go back, I will take care of you. Since you are now an S-rank mage, then some S-rank tasks in the guild will be handed over to you. Hey, while Loya and others were noisy, the next battle is about to begin. After a short rest, Gildarts turned his gaze to Urza. It's almost there, so let's get started. Gildarts, won't you take a little more rest? Urza said seriously. No, come directly, go all out, and let me see your strength. Gildarts said indifferently. Just a Loya, he doesn't think Urza can push himself. In this case, it won't take advantage of you. We will fight according to the rules of you and Loya before. If you exceed this circle, you will lose. How about it? Hearing this, Gildarts subconsciously wanted to refuse, but thinking about Qianli's previous embarrassing scene, he nodded lightly to be cautious. Row. Well, Urza responded. Magic power emerged, transformed into a silver and white armor, and a long sword held a sword salute towards Gildarts, and said with a serious look, Please teach me more. The gust of wind condensed under his feet, and Urza turned into an afterimage, and hurried away towards Gildarts. The armor of sonic speed draws various magics that increase speed, coupled with Urza's own strength. The speed is not inferior to Loya. It's so fast. Seeing this speed, Gildarts, who had not cared about it before, was startled for a while, and hurriedly stepped forward and shouted, Split! Bang! 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 The ground shattered again, and huge boulders protruded into the sky to block Urza's attack. However, in Urza's eyes, the case is still too slow. Chapter 60. The magic of the god feet on the magic boots was activated instantly, and the light magic engraved on the armor was activated simultaneously. The small figure shuttled quickly among the boulders, and came to Gildarts in a few breaths. Dragon slash. Roar. In the roar of the dragon, the magic of the dragon erupted from Urza's body. The blade in his hand shone brightly, and fell abruptly under Gildarts' astonished gaze. Urza slashed a slash with a length of more than 10 meters. With a slash of more than 10 meters, at this moment, like a violent dragon, it directly cut through the remaining stones in front of him and rushed towards Gildarts. Split. Faced with this attack, Gildarts did not hesitate at all, raised his hand and launched a white light net, smashing the slash directly. But at the moment when Gildarts was smashed, Urza crossed a distance of dozens of meters at an extremely fast speed and slashed again. With this knife, Gildarts didn't have time to react at all. He rode his feet on the ground for dozens of meters before stopping, stabilizing his body. Following Loya for a year and a half, Urza saw his talent, his hard work, and his strength. For a year and a half, Urza has never forgotten the agreement with Loya. In order to catch up with Loya's footsteps, she is also practicing hard. Her heart has become more firm, and she can really look directly at the darkness of the past. With the improvement of the mood and the awakening of the blood of the dragon, Urza has completely transformed. Even in the face of powerful Gildarts, the will not be shaken. Urza's performance undoubtedly surprised those onlookers. Especially Makarov was more surprised by Urza's words. He still remembered that a year and a half ago, when Urza first joined the guild, he was submissive, afraid of the dark, afraid of everything, and did not dare to communicate with others easily. But now, from the firmness in her eyes, she couldn't help but be shocked. In addition to being shocked, I was more gratified in my heart. Before I knew it, the little girl had grown up. If Rob Guy can see this scene, because it will be very happy. Makarov couldn't help but sigh. Cough. What's going on? This year's candidates are all like monsters. Throwing away the cloak, Gildarts said, looking at the cloak that had been completely scrapped. After speaking, he took off the shattered cloak. He didn't care about it from the beginning. At this time, Gildarts' gaze towards Urza also became solemn. Urza's pressure on him is not as good as Loya's, but he also feels a hint of danger. If I don't take it seriously, I'm afraid that it may capsize in the gutter. Rise. As soon as Gildarts stepped, more than a dozen stones flew up. Monument. A punch hit it, and the flying stone was knocked out by Gildarts, and it burst out with huge magic power. But it didn't stop. The second, third, and fourth boulders shot out. At the same time, Urza responded quickly to the incoming attack. The magic power floats, and the magic power emerges one after another, turning into one after another lightsaber. Will. Work. Will. In an instant, dozens of blades appeared around Urza's body. In the next second, under Urza's control, it shoots out, forming an aperture, which will cut off the incoming attack directly. A large piece of dust and fog filled the entire battlefield. Looking at the dozens of blades floating in the air, the corners of Gildart's mouth twitched. For some reason, he always had an inexplicable sense of sight when he saw this scene. Angry Dragon double slash, taste. With a light drink, Urza's figure suddenly turned into an arrow, blazing through the smoke. With a blade in his hand, the power of the dragon covered up, and a terrifying momentum broke out. Under Urza's swing, the slashes fell wildly and were used from all directions. The offensive is strong, a bit more violent than Loya who fought before. The blade slashes fell madly, although it would not cause serious injury to Gildarts, but several slashes passed through the defense, making small scars. Feeling the pain coming from his body, Gildarts couldn't hold back, and his magic power exploded directly. Open to me. Terrifying magic power erupted from Gildart's body, directly forcibly dispelling all attacks. However, at the moment when Gildarts broke out, Urza directly attacked again, and dozens of blades were taken out from the space around him. Do you think you can succeed every time? The multi-stage attack made Gildarts burst out, and the violent magic swept out. Split. The net of light spread out, splitting all the blades, and it was about to fall towards Urza, but unexpectedly, Urza had no plans to dodge. Oops. Seeing this, Gildarts widened his eyes, subconsciously preparing to withdraw his magic power. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. I saw Urza's body was wrapped in magic, and he changed his clothes again. In the next second, a silver-white armor covered with dragon-shaped patterns appeared in front of him. The moment he saw this set of armor, Gildarts immediately pulled it out. Because this armor is nothing else. It was the armor that he gave to Loya and Mage. Boom. At the moment when the light net fell, the lines on the armor burst into light, which directly offset Gildart's smashing magic. And at the moment of crossing, Urza has appeared in front of Gildarts in an instant. In his shocking gaze, the sword he had saved swung out, accompanied by a dragon cry, a slash that was dozens of meters long, roaring like an angry dragon, hitting Gildart's chest. Broken dragon slash. And here is where Loya hit Gildarts earlier. In addition to the injury, facing this blow and being caught off guard, Gildarts was directly knocked out without any accident and landed on the waves in the distance. What? Gildarts lost again. Seeing this scene, Loya, who was watching the battle on the magic airship, also smiled slightly. Compared with Gildarts, even himself has a certain gap, let alone Urza. Even if he has the bonus of dragon blood, he may not be able to win. For this reason, if you want to beat Gildarts, you can only find another way. The dragon scale armor was specially made by Loya for her. In addition to the amazing defensive power, dragon scales also have the characteristics of absorbing magic power and dissolving magic power. Of course, if that's all that's left to beat Gildarts. The point is, Gildarts had consumed too much slump in the battle with Loya before this. Even Gildarts had a hard time reacting to the unexpected outfit change, combined with the quick fighting approach. Chapter 61. After knocking Gildarts up, Urza didn't take another shot and waited in place. Almost Gildarts was knocked into the air, and after returning from the sea in embarrassment, he just started to say, "Gildarts, this counts as my passing." Gildarts, whose whole body was soaked in seawater, had a complicated expression, but he could only nod helplessly. From the beginning to the end, he did not exert all his strength, and he was out of the circle, which was really too embarrassing. But in the end it was promised. To blame, he can only blame himself for underestimating the enemy. Otherwise he would not lose so fast. However, he did not lose too much resentment. Urza's strength is indeed enough. Urza pass. Now you are an S-rank mage. Hearing this news, the corners of Urza's mouth also raised slightly, and his eyes turned to Loya. The meaning of his gaze is self-evident. In this scene, Loya did not expect that Urza would be so decisive. But more than a joy, because this is Urza, resolutely fearless. After all, if you don't, Urza will lose the battle. Although he was already in the front, trying out Gildart's many moves for Urza, it also consumed a lot of power. But Gildarts is Gildarts. Powerful beyond imagination. Being able to knock out Gildarts is enough to illustrate Urza's growth. At this point, with the end of the final battle, the S-rank Mage assessment is also completely over. At this time, the magic airship flew down, and everyone rushed out to celebrate Urza's successful promotion. Looking at the cheering crowd, Makarov, who was standing on the bow, still couldn't stop laughing. An S-level examination witnessed the birth of 2 S-rank mages. Even the losing Laxus has grown considerably. This time the harvest is undoubtedly huge for the entire Fairy Tale Guild. As the president, how could he not be excited? Makarov shouted loudly. Let's go. Let's tell the rest of the guild the news, and let's report the banquet to celebrate together. Cough. At this moment, the cheers broke through the sky and resounded throughout the entire Sirius Island. It seems that even the breeze is celebrating the goblin. Back to the guild, after hearing that 2 S-rank mages were born in this assessment, the entire guild was in a frenzy. They thought that someone would pass this time, but they also thought that the whole army would be wiped out. After all, the examiner was Gildarts, and it was not that easy to obtain qualifications in his hands. What I never expected was that this time, 2 people passed, and one of them, Loya, was the least optimistic. When I heard that Loya forced Gildarts back with a knife, it pushed the atmosphere of the banquet to its climax. They knew that Loya made magic tools at a high level, but no one expected the fighting to be so strong. While everyone cheered under the guild, Makarov and Gildarts were drinking on the top floor, but it was more anesthesia than drinking. Look at you. In order to save face, you are still holding on. Give it. Makarov handed over a jug of wine, and Gildarts took it with a grin. There's no way. Since it's an old man of the guild, I still have to pretend to be the way it should be, but you've been seen by the guild leader. I don't know you yet. Loya, doesn't matter, but even Urza's attack is enough to knock you into the air. If you can't see it, then my title as 10 Wizard Saints will be in vain. Makarov said angrily. Tell me what's going on. Gildarts was silent for a while, then smiled bitterly and explained the previous situation one by one. Makarov didn't speak after listening, but the sharply shrunken eyes showed that his mood was not calm. Is that kid really that strong? Even you can't stop him. Know that he can always think you are better than him. But that's the truth. Gildarts said solemnly. Loya's power is not simply relying on magic tools. His understanding of magic, as well as his fighting instinct, makes people believe that he is just a 14-year-old child. Especially in the last 3 minutes, his whole person seemed to be a different person, without a trace of emotion, and even I felt scared. Even you are afraid. Makarov thought that what Gildarts had just said was exaggerated enough. He didn't expect a man like him to say the word fear. You know this is Gildarts. In the case of not using super magic, even himself is not his opponent. 4 flowers. It seems that Loya still has secrets that I don't know. Maybe that's why he hasn't left the underground library this year, but he still keeps growing. Makarov said in a deep voice. At this moment, his brows are wrinkled, even if he can't tell whether the things in front of him are good or bad. It's a fear of the unknown. It was even more shocking than learning that Urza had the blood of a dragon before. This is because he didn't know that Luo had such strength at the beginning. Even if he tossed, he didn't have to worry about touching something that shouldn't be touched. But now that he knows that Loya has the strength and talent, there are some things he has to consider. After all, if not handled properly, the magic on Loya is probably dozens of times more troublesome than the problems on Urza. Zero, the end of magic is very imaginable. Don't worry, old man. It's not a good thing to have such a genius in the guild. Gildarts smiled when he saw the worry on Makarov's face. Good thing? It's rare that you don't feel unwilling to lose to Loya at all. Gildarts said with a smile. It would be a lie to say not to worry, but I'm more curious about how many surprises this kid can bring. Loya, unlike other children, there are many unsolved mysteries, but I can feel his heart. Whether it's the desire for magic or the worry about the companions, it's always the same. Aren't Urza and Laxus the best proof? Urza and Laxus. Hearing this, Makarov first meditated twice, then shook his head and smiled wryly. Indeed, it's too early for me to worry. Loya is indeed different, seemingly casual, but firmer than anyone else. My guild president was enlightened by you instead. This is different. The future always belongs to the young wizards. Their future needs the worry of our older generation. Sometimes too much worry is just asking for trouble. Makarov nodded, acknowledging Gildart's words. But in the next second, his eyes froze, and he looked at Gildart badly. Wait, you mean I'm just looking for trouble? Big. Chapter 62. After the examination, Laxus fulfilled the previous bet between the two and took the initiative to tell the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. After listening to the complete magic, Loya went back to turning on the analysis capabilities of the system, ready to parse the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. Start parsing. As the voice fell, the system immediately responded accordingly. Ding. According to the information provided by the subject Laxus, Dreyer, combined with the existing information, we will start the data comparison and extract the magic power of the subject for analysis. The analysis is successful. The magic is a killing attribute, with special effects attached to the attack. Mastering this magic requires 45% of the current mental power and 70% of the magic power. Whether to choose to study, it still needs 45% spiritual power and 70% magic power. Loya was a little surprised to see this consumption comparison. You must know that 850 Dao has learned Natsu's Fire Dragon Slayer magic before this. Although the magic of the two is different, they both belong to the same Dragon Slayer magic. It stands to reason that there should not be so many differences. But after thinking about it for a while, Loya quickly understood the original. Aside from himself, Laxus is undoubtedly the strongest among the many Dragon Slayers, and he is also the one who has the deepest understanding of dragon slaying magic and truly masters the profound meaning of dragon slaying. Even Urza, who has the blood of a dragon, can't compare to this. Although he has obtained the Dragon Slayer magic, Urza's contact time is still too short, and it is not bad to be able to integrate the waste power of the dragon into the attack. Of course, give her some more time to master dragon slaying magic and surpass Laxus sooner or later. Even beyond Gildarts is not impossible. However, with the existence of a system, Loya can save this time and directly master the profound meaning of dragon slaying through learning. Learn. Ding. Start automatic learning now. The next second, when the voice fell, his brain thought began to run rapidly, dismantling and analyzing the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic recorded by Loya, and invisible, his mental and physical strength was also rapidly consumed. Compared with the previous study, this study took a little longer, and the relative feedback was also more. At the same time of analysis and study, it also eliminated the shortcomings of Thunder Dragon Slayer's Magic Star Car. Ding. Finished learning. Have mastered the magic and its magic characteristics. Get magic. Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. Use your own physique to convert the physique of a dragon, with the characteristics of swallowing thunder and lightning, able to absorb the energy of the same attribute, restore physical strength, and enhance strength. Superbrain System. Host. Loya. Brain Development. 45%. Level. Holy 10th Level Mage. Mastered Magic. Space Magic. Light Magic. Fire Dragon Slayer Magic. Thunder Dragon Slayer Magic. Dark Magic. Meditation. Engraving of Magic Circle. Chanting Magic. Psychic Magic. Modeling Magic. Phantom Magic. Stun Magic. Ancient Magic Book, etc. 1% increase. Not bad. The Ultra Brain system is more difficult to develop as it progresses to the back, and at a stage where it has exceeded 40%, it is already commendable to be able to directly improve it by 1%. However, there is also a reason why Laxus exists. Among them, not only magic, but also the experience in cultivation was absorbed. After learning magic, Loya did not stop the systematic analysis, but took in the magic crystal to supplement the magic power, ready to start the deduction, and fuse all the two dragon-slaying magics. Dragon Slayer magic has commonalities, and magic is blended. For example, the future Natsu once swallowed the power of Thunder Dragon and merged the power of Sanjiao. Now Loya has also obtained these two powers. In addition, there is no reason why the Super Brain Assistants cannot be merged. There are currently 3 powers in Loya's body. Normal Magic Power, Dragon Power, Magic Power. Dragon Power and Magic Power are derived from Fire Dragon Slayer Magic and Dark Magic, respectively. Dragon power and magic power. These two powers exist independently from Loya because of its own characteristics, which are incompatible with its own and Loya's magic. The magic power, because it absorbed the Satan devil itself, is not too weak. It is the power of the dragon, the weakest among these three. The reason is that when you need to use this power, you need to transform yourself into a dragon's physique, thereby enhancing the power. Transforming into a special physique is not something that can be accomplished in an instant. It requires long-term cultivation and nurturing. It is precisely because of this that since Loya has mastered this special power, Loya rarely uses this magic. According to Loya's prediction, after the fusion of Thunder Dragon Slayer magic, it should be able to speed up the transformation of dragon power. After replenishing the magic power, crush the invalid crystal, Loya said silently. Play mode is on. Ding. Deduction mode is on. Now start to detect the energy in the host's body. The current energy state is 45%. The energy state is normal. Each database is ready, and the estimated reasonable time is 2 minutes. Thinking boundaries have been broken through. Boom. The thinking beyond the limit fell on Loya. Invisibly, the world was once again transformed into data, and the fusion between magics was fully deduced. The difficulty of magic fusion is much more difficult than magic deduction. Among them, the compatibility of magic, and the possible mutual exclusion between magic should be considered. Especially the fusion of two opposing attributes of magic. The difficulty is many times more complicated. Fortunately, Thunder Dragon Slayer magic and Fire Dragon Slayer magic have different attributes, but they are essentially dragon-slaying magics, both of which belong to the slaughtering system. The fusion between them is not as difficult as he imagined. After waiting for about 10 seconds, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Thunder Dragon Slayer magic, Fire Dragon Slayer magic fusion successfully. Get Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. Lightning Dragon Slayer magic. Used to convert one's own physique into a dragon's physique, with the characteristic of swallowing lightning and flames, able to absorb the energy of the same attribute, restore physical strength, and enhance strength. Acquired feature, a piece of dragon power. Dragon power increases magic power, 3.3 improves physical fitness in all directions, and defense power is greatly improved. Brain development, 46%, a piece of dragon power. The moment he heard the news, Loya's face brightened. Dragon power. The second stage of Dragon Slayer magic has been improved. A special power that can only be activated by raising the Dragon Slayer magic to a certain height. I never wanted to integrate the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic, and directly activated the power of the dragon, and redeveloped the super brain to improve it by 2%. Thinking of Loya, she carefully felt the new magic. This new dragon-slaying spell absorbs the properties of both spells at the same time. At this time, this new Dragon Slayer magic is rapidly transforming all the dragon power of Fire Dragon Slayer magic into its own new dragon power. Its dragon power sovereign is slightly less than the sum of ordinary magic power and incantation power, and the texture is more pure. Chapter 63. If the previous two gave Loya the feeling that two soft threads are flowing in the body, then this new magic at this time is like a sturdy little dragon, slowly turning in the body. He looked at the magic on his system panel again. Sure enough, the options for Fire Dragon Slayer magic and Thunder Dragon Slayer magic disappeared completely, apparently absorbed by the new magic fusion. In less than a few minutes, all Fire Dragon Slayer magic and Thunder Dragon Slayer magic power were transformed into the magic power of new magic, and the total amount of chi in the body was turbulent and abnormal. Since the dragon-slaying magic has also been integrated, it is fortunate that the other magics have also been rearranged. Loya quickly sorted it out. The magic is divided into two parts. Among them, those with great potential magic are summed up together, and the other dispensable magics are together. Along with Loya's selection, the system panel has also undergone some changes. Super Brain System, Host, Loya, Brain Development, 46%. Level, Holy 10th Level Mage, Special Magic, Space Magic, Magic of Light 23, Dragon Killing Magic of Thunder and Flame, Dark Magic. Other magics, Meditation, Magic Circle Engraving, Chanting Magic, Psychic Magic, Modeling Magic, Phantom Magic, stun magic, ancient magic books, etc. Try dragon power. Now that you have obtained magic, it is natural to try it. Previously, because Fire Dragon Slayer's magic was too weak, he didn't even have the interest to give it a try. Now that he has activated the power of the dragon, how could he not try it? As soon as his mind moved, the power of the dragon proceeded, and flames and lightning covered his entire body. Is this a dragon scale? When the power of the dragon was covering it, Loya could see that the power of the dragon was rapidly increasing, and the strength was chasing the Holy Ten, which had surpassed the dark magic power. In addition, there have been some changes in the skin of his body, and a large number of traces like fine lines appear on the surface. The power of dragon transformation. His heart trembled a little. Dragon Slayer magic has the power of transforming dragons. When practiced to the extreme, Dragon Slayer itself can directly transform into a giant dragon. However, this process is extremely long. Among them, it also needs its own strength to reach a very high level in order to stimulate the dragon-slaying magic and let the power of the dragon give birth to the seed of the dragon. Like the Black Dragon King Acnologia, 400 years ago, growing up little by little from an ordinary dragon slayer, slaughtering a large number of dragons and bathing in dragon blood, the reason why it was able to become an unstoppable dragon. In this era 400 years later, the dragon race has withdrawn from the stage of history, but there are not so many giant dragons to kill, and most of the giant dragons left behind are more powerful than imagined. The only way is to absorb many dragon slayer magic. Now that he can transform into dragon patterns by combining two of them, maybe he can transform into a dragon like Acnologia by combining some dragon-killing magic? The power of dragon transformation. In the room of responsiveness, he closed his eyes and adjusted his breath for a while, preparing to continue his research on magic. I have to say that this time I have gained a lot, not to mention getting Thunder Dragon Slayer magic, but also upgrading it to Thunder Flame Dragon Slayer magic to open the power of the dragon, and the strength is further improved. If you play against Gildarts again, you should be able to defeat him directly. Although he passed the S-rank assessment this time, and he successfully became an S-rank mage, there was still a certain gap between him and Gildarts. If you didn't master the space magic yourself, it would be impossible to defeat the opponent. The super powerful smashing magic almost made him dodge it again and again, but now he has the power of the dragon, and he is also qualified to face it. Thinking of this, Loya is ready to start a new attempt. But just when he was about to experiment with magic, he suddenly stopped. The reason is very simple. Within his perception, someone walked into the underground library. This person is none other than Mira Jane. Why did she come? Feeling Mira Jane's waste of power for a moment, Loya was slightly different, and after a few seconds, he walked out of the underground library. No matter what Mira Jane thinks, she is in the underground library now. If she can't find someone, she will definitely make people suspicious, so she should go out and compare. Release the barrier of isolation, the door through which Loya passed silently. During the whole process, Mira Jane didn't notice anything, and when Loya walked behind him, she still didn't notice it at all. I saw her walking gently in the library, as if she was looking for something. After coming out, Loya withdrew the magic barrier and said to Mira Jane, "What are you doing sneaking?" "What?" The sudden sound made Mira Jane's whole body startled, and when she turned around subconsciously, her whole body slammed into the bookshelf on one side. Then, a shocking scene appeared. The knockdown book fell towards the second book, and the second book fell towards the third book in a continuous cycle. After a while, most of the bookshelves in the entire underground library fell down. Seeing this scene, Loya was stunned, and the murderer who caused this series was lying on the ground looking at himself with fear, as if he was the murderer. "Where did you come from?" "I should ask you this," Loya said angrily. Not to mention the sudden appearance in the underground library, but also knocked down all the bookshelves at once, and almost overturned all 850 bookshelves. "Me?" Facing Loya's question, Mira Jane began to falter, her pale face flushed a little, and some dared not look directly at Loya. "I came to find you." "Find me?" Loya was taken aback. The next second suddenly thought of something. "You came to me to learn magic. So you still remember, I thought you forgot." Mira Jane was embarrassed. As early as the beginning, the two had agreed that after the assessment, Loya would teach himself magic. But it's been almost a week since the assessment passed, and Loya still hasn't responded, even hiding in the underground library, unable to come out. In desperation, she could only take the initiative to go there. In fact, Loya doesn't want to be in such a situation. Since he was promoted to S rank, many people wanted to find him to form a team to do the task, including the old man. In order to avoid trouble, he had to hide in the underground library, avoid magic, and get some free time. Speaking of this, Mira Jane remembered one thing. Why did I search for you for a long time? And I searched the entire underground library, but couldn't find your figure. Where did you come from just now? I was experimenting with magic just now, and I set up an isolation barrier. It's normal that you didn't find it. Duh. Chapter 64. Although he built the House of Requirement, it was also a secret base agreed with Urza. Better not to say it without Urza's permission. That's it. Mira Jane wasn't too suspicious about Loya's answer, and her attention soon turned to magic. By the way, I have been practicing meditation according to your request. Now you can teach me magic. Is there any magic that can quickly become stronger and allow me to protect my younger brother and sister? Mira Jane had a look of hope in her eyes. Although she knew that Loya asked her to practice meditation first to consolidate her foundation, but as time passed, her heart grew more and more eager to learn magic. Especially after witnessing the S-rank assessment, his heart became stronger and stronger. She is as strong as Urza, but she doesn't want to lose to a girl of her own age. The magic that gets stronger quickly? This is easy to handle. I have already thought of what magic to teach you. Loya said. What magic? Mira Jane blinked. Loya said, accepting magic can be used to receive the power of monsters or animals, or even demons, and use it for oneself, a kind of magic that rapidly increases one's strength. Receive demon? Does that mean I'm going to be a demon myself? Mira Jane said nervously. In this era, the devil has always been synonymous with evil, terrifying, and cruel, and is feared by all human beings. Although Mira Jane desires power, it does not mean that she wants to become a demon, and she also does not want to use other powers. Looking nervous at Mira Jane, Loya enlightened. Although it is the power of the devil, the power itself has no distinction between good and evil. Only the human heart can truly distinguish between good and evil. If the user's heart is good, then even the power of the devil is the side of justice, and vice versa. If you want to become stronger as soon as possible, and at the same time want to protect your younger siblings, then receiving magic is the quickest way. Of course, it's all up to you to choose, and I won't interfere too much with your thoughts. If you are unwilling to learn this magic, I will also provide you with other magics. Loya said that for this reason, she stopped talking and turned her head to clean up the mess in the underground library. While releasing the psychic magic to restore the fallen bookshelf and the books that fell to the ground, one by one, he waited for Mira Jane's choice. For Mira Jane, Loya will not interfere too much. Even if she didn't choose this spell, he would provide Mira Jane with other spells as a reward for robbing her of the opportunity that originally belonged to her. But if you want to satisfy Mira Jane's request, receiving magic is undoubtedly the best choice. Yes, the best choice. Mira Jane with dark attribute magic is most suitable for receiving magic. If it weren't for his own reasons, the soul of the Satan demon actually belongs to Mira Jane. However, Mira Jane does not have Satan demons, which does not mean that she cannot learn to receive magic. There are demons roaming this world. For example now, Mira Jane is perfectly fine with other demons. In addition to being fit, Loya herself wants her to learn this magic, because he can take this opportunity to enhance the power of his own dark spell. At present, dragon-slaying magic has made a breakthrough, and dark spells should also be improved. Among the magics that Loya has mastered, space magic, light magic, and two major magics have been researched to the limit that he can reach, and the value of continuing research is not much. Dragon Slayer magic requires some specific magic to learn. Only the dark spell has some methods. Of course, it is not directly absorbed by receiving magic. There are too many limitations. It doesn't matter to Mira Jane, but for Loya, who has multiple powers, transforming himself into a demon's body means that he can only use the power of demons. What Loya wanted was to have many spells compatible at the same time, not just the power of one. The best way is to catch Mira Jane's power. After she absorbs the demon, get the demon's spell from her mouth. Although Mira Jane resists a bit, It is undeniable that receiving magic is the only magic that can make her leap in a short time. After a moment, Mira Jane made a choice. I want to learn this magic. Okay, wait for me a moment. I'll see if I can optimize the magic for you. There was a smile on Loya's face. Mira Jane's choice has the same benefit for her, as well as for herself. The system deduces receiving magic. Ding. Make sure that the deduction receives magic, combine the existing information, and now start the data comparison. Extract the magic principle for analysis. To deduce this magic, it takes 20% of the current mental power and 30% of the magic power. Whether to choose deduction. Receiving magic is more common, and Loya naturally understands this magic, but because he doesn't need it much, he doesn't go deep into it. Since she wants to teach Mira Jane magic, Loya naturally can't teach her ordinary receiving magic, at least try to optimize it. With the further development of the superbrain, Loya's thinking ability has reached an astonishing level. In addition to the reason that he has mastered many magics, he can easily optimize any ordinary magic, and some things only need to be solved by the superbrain. Receiving magic is a kind of magic with low entry and high ceiling, and it is not difficult to optimize. In less than a few minutes, the optimization is complete. Ding! The optimization is completed, and fusion magic is obtained. Fusion magic. It can receive the power of monsters for its own use, and as the magic power level increases, the number of received increases synchronously. It's a novelty to integrate magic again. The sudden appearance of fusion magic made Loya a little weird, and he immediately checked the magic principle of fusion magic and quickly understood the reason. The so-called fusion magic actually borrows some of the principles of dragon-killing magic. What's wrong with you? Feeling the further weakening of Loya's magic power, Mira Jane said with some concern when a cold sweat appeared on her forehead. It's nothing. It's just that when modifying the magic, the mind is a bit too much. Just take a rest. Loya said in a weak voice. First learn Thunder Dragon Slayer magic, then deduce Dragon Slayer magic, and now help Mira Jane continue to deduce. Even though Loya has the strength of the 10th level and can restore magic power through waste crystals, the mental consumption cannot be restored by waste crystals. Chapter 65. I improved magic because of me. Looking at the sweat on her forehead, Mira Jane felt a little touched when she heard Loya's words. It is true that she is a bit casual on weekdays, and she also wants to tease herself. Even she is undeniably the most talented and casual person she has ever known. In addition, during this time, she could feel Loya's care for herself. Now I'm spending a lot of energy on myself. Even if the two are companions, the unrequited effort alone is enough to see Loya as a person. Loya Mira Jane pressed her lips, silent for a moment. Why do you help me so much? When she said this, Mira Jane had lowered her head, and the pair of beautiful eyes under her pure white hair became a little more panicked. Help? Loya chuckled. Isn't that normal? You and I belong to the same guild. We are companions. Isn't it normal to help you? And you are also a very talented wizard, and seeing a powerful female wizard in the guild can make Fairy Tail even stronger. Is that so? Such an answer did not surprise Mira Jane, but for some reason she felt an inexplicable loss in her heart. Just when he thought so, he heard Loya continue. 850 of course, as long as you grow up, plus Urza, if the old man has something to do, you don't have to come to me. And if there is any magic in the future, help me collect it. Okay, this guy is still insane. Mira Jane was embarrassed, and she was expecting something in vain. Okay, let's receive magic. Loya opens the ancient magic book magic. Fusion magic is magic that has been improved by the superbrain, and there are no magic books. The quickest way is to pass it directly into Mira Jane's brain through the ancient magic book, as Urza had previously been taught. Ancient magic books are based on brain memory, and improved fusion magic will naturally be in it. Loya quickly found one of the many magic materials. Condensing it into a ball of light that emits soft light and data is constantly flowing on the surface, gently pushes it in front of Mira Jane, points her finger on Mira Jane's brain, and transmits fusion magic into her brain. It took about 3 or 4 minutes for Mira Jane to receive it completely, just to receive it. It will take some time to learn it completely. Mira Jane's situation is different from Urza. See, Urza herself has awakened to magic, so it saves a lot of time, while Mira Jane is only just beginning to get into magic. You stay in the underground library and study hard. I'll go out. If there is anything you don't understand, I'll talk about it when I get back," Loya said to Mira Jane. Now that Mira Jane has started to learn magic, some things are better prepared in advance, such as demons. Although it is certain that Zerif has left behind a lot of demons, it can be found immediately after going out. The best way is to entrust others to find it. The old man is definitely impossible. The last S-rank entrustment made him nervous. If he finds a request to find a demon, he will never agree to himself, so this road is 100 million. However, although the old man said that there is no way out, but Loya is not completely helpless. He knew there was a place where he could do this for him. Mira Jane nodded and agreed, obeying Loya's words and obediently staying in the underground library. Loya nodded with satisfaction, turned and left the underground library. During this time, the atmosphere in the fairy tale guild gradually changed. Because of the birth of two S-rank mages, the reputation of the fairy tale guild has been expanded, and the clients of Deshang have come here to entrust some tasks, some of which are covered in the taskbar. Although it is said that many people came for the name of the master of the Loya magic tool, it also further spread the reputation of the fairy tale guild. During this time, everyone in the guild was so busy that they were either on the way to do tasks or on the way to accept tasks. Of course, with the character of everyone in the guild, it is inevitable that some disasters will be caused when performing tasks. People from Natsu, Gray, and other guilds are not fuel-efficient lamps, and it is not bad to not pay all the bounties earned when performing tasks. Sometimes when the trouble is big, Makarov even needs to come forward. Every 3 days is to go to the Magic Council to wipe the butts of some guild members and solve the follow-up troubles. When Loya walked out of the underground library, there were only a few figures in the entire guild. Those who didn't know it thought that they had gone to the wrong place. However, even though most of the people have left, there are still some people who stay. For example, at the bar, little Lisanna is swiftly serving drinks. Since joining the guild, Lisanna has not been idle and often stays in the guild to help out. For no one reason, Lisanna sat on the table with her head on her hands after serving the wine and sat on the bench shaking her legs boredly. When he saw Loya coming out, the little angel's eyes lit up instantly, and he ran towards Loya with his small legs. "Brother Loya." "Lisanna." The moment he saw Lisanna, a smile appeared on Loya's face, and the little cutie who came running was greeted with a good intimacy, making those big eyes crescent into crescents. "How is it? Are you still used to it?" "Well, the people in the guild are very nice, and Lisanna likes it here." "That's good." Loya was relieved to hear the words, and immediately asked again, "By the way, do you know where the others went? Anyone else?" The president went out after receiving a notice from the council. Brother Elfman and Natsu and Gray went out to do quests. Sister Urza also went out to perform an S-rank quest. The rest of the guild also went out, leaving only Lisanna. One person, Lisanna, said that he slowly lowered his head here, and the agile eyes became a little darker. Lisanna is undoubtedly the youngest among the many new generations of the guild. Although she also learned some magic at this time, she stayed because she was too young. Although Mira Jane is still in the guild, it is a pity that Mira Jane is also learning magic. That's it. Loya looked thoughtful, looking at Lisanna's lonely look, the corners of her mouth raised slightly. Suddenly Loya picked up Lisanna's whole body, put it on his shoulders, and said with a smile, "Since there is no one to play with you, then my brother will accompany you. I just want to go out. Let's go out to play." "Really?" Lisanna's cute eyes suddenly lit up. "Really? Didn't Lisanna say to be my brother's bride? How could my brother let my bride stay here alone? Let's go, Lisanna." "Okay, done." Chapter 66. East of town, the two who walked out of the gate of the Fairy Tale Guild walked directly towards the magic market. Along the way, Loya bought some things for Lisanna from time to time to make fun of, laughing and walking. Looking at the smile on Lisanna's face again, Loya seemed to be infected too. Compared to Natsu, et al., Lisanna is undoubtedly very cute, well-behaved and sensible, and every move is so pitiful that it is difficult to refuse. It's good to take her out to relax. Just looking at it makes people feel happy. It can be said that as long as Lisanna asks, Loya will basically satisfy. Although Lisanna is small, she understands it very well, and she doesn't buy anything when she knows it. More often, Loya sells it to her on her own initiative. The smiles on their faces never stopped. Even so, Loya did not forget the business, and they walked and played along the way. And the two came to the Lucky Business Guild in the most luxurious area of the magic market. Generally speaking, the Sorcerer's Guild is responsible for many things, such as protection, encirclement and suppression, and expulsion. Of course, there are also some magician guilds who will take over such life and death in private for their own interests. Otherwise, the regular guilds recognized by the Magic Council will not touch them. Otherwise, only people from the Dark Guild would do such work as stealing information. But everything has exceptions. There are some things that regular sorcerers can't do that ordinary people can do. Brother Loya, here is that, so beautiful. Walking into the bustling hall, Lisana, who was sitting on Loya's shoulder, was instantly stunned. This is where the Lucky Business Guild specializes in the business of mages. Loya raised his head and looked at himself. The manager of the Chamber of Commerce hurried over and took Lisana off his body. Lisana, I have something to discuss with others later. Will you wait here first? Lisana will stay here well. Lisana nodded obediently. Loya couldn't help rubbing her short hair and walked towards the president of the Chamber of Commerce. The manager of the Chamber of Commerce came closer, bowed to Loya, and said very gentlemanly, Lord Loya, how are you doing? I haven't seen you for a while. I thought you forgot about our Chamber of Commerce. It's okay. It's just a little bit more recently. Loya replied casually, not thanking him for anything, and his attitude was still not cold or indifferent. However, such an attitude still cannot resist the enthusiasm of the Chamber of Commerce manager. You should be talking about the S-level assessment. We already know the news about your promotion to the S-level wizard. Our Lucky Business Guild specially prepared a gift for you, and we plan to send it to you tomorrow. Since you're here now, it's better to give it to you in person. The manager of the Chamber of Commerce clapped his hands in fear. After backing away, a waiter stepped forward, presented a delicate incense-wood box, and opened it gently. The next second, a streamer burst out and illuminated the entire hall, spreading the streamer through the crystal lamp accessories, landing on every corner, making everything seem particularly dreamy. And all of this comes from a colored crystal inside the box. Seeing this colored crystal, Loya's eyes froze for a moment, and he couldn't help but murmur, "This." Seeing Loya's reaction, the manager of the Chamber of Commerce smiled slightly, and Luo introduced it instead. Our Chamber of Commerce carefully selected this gift for you. At first, I wanted to give you an S-rank secret treasure, but considering your status as a magic tool master, I thought it was not bad, so I gave up. Coincidentally, after hearing that someone sold a precious treasure, we spent 500 million to acquire this thing. Are you satisfied with this Dragon Slayer crystal? That's right. The crystal in front of him is not an ordinary magic crystal, but a dragon-killing magic crystal. Dragon Slayer crystal, the magic power of the dragons is gathered, and the power and magic of the dragon can be directly obtained after transplanting the Dragon Slayer crystal. In Loya's impression, the number of Dragon Slayer crystals that appeared in the entire fairy tale world from beginning to end was only 11. Excluding that guy from God's Arena, who is a shitluck guy. In fact, there are only 4 Dragon Slayer crystals, which are extremely rare and can be called the existence of top-secret treasures. Loya did not expect that one would be placed in front of him now. Loya, who has awakened the power of the dragon, can be sure that this Dragon Slayer crystal is genuine. Although the Lucky Business Guild is considered a top business guild in the Kingdom of Fiori, Loya was deeply surprised even if it was so generous. 4 flowers. Wei Wei said an odd number of seconds, and Loya withdrew his gaze and looked at the messenger. Dragon Slayer crystal is not a simple thing. It can make people become Dragon Slayer and master ancient magic. What are you planning to do? Your Excellency Loya, you don't need to take such precautions. You have been trading with the Lucky Business Guild for several years. Besides, you are still a master of magic tools. It is normal to give you a Dragon Slayer crystal. The manager of the Chamber of Commerce saw the wariness in Loya's eyes and continued to speak. In this regard, Loya said impatiently, "To be honest, I don't like these twists and turns. If it's too troublesome, even if this Dragon Slayer crystal is very precious, I can only refuse it. There is never a free lunch in the world." Loya doesn't think that the people of the Lucky Business Guild will not know the value of the Dragon Slayer crystal, so giving it to herself must be the purpose of existence. Like the previous gift of the gold card, it is bound to be profitable. It is true that Loya likes this thing, but if it gets into some trouble, he would rather buy it by buying it, or just give it up. After all, he is a member of the regular guild. It is obviously very inappropriate to directly snatch something, and he still has this professional ethics. And quietly studying magic is the life he pursues. Facing Loya's straightforward words, the manager of the Chamber of Commerce could not have imagined it, let alone that Loya would be able to resist the temptation of the Dragon Slayer crystal. For a time, the face of the Chamber of Commerce manager became more flustered. As Loya said, he did give this magic crystal for a special purpose. For this reason, they spent nearly 500 million to acquire this dragon crystal and prepared to give it to Loya to establish a friendship. If it was not sent, it would be a big loss for them. They are businessmen, and businessmen are mostly ordinary people. Although the Dragon Slayer crystal is extremely precious, it is only limited to mages and is of no use to ordinary businessmen like them. After all, only the best use of things can reflect the value of dragon crystals. Even after that, they could turn it around and make some money, but it's far less precious than Loya's friendship. Big. Chapter 67. Okay, let's step back. Lord Loya is not as vulgar as you think. When I thought that the manager of the Chamber of Commerce was about to explain out loud, I saw another man walking over. Before the person arrived, the loud voice had already passed over, and the voice was full of the majesty of the superior, which made a business manager consciously give up the solution. This is also a man in his 30s or 40s. Wearing a black suit, his face is neat, with blonde hair and a big back, a typical upper-class elite. It stands to reason that Loya should not know each other, but the moment he saw the other party, he felt inexplicably familiar, but he couldn't remember it. You are. At this time, the business manager answered for Loya. Your Excellency Loya, please allow me to introduce to you. This is the chairman of the Heartfilia Business Group, Jude Heartfilia. I heard the news that you were promoted to the S-rank Mage. 850 came to Magnolia specially. It was him. After hearing the business manager's answer, Loya finally knew where this inexplicable sense of familiarity came from. Heartfilia, Lucy's family. Jude Heartfilia, who was Lucy's father, was 6 years before it all started, and Jude Heartfilia looked rather young. No wonder Loya recognized it. Often wandering in the magic market, Loya has also occasionally heard of the Heartfilia family, a well-known business group in the Kingdom of Fiori, specializing in the business of magic tools. It is not difficult to imagine that the other party finds his own purpose. Hello, Your Excellency Loya. I've heard of your name very early in Zyjid Heartfilia, so it's not surprising that you came in a hurry. At this time, Joda walked forward, and a very gentleman saluted Loya and said, waving his finger at the dragon crystal, I recently learned the news that you were promoted to S-rank Mage. This Dragon Slayer crystal is a gift from me. You can accept it with confidence. Our Heartfilia will not make any demands on you. Send me directly? Loya was a little surprised. Although he didn't know the exact price of the Dragon Slayer crystal, it was a bit unexpected for him to send them directly like this. That's right. This is the gift that you and I met back then, and I hope you don't mind. Advertisement, Jude said respectfully. Loya didn't answer, but asked instead, what do you have to do with me? If Lucky Business is also affiliated with the Heartfilia Business Group? According to what I know, it shouldn't be. Jude did not expect that Loya would suddenly ask such a question, but he still told the truth. The Lucky Business is not owned by the Heartfilia Business Group. It's just that I used to work here when I started, and I have accumulated some friends. There is also cooperation between the two parties. I asked them to find Your Excellency Loya. To be honest, this time I found Your Excellency Loya for something. And you also know that we are the Heartfilia Business Group, which is a business of magic tools. This time, we, Heartfilia, want to hire you to become the superclass magic tool master of our business group with 1 billion J magic materials a year. In addition, we would like to ask you to help build 5 space magic tools. These magic tools we will buy the device at the highest price in the market. Of course, if you plan to refuse, we Heartfilia will not say anything, and this Dragon Slayer crystal will also be given to you. I don't know how you feel. Compared to Lucky's business manager, Jude is undoubtedly more honest. Not only did he tell everything truthfully, but he was even willing to give away the Dragon Slayer crystal. Even Loya can't compare this financial power. Of course, The premise is that he is willing to sell a large number of space magic tools. Otherwise, he will really compare to lawyers with few people with limited financial resources. This is the reason for the detached status of the master of magic tool. Even if Joda is sitting on the Heartfilia business group, facing Loya is still the reason why he has to beg for mercy in a low voice. However, the Dragon Slayer crystal worth 500 million was sent out at once, which can also be seen from the side of Joda's sincerity. 500 million J is not something everyone can do. In fact, Joda also thought so. At present, the Heartfilia business group has been established for several years and has developed into a certain scale. However, due to the time period of creation and the lack of background, it is not so simple for the business group to continue to expand. Under such circumstances, Joda could only find another way and was going to find a magic tool to build a batch of excellent magic tools to enhance the reputation of Heartfilia's discussion. In fact, Joda knew about Loya for a long time. Advertisement, however, due to the fact that the Heartfilia business group was established shortly after the discussion, the funds were weak, and there was no ability to contact, but now the Heartfilia business group has enough wealth. For this reason, he specially entrusted the merchants he had worked with to contact Loya. Considering the identity of Loya's magic tool master, he doesn't care about the amount of money. Joda used 1 billion materials as a reward and attached a Dragon Slayer crystal in exchange for Loya's favor. Joda believed that the magic tool master could refuse to accept the money, but he couldn't refuse to accept the magic materials worth 1 billion. It's a pity that Joda still miscalculated. Loya made a magic tool, but he made a magic tool to improve the understanding of magic. No matter whether it is magic materials or money, there is no temptation for him at all, and it is not as real as a few magic books. After a moment of contemplation, Loya spoke slowly. Even if you hire me, I'm used to being free, and I don't like being confined to one place, so I can't agree to your request. Hearing Loya's words, Joda's face, who was full of confidence before, also changed slightly, and his eyes became more panic. Are you not thinking about it? If the price you raise is not enough, we can negotiate again. How about 1.5 billion? Isn't 2 billion impossible? Joda increased his weight layer by layer, but Loya still shook his head. This is the reason for the price. It's just that I don't want to be constrained. When he said this, Loya's voice suddenly raised. If you don't have to build 5 magic tools in 3.3, I can promise you, and you can exchange them for Dragon Slayer magic crystals for the cost. Loya doesn't care about the material, but he doesn't mind the Dragon Slayer crystal, and it can even be said that the more the better. As for the 5 magic tools, it can be said that they have paid back the dragon-killing magic crystal. Dragon Slayer crystal? Joda was overjoyed when he heard the previous words, but his face instantly became depressed when he heard the latter words. Not to mention the high price of Dragon Slayer crystal. Even if you have money, it is difficult to buy. It is not the reason for more money and less money. It requires manpower and material resources. Presenting Loya's Dragon Slayer crystal, he also spent a lot of effort to find one. Seeing Jude's difficulty, Loya continued. Don't worry, if you don't have it, you can replace it with materials. It's no problem if you think about it. Chapter 68. The transaction between the two parties is established. Although it is not sure whether the other party can provide the Dragon Slayer crystal, but you can also try it out, and by the way, you can also ask the other party to help find the trace and information of the demon. As for the 5 magic tools, they are Loya's present gift of this dragon-killing magic crystal. Anyway, making a magic tool is already easy for him. It just takes a little time. Free things have always been the most expensive, and Loya doesn't want to get involved. Joda also knew Loya's plan, but he didn't dare to say anything. It's good that Loya can agree to his request. What more can he dare to ask for? After discussing the matter, Loya waved his hand lightly, took the Dragon Slayer magic crystal presented by Joda into his own space, and turned away contentedly. Lisana, let's go back. Lisana, who had been waiting obediently, ran over and took the initiative to hold Loya's hand, and the two returned to the guild together. However, it is rare to come out for a trip, and the two naturally won't go back so quickly. Loya took Lisana to the most expensive restaurant, and the two had a good meal. Although there is plenty of food in the room, including Loya's accompanying space is also stored in a part of bread, dried meat, and so on. Most of these breads are 23 dry and dry. The taste is very ordinary, at most to fill the hunger. There is nothing better than a hot and delicious seafood meal, and every time you go out, Loya will enjoy it and go back. The two directly filled a large table of food. Although most of the food went into Loya's belly, Lisena also had a round belly. After paying the money, the two walked out of the restaurant very satisfied. Considering that Lisena was just full, Loya didn't continue to pick her up. The two walked slowly like this and returned to the guild after a long time of work. However, when they returned to the guild, they saw an unexpected figure standing in front of the guild gate looking left and right, not knowing who they were looking for. "Old man, when did you come back?" That's right, the figure in front of him is Makarov. The moment he saw it, Loya was a little surprised. It stands to reason that the current Makarov should be the Magic Council. Why did he suddenly come back? From the appearance, it seems to be very anxious. As soon as he finished speaking, Makarov also seemed to have discovered something. The moment he saw Loya, his eyes lit up like a hungry wolf, and he rushed straight towards him. Seeing this, both Loya and Lisena couldn't help but take a few steps back. "Old man, what are you doing? Stinky boy finally found you. I'm going crazy looking for you." Makarov, who came over, said panting. "Find me?" Hearing this, Loya's face was stunned for a moment. Then he remembered something, looked at Makarov cautiously, and said, "I haven't troubled you recently, have I? You can't take all the blame on me." "What did you say?" "I'm looking for you in a hurry." "I see." Loya breathed a sigh of relief. Just now he thought it was the matter of looking for demons being exposed, but he was still so nervous, it turned out not to be. But even so, Loya was not completely relieved, and said cautiously, "By the way, why are you looking for me? Shouldn't you be looking for me to do a task? You should just die." Being able to make the old man rush like this, in Loya's opinion, nothing good will happen, so it's better to refuse before taking the other party's mouth. Not a mission thing, but other things. Hearing Loya's guarded face, Makarov said angrily, "Not a mission? What is it?" "It's about the Magic Council." "Magic Council?" Loya was suddenly a little stunned. "Myself doesn't seem to destroy anything. I'm not like Natsu and the others who often sabotage. They are in a place like the underground library every day. Why are they suddenly involved in the Magic Council? Is it wrong to stay at home? Don't think about it so much. I'm here this time for something important. This time at the regular meeting of the president, the Magic Council is going to re-evaluate the guild level. This time you come with me." Sorcerer's Guild rating? And such a thing. Hearing this news, even Loya was a little different. He knew that mages and magic tools were graded, but he didn't expect that the Mages Guild also had grades. Although Loya likes to read books, it does not mean that he reads all books. He will not even look at books without them, because it is just a waste of time. It's really rare. I didn't expect there to be things that you didn't know. Makarov saw Loya's puzzlement and habitually sneered, but still explained it for Loya. The Mage Guild rating is held every once in a while and is used to divide the guild rankings. It is derived from the guild mage under the hand, and each guild needs to send an S-rank mage to participate in the evaluation. Cough. Loya nodded, and the next second was full of disgust. "The only thing that has to be me. Is it okay not to go?" As far as he knew, the Magic Council was far away, and it would take more than 10 days to go back and forth. "Right now I still have a lot of things to do, but I don't have time to waste on it." Loya resisted, but Makarov was harder. This time, "You have no right to refuse, you have to go." "Why? Uncle can't do it. He is a super S-class wizard, he can't go well." Loya questioned. Guildarts left early, took a mission and set off again. "So fast." Loya rolled her eyes. "I remember that I gave him the magic tool before I studied magic. Why did it run away so quickly?" "What about Urza?" "Urza is fine. She's in S-rank now." The 850 Loya somewhat brazenly pulled out the Urza block. "No way, because he really doesn't want to go out. With enough magic and food, he can even go out all year. You're too embarrassed to mention Urza." Makarov gave Loya a serious look. "You know that the current Urza performs tasks every day after becoming an S-rank mage. But it's better for you to be the same after your promotion. As long as you have half of Urza's efforts, I don't need to worry so much." Tear. Why does this sentence always feel inexplicably familiar, as if I have heard it somewhere? Hearing this, Loya was completely speechless and could only scratch his head and smirk. "I'm not studying magic, by the way, and Laxus, he also has the strength of an S-class mage. Before Loya could finish speaking, Makarov waved his hand to interrupt and said with a serious face, Okay, I don't want to hear your explanation this time. You must participate, and you must participate seriously. This time the counselors will also come to supervise. If you are lucky, you may not be able to see the counselors and be selected as a candidate for the holy 10th level Great Wizard. I didn't know that Loya was secretly improving his strength before, and he was worried that he would be in danger if he was not strong enough to go out. So he let him go. Now that I know, Makarov can say anything that could mess up Loya. Chapter 69. Hey. This time, Makarov's attitude was simple. What Loya said, he ignored it. Leaving a sentence and asking him to follow him tomorrow, he won't care about anything. In this regard, Loya could only sigh helplessly and then return to the underground library. At this time, Mira Jane was still learning fusion magic. After hearing the movement of the door, she opened her tightly closed eyes and looked at Loya, who was walking slowly and listlessly. Seeing this, Mira Jane asked, What's the matter? Is it because of the president? Before Loya was away, Makarov searched the underground library and asked Mira Jane. After a little thought, Mira Jane knew that it was related to the scowl on Loya's face. Hey. Hearing this, Loya sighed and told everything just now. After listening to it, Mira Jane was also deeply surprised. Magic Council assessment. That is, you want to represent Fairy Tail in the competition. That's pretty much what it means. Loya casually found a place to lie down and rest, rubbing her brows with her fingers, a trace of tiredness on her face. From the deduction to the present, he has not rested and even went out. Although his magic power and stomach can be replenished, his mental power cannot be recovered quickly. Having said that, Loya remembered Sure and continued. By the way, I have already arranged for your affairs, and there will be news in time, but I want to wait until I come back from the Magic Council to talk about it. You don't seem to like going out. Don't you want to take advantage of this opportunity to become a 10 Wizard Saints? Mira Jane was puzzled. During this time, Mira Jane had a general understanding of some things in the magical world, and she was very aware of the weight of the title of 10 Wizard Saints. 10 Wizard Saints, after extensive screening by the Magic Council, were awarded to the 10 best wizards on the continent, and were regarded as the highest honor by wizards. Once selected, the status will change dramatically. Makarov is one of them. It is precisely because of his special status that even though the Fairy Tail Guild violated several violations and should have been disbanded, the guild was maintained by virtue of his identity as 10 Wizard Saints. One can imagine the aloof status of the 10 Wizard Saints. It stands to reason that this should be sought after by countless people, but judging from Loya's reaction, it is abnormally disgusting. You don't understand for a long time. Loya lay on the pile of books, holding a new book over her face. The light ink fragrance and paper fragrance are mixed together. Smelling this familiar smell, Loya's whole brain is relaxed, and the mental exhaustion is relieved a little. S-rank mages, 10 Wizard Saints, etc. are just empty names. What's good? Isn't it tiring to fight so much? What 10 Wizard Saints? Give it to me or not? Loya is very clear. Although 10 Wizard Saints have many privileges, including some special priorities, they also need to bear some responsibilities. For example, the crusade against the Dark Guild, the maintenance of order in the magic world, the eradication of hidden forces, etc. are too numerous to mention. There are a lot of troublesome things, and Loya is too lazy to participate. Is it bad to stay in the guild? It's just that Loya didn't know that his seemingly random words brought a great shock to Mira Jane, who was listening. Like Urza, although only 13 or 14 years old, both of them have experienced darkness. Urza escaped from the land of sin, and Mira Jane is burdened with the responsibility of taking care of Elfman and Lysana, and her mind is undoubtedly more mature than her peers Mira Jane. Looking back on the first time we met, Loya gave her the first feeling of being mysterious, proud, and powerful. The arrogant attitude and the evil character made her unable to resist getting angry. But after joining the guild, through the mouths of other companions, this realization happened. In her eyes, Loya is no longer so arrogant. Although she likes to tease girls occasionally, making people want to do it, she is friendly and friendly. Any companion who asks him for help, he will never refuse. Even if it was his extremely self-willed request, Loya chose to help himself, and even improved his magic and arranged the follow-up in order to help her. She thought she knew what Loya was like, but now it seems that what I found and what I saw was only superficial. Although Loya has great strength, he doesn't like fighting and would rather be misunderstood and stay in the underground library to study magic in obscurity. This state of mind is simply beyond her comparison. At least, being able to ignore the title of Holy Tin sought after by the magic world, Mira Jane believes that she can't do it. For a time, Mira Jane suddenly couldn't understand Loya, although the two were very close now, but couldn't understand each other's true desire at all. Just when Mira Jane was thinking wildly and couldn't practice magic at all, a sound of even breathing suddenly sounded, diverting her attention. Looking up, I saw Loya lying on the pile of books, and I didn't know when he had fallen asleep with a book covered. Obviously, because of mental exhaustion, he couldn't resist falling asleep. Although possessing a variety of magics, it does not mean that Loya can be completely immune to mental exhaustion, and it is necessary to rest when it is time to rest. Seeing this scene, Mira Jane's mind was moved. She tiptoed and walked over quietly, lifted the book covered by it. Mira Jane rarely saw Loya's face when she was quiet. Under the light of the faint magic crystal wall lamp, the black hair looks extraordinarily dark and thick. With delicate facial features with a touch of handsomeness, her skin is white but not rosy, and with clean and simple clothes, Loya lying on the pile of books is obviously extraordinarily elegant. At this point, even Mira Jane couldn't deny Loya's handsomeness. I didn't pay attention to it on weekdays. I didn't expect this guy to look good. Qian Li's. Looking at such a handsome Loya, Mira Jane's heart chords seemed to be touched slightly, and she leaned over gently, wanting to observe closely. Suddenly, an unexpected voice came from behind. "Sister Mila, what are you doing?" Snapped. The sudden sound made Mira Jane's hand tremble instantly, and the book in her hand smashed directly into Loya's face, and then slipped down. Her tightly closed eyes opened instantly. At this moment, two pairs of eyes, for eyes are looking at each other at close range at this moment. For almost an instant, Loya could see Mira Jane, who was already flushed, blushing again. From the neck to the cheeks, even the roots of the ears, and even invisible, a white steam could be seen rising from Mira Jane's head. "What are you doing? You didn't see anything." Before Loya finished speaking, Mira Jane picked up the book again and put it on Loya's face. Chapter 70. Lee Senna, why did you come down suddenly? He peeped at Loya, but was caught by Lee Senna at this time, and also woke Loya up by the way. At this time, Mira Jane was almost ashamed that she wanted to burrow into the ground, but in view of the current situation, she could only fool Lee Senna first. As for Loya, I'll find a way later. Hearing her sister's words, Lee Senna, who was still curious, was immediately distracted. I came to play with Brother Loya. Lee Senna is boring. Loya accompanied her to go out to play, but when she returned to the guild, she was alone again, so she couldn't help sneaking into the underground library and thinking about Loya's play, and never thought that she just happened to bump into this scene. "So, what the hell is your sister doing? Why is your face?" "No, nothing." Mira Jane hurriedly interrupted again, for fear that Lee Senna would say something she shouldn't have said. "It's not just discussing magic with your brother Loya. Lee Senna, you go up to my sister later, and then go up to accompany you." Good. Hearing that there was something to discuss, the sensible Lee Senna was very obedient. During this process, Loya wanted to say something, but was soon forced back by Mira Jane's amazing murderous aura. It wasn't until after seeing Lee Senna leaving that Loya spoke with Yuchi. "What were you doing just now?" "Why 850? To be honest, Loya didn't fall asleep completely just now, just took a nap, and was still very conscious of something. Mira Jane's every move, he is watching. Even if it is really early to go to bed, the super brain will remind him whenever someone is approaching. But it is rare to encounter such a fun thing. How can Loya break it all at once?" When asked by Loya, Mira Jane's snow-white face was so red that she couldn't get any more red, as if she could squeeze out moisture with a single touch. What are you doing? I was just curious about the book you put on your face. Don't think about it. I'll go to Lee Senna." Seemingly unable to bear Loya's gaze, Mira Jane ran out in a panic. Monument. The door was closed, and Loya was the only one left in the underground library. Reaching out his hand to pick up the magic book that fell on the ground, Loya stood up and looked towards the door, sniffing the faint fragrance left by Mira Jane, a slight smile on the corner of his mouth, and then a little annoyed. It's a pity. It would be better if it lasted longer. Forget it. There will always be opportunities in the future. Let's sleep first, and then there will be some busyness. So he turned around and went to sleep in the room of responsiveness, where he was not disturbed. As for the Dragon Slayer crystal, let's talk about it later. Time is short. The time of the day passed, and Loya slept until noon the next day. He slept very deeply this night. After he developed his brain for more than 10 years, he only needed a short rest to recover to his full state. It is conceivable that yesterday's continuous deductions had consumed him enormously. However, Loya slept comfortably, but Makarov was so anxious that he searched the entire guild and couldn't find Loya. It's fine as usual, and if you're late, you'll get a scolding from the congressman at most. You must know that today is about the raiding of the Sorcerer's Guild. At this time, the counselor is dissatisfied, but if the counselor makes a move on the raiding, it will be over. Makarov kicked open the door of the underground library with one kick and rushed towards Loya hurriedly. This made Loya, who had just woken up and walked out of the room of requirement, stunned for a while. "Stinky boy, where are you hiding? I can't find you anywhere." "Forget it. Come with me first if you have no time." "What are you doing, President? Even if you're in a hurry to go to the Magic Council, it won't be like this." "Stop talking nonsense. What time are you looking at? And you are still dragging me here. Come with me." Makarov hugged Loya directly and rushed out the door. "Wait, I haven't had breakfast yet." "What to eat? And what to eat for breakfast at noon? I'll talk to the council with me first." "CD. Okay, everyone is here. Hurry up, don't dawdle." Pulled by Makarov, the two of them hurried out of the gate. Before Loya wanted to say anything, Makarov caught up with the three of them and set off towards the city where the Magic Council is located in a small magic airship. The magic airship travels very fast, but can't stand the distance is too far apart. Magic Council, a central city in the middle of Ishgar. Although the Fairy Tale Guild is located in the eastern part of the Kingdom of Fiori, it still takes a lot of time to get there from the kingdom in the westernmost region. It took almost 10 days to drive at full speed before arriving at the city where Magic Council is located. This is a super city. Looking around, the endless buildings and streets are many times grander than Magnolia. Above the sky, magic airships come and go to transport goods from all over the continent, and the prosperity is visible to the naked eye. From time to time, you can see the personnel in charge of patrols walking up and down in ultra-small magic airships and checking the cargo ships passing by, and magicians can be seen everywhere. With just one glance, Loya can feel the magic here for the heroes of the whole city. This is a truly magical city. Suddenly, the moment he saw this city, Loya's mind suddenly had a feeling that it would be good to come out occasionally. "All right," Makarov explained. After arriving in the city, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, in a hurry, he still did not forget to remind Loya. "Next, just go directly to the Magic Council. By the way, don't think about running around. This is the place of the Magic Council. There are patrols of the council everywhere. If you get into trouble, it will be very troublesome." "It hurts me a lot when you talk like that, old man. Do I look like the kind of person who makes trouble?" Loya protested. "It's rare to travel far away, not to mention, this time it's for help, and it's too human rights to even look at it. You don't cause trouble, but every time you cause trouble, it's not small." To this, Makarov nodded calmly. To this day, he has not forgotten the image of Loya humiliating himself a few years ago, and when he arrived at the new land, he ran away without seeing anyone without looking too closely. It's okay to be in Magnolia Town. Now it's in the Magic Council's borders, and everything will kill Loya. Loya. To provide patrol review, several people took a small magic airship into the city. A few minutes later, a mountain peak in a prosperous city could be seen in front of several people, and an extremely imposing palace on the mountain peak was their destination. Magic Council, the highest power center of the Ishgar continent. Chapter 71. At this time, the magic airship passed through the defensive barrier, and the two successfully arrived at the Magic Review headquarters. "Makarov, I didn't expect you to be so short after not seeing you for so many years." When several people arrived, a magic airship had also arrived on the other side. It was a medium-sized magic airship with red as its main tone. The hull is covered with sturdy armor, with holes for more than a dozen cannons in the middle, and two huge snakes flow from the stern to the bow, which is extraordinarily imposing. There were also two figures standing on the airship, one short, one tall. The short one was an old woman, and the tall one was a bald man with a strong body and a scepter. Mother Uba. Seeing the guild seals on the two of them, Loya instantly recognized each other's identity. Lamia Scale, President Uba Baba Zhangma, member Juranikis. Fairy Tale and Scales of Snake Princess are both guilds belonging to the Kingdom of Fiori, and they are relatively close to each other. As soon as she arrived at Uba, her mother-in-law sneered unceremoniously, which made Loya's heart skip a beat while standing beside Makarov. Height is a pain in Makarov's life. Even he dare not touch it. But to Loya's surprise, Makarov said calmly, "Uba, you too, with old arms and legs. It's not good to stand so high and hold it." Loya's mouth twitched a few times. Good guy. The first few seconds he just said me, and the next second he scolded me first. The old man's words seemed to be caring, but they were actually cynical. What are you talking about, stinky old man? Can't you be sweeter like Loya? That's what I am. Do you have an opinion, old lady? All right. Seeing that the two old men, who are almost 200 years old together, are about to continue arguing, they maturely and prudently pulled up and stepped forward to persuade them. Okay, let's stop arguing. This is the Magic Council after all. After he finished speaking, his eyes also shifted to Loya. Loya, long time no see. Your Excellency, I heard news from you recently. Congratulations on your promotion to S-rank mage. Loya scratched her head when she heard the words, a little embarrassed. I said don't call me like that. Just call me by my name. And I've only just been promoted, so it's nothing. Lord Loya is still too modest. La shook his head and said, even if you haven't been promoted to an S-rank mage, the status of a mage master is enough. The two guilds are old friends, and Malan naturally knows Loya himself, and the scepter in Jura's hand was made by Loya for him. Of course, the relative pullback gave a piece of soil modeling magic, which won Loya's heart. Therefore, the two have a gap of 10 years, but they have a good friendship. Due to the early days, RA has not yet become a 10 wizard saints. By the way, why are you so late? Loya asked. He and the old man had already set off late enough, but they didn't expect the scales of the Snake Princess to be later than them. Ladeo, it was delayed for a while before coming. It's getting late. Let's go first. The other guild presidents are probably already there early. Speaking of this, although Makarov and Uba mother-in-law did not delay each other, but when they heard Wila's words, the two snorted coldly and walked towards the main hall. Stepping on the red carpet and passing through the grand gate of the palace, the field of vision is instantly widened. This is a stately hall. The walls on both sides of the splendid hall are inlaid with a large number of magic crystal wall lamps, and the stone pillars that are enough to hug each other are erected in the center to support the entire hall. There is a huge rectangular table in the middle of the stone pillar, and more than 10 chapters of chairs are placed beside the table. Each chair is printed with different guild icons, corresponding to different guilds. At this point, these chairs are almost full. When Loya and the others came, everyone's eyes shifted, some were silent, and some warmly greeted them. Makarov, you brat is finally here. Pony, long time no see, do you miss me? Turning around, a greasy man in a pink vest and a very wild man in a hat walked over. The moment Makarov, who had been depressed before, looked at the two of them, his eyes lit up. Bob, Goldmine, you guys are here too. That's right, these two were once Makarov's teammates. The two later left the guild and formed a new guild on their own. Because of the busy work in the position of the president, the exchanges between them are much less, and basically they only meet once at the regular meeting of the president. 4 flowers. But even so, the friendship between them is still very good. After all, they are all from the same guild. As Bob and Goldmine approached, the two also noticed Loya standing beside them, and their eyes were slightly different. Hey Makarov, is this the one you brought? Where's Gildarts? Why didn't he come? I thought you brought back the strongest Gildarts in your guild at the Mage Guild rating meeting. Aren't you afraid of capsize in the gutter? Between each other's guild, they also understand some things, not to mention a famous wizard like Gildarts. Considering the situation this time, each guild brought the strongest magician from its own guild. It stands to reason that Makarov should bring guild arts, but he didn't expect to meet other people. If it is only this, it is fine, but the point is that Loya is too young. 0. Guild arts has a mission, so he didn't come this time. But it's the same for Loya, who passed the guild arts test a few days ago and became an S-rank mage. Speaking of which, Makarov also introduced Loya to 2 former companions. Loya? He is Loya. The moment they heard this, the 2 of them froze, and the next second their voices increased a few syllables, attracting more attention for a while. Loya, is that the rumored master of magic tools? Master of magic tools? This age is too young. I heard that he has been staying in the fairy tale guild and never showed up. I didn't think he was a powerful wizard, but I didn't expect it to be a child. In the hall, almost everyone's eyes shifted. The reason is very simple. Just take a good look at what Loya, the master of magic tools, looks like. Since the creation of the space ring, Loya has become famous, but due to the reason that Loya stays in the underground library every day, he never does the task. Most people know the name, but they don't know what Loya really looks like. However, like Bob and Goldmine, the moment they saw Loya, their faces were different. According to their ideas, the master of the magic tool should be a very old man with a serious face, but he didn't expect to be such a young boy, and he will never be more than 15 years old in appearance. This is a bit too young. Big. Chapter 72. The uncontrollable exclamation sounded constantly at the president's meeting. Seeing this situation, Makarov also looked happy. Although he knew that he was amazed by Loya's youth and success as the guild president, he was more or less glamorous. Loya, your excellency looks like you are very popular. You don't need to be so modest. The accompanying RA also said to Loya with a smile. But I don't think so. Loya is helpless. It's true that mages crave prestige, but he sees them as nothing more than trouble. He didn't want to go out to do missions, and one of them was because of that, where too much prestige attracted attention. Shocked, Bob leaned forward and leaned on Loya's side, and said clearly, "Are you just Loya? I'm Bob, the president of Blue Pegasus. You guys will be good friends. Why don't you consider coming to our Blue Sky 850 horse, a good boy like you? There will be many beautiful women, child. What's so good about you, Blue Pegasus? Come to me, Quattro Cerberus. Men should yearn for the wild. You come to our Quattro Cerberus. When I abdicate in the future, the position of president will be yours. How about it?" Seeing that Bob was about to pull Loya, Goldmine wouldn't fall. Although Makarov, who had been complacent before, suddenly became nervous. Hey, forget about leaving the guild in the first place. Don't dig the corners of our guild now. It took me a long time to cultivate such an excellent wizard. If you take it away, I will fight with you. Although Makarov is sure that Loya's character will not change jobs, he can't stand the high price given by Bob and Goldmine. As soon as these words came out, they were instantly despised by both of them. Do you want to face when you talk? Don't we know your situation? By the way, when did you know how to make magic tools? Makarov said unconvinced. Listen, can't you support silently behind your back? Thank you for the kindness of the 2 presidents. I'm fine now, and I don't want to stand up. Facing the invitations of the 2 guild leaders, Loya refused without hesitation. Not to mention the background of the guild. If he really dared to change jobs, her Lady Queen would definitely tear him apart after returning, and then bring him back to the guild. Considering the small life that I have arrived, although I am a little moved, it is better to refuse. Hearing this, Makarov was slightly relieved, and then smiled proudly at Bob and Goldmine. Look, Loya isn't like you 2 traitors, and I'm sure he won't leave Fairy Tale. Forget it. Well, it's not like I didn't see your appearance just now, obviously nervous to death. Goldmine mercilessly exposed Makarov's hypocritical face. Seeing this, the presidents also burst into laughter. By the way, how long have you guys been talking? Just as a few people were chatting first, suddenly an extremely disgusting voice came from. Following the direction from which the voice came, looking up, a wretched middle-aged man in a purple robe and a purple magic hat walked slowly. On his chest, he wears the silver-white aegis of the 10 wizard saints, the same as Makarov. Late guy, still chatting so arrogantly and leaving everyone aside. Is this the style of the Fairy Tale Guild? It must be too slack. With his appearance, a faint dark purple magic power emerged around the air, which was disgusting. Is this the president of Phantom Lord? After 6 years, there is still a big difference in appearance and memory. But there are only a few 10 wizard saints, plus the unique dark magic. It is not difficult to guess their identity after a little exclusion. The president of the Phantom Lord Guild, Jose Porla. In addition to Jose, there was also a blindfolded man with his hands folded, not surprisingly, Arya, one of the 4 elements. The moment he saw Jose, Makarov showed a rare expression of disgust. The president's regular meeting hasn't started yet, so it's okay to be an old friend, Jose. It's nothing. It's just that I'm not happy with your arrogant attitude. Jose said grimly. It's better than some people acting in the dark. Who are you calling a sinister villain? It is rare for the 2 guild presidents to face each other in public. After all, they are all regular guilds, and there are magic councils pressing them on them. They have to give magic council face more or less, and basically there will be no cases of tearing their faces. However, there are exceptions. The Fairies Guild and the Phantom Lord have been at odds with each other not once or twice. As early as the very beginning, the Phantom Lord's own guild was established for the Fairy Tale Guild. Over the years, this grievance has lasted for more than 100 years. Loya didn't speak, just stood by and watched silently, like a melon eater. The Phantom Lord Guild and the Fairy Tale Guild did not deal with each other, but this time he was just here to make up the number of people, and it would be better not to interrupt the conversation between the guild leaders. This is because it is one of the focus, and it is not good to attract attention. Just because Loya can sit still doesn't mean other people can sit still. Don't you need to stop it? No, you don't know. Goldmine was holding a glass of wine, and the handsome ruffian said casually, every time the president's regular meeting they will quarrel. We have long been used to it. If we really don't quarrel that day, that is really weird. Is Your Excellency Loya not nervous at all? At this moment, Mala also noticed that Loya beside her was also very calm. Don't be nervous, Loya said casually. The old man is not easy, and he is not so easy to bully. It is not bad that he does not bully others. The old man is not as simple as it seems. Having lived most of his life, he has more experience than anyone present. Otherwise, Loya will not be eaten to death. Even if 3.3 is the qualification of the president, Jose is too tender compared to him. Can't see, you actually know this? Hearing Loya's words, Bob and Goldmine on the side were shocked. They thought they had seen it thoroughly, but they didn't expect Loya, who was a teenager, to see it better than them. What made them even more different was that what happened next was just like Loya's. After a fight, Jose was quickly defeated, and he was ready to fight. Enough! The president fights at the regular meeting. Are you trying to rebel? At this time, a voice came from outside the gate, diverting everyone's attention, and with the appearance of these people, the members of the guild who were still arguing also instantly became quiet. From the reaction of the crowd, it is impossible to see the identity of these people. Member of the Magic Council, some of the most powerful men in Ishgar. Chapter 73. Among the many counselors, a chubby counselor stood at the forefront and said to the crowd, "This time I brought you here to reevaluate the level of the Mage Guild, not to quarrel." The congressman named Crawford Sim is the head of the House of Representatives. Such a reevaluation of the Mage Guild rank is naturally presided over by him. This time, the Mage Guild level test will be announced and hosted by me. Now confirm the wizards of the various guilds and come outside. For a qualified Mages Guild, only the strong president is not enough, and the guild members also need to be good enough. Hearing this, Loya couldn't stay out of it either, got up and walked out. At the same time, the S-rank mages of other guilds also stood up and walked out of the guild hall, and the other guild presidents walked out together and came to a square. The Scales of the Snake Princess, Pull. Blue Sky One Night. Quattro Cerberus, Bagooze. Fairy Tale Loya. Phantom Lord, Balia. 23 is related to the Sorcerer's Guild rating. This time the number of mages participating was no longer in the minority. But it is certain that Loya is undoubtedly the youngest of them all. Among the many wizards in their 20s and 30s, at the age of 13, he looked particularly immature. Seeing this, Jose would naturally not miss such a rare opportunity to satirize. "Ha ha, Makarov, there is no one in your guild, and a kid is actually S-rank. You're afraid that you can't just pick one person on top. Do you really think that the so-called magic tool can make up all the gaps?" As a mortal enemy, Loya's title of Master of Magic Tool, Jose, has naturally been heard. But even with this aura, he doesn't think Loya can be strong. Like Makarov before, Jose also has this prejudice against the so-called magic tool, and it is more intense. In his opinion, Makarov made an exception for Loya to become an S-rank mage in order to expand the guild's reputation. We'll see later, be careful not to capsize in the gutter. In the face of Jose's sarcasm, Makarov didn't get angry this time, just sarcastically. He has a lot of confidence in Loya in his heart. In the few years that Guildarts can call him a monster, Loya has grown up faster than he could have imagined. Now he is already looking forward to the next picture in his heart. This time, the two guild presidents fought again and no one stepped forward to stop them. As long as they didn't fight, the counselors would let them go. Most of the mages were arrogant, not to mention the guild presidents. They really let them restrain themselves, right? Realistic. The rules are as follows. Each guild sends a wizard to pass the MPF magic tester and use the score to distinguish the higher and the lower. Let's start. Claude Ford announced the rules, and the direct announcement began. At the same time, some people moved in a huge magic crystal instrument. It's really simple and rude to test the strength directly with the MPF magic tester. Loya exclaimed. He knows nothing about the MPF magic tester. To obtain the highest combat power and highest magic power of a wizard to the greatest extent, although the actual combat factor has been removed, it is also the most intuitive way. The battle of the mage itself is a battle of waste. The one with the highest magic power is always the last victor. This approach is also what Loya wants to see. It's finally starting. My wild heart can't wait. Let me come first. Not long after the voice fell, someone couldn't hold back and jumped out first. This was a man who was bigger than Loya and punched the MPE waste tester. With a clear sound, a series of numbers jumped on the waste crystal and finally slowly settled on the three-digit number. 756. Goldmine. Yes, I didn't expect bags to grow so fast in recent years. Seeing this series of numbers, Makarov also made a series of exclamations. No, don't think that other people's guilds don't have star members. Goldmine smiled smugly. Just like the Guildarts of the Fairy Tale Guild, Bagooz is the core member of Quattro Cerberus, who he will cultivate as the main force in the future. Although it is not a little worse than Guildarts, it is hard to reach in other guilds. Really? Then we won't be left here, right, sweetheart? At this time, Bob also smiled slightly. M.A. Nove, there is nothing wrong with my respected president. Hearing the order, a short, fat, brown-haired man in a suit with a wretched appearance came out. Take out a bottle of yellow perfume and put it on your nose. Power scent. Man, monument. Muscles bloomed. The clothes on the top exploded in an instant, and the soaring fist hit the test instrument heavily, making a heavy sound. The numbers jumped, and the frame was fixed at 1202, instantly surpassing bags and reaching the top. Man, with one punch, he put on a pose that he thought was charming overnight. How? Bob dragged his legs and laughed. 1,202? It's not a small number. Loya murmured. He was not surprised by the overnight results. The core of the main members of Fairy Tale is Guildarts, Quattro Cerberus is Bagooz, then Blue Pegasus is a knight, and its strength will not be weak. It's just a little perverted. The scene of bursting clothes is really eye-catching. 850. After Yi and Bagooz shot one after another, the other guilds in the back had good or bad results, but they did not surpass the previous two. Loya, Your Excellency, aren't you ready to shoot? Come with me. Jura asked. No hurry. Anyway, I'm just here to make up the number of people, and I'll just come and play a speed later. Loya shrugged and casually approached, leaning against a stone pillar, looking very relaxed. Anyway, the first move, the later move is the same. Since that's the case, then I'll invite you first. La nodded lightly and strode forward. With Ma La's appearance, all eyes were on him for a while, including the congressman. Without him, the wizards most likely to receive the title of 10 Wizard Saints deserve the attention of anyone present. Boom. Step forward, put your hands together. A terrifying magic power enveloped Ra's body, and a large number of rocks wrapped the MPF magic tester. In the next second, the rocks shattered and a powerful explosion was launched. The whole square is shaking violently. The MFP magic power tester is surrounded by smoke, and another four-digit number appears. 3,562. In an instant, Jura surpassed overnight and topped the list, and almost 3 times as long as a night. Chapter 74. What? 3,562. The extraordinary numbers caused the exclamations of the participating mages. The eyes of some guild leaders showed incredible expressions. Such a numerical value is too high. Even some guild leaders are far inferior, and this is only a guild S-rank mage, which is acceptable to several guild leaders. Makarov, seeing that this is the strength of my guild mages, do you have anything to say? Granny Uba said proudly. This time Makarov didn't speak, and Mala's strength really had nothing to say. The point is that RA is in his youth and has a lot of room for growth, and becoming a 10 wizard saints is basically a foregone conclusion. There is nothing to say. Say nothing though, and it's not Makarov's character. What's more, Loya's strength is not necessarily better than Law. This is just the beginning. This time, Fairy Tail will win. Loya is serious for me. Otherwise I will have a good time with you when I return to the guild. Hey yes. Loya sighed silently. In the battle of the older generation, it is always young people who suffer and suffer, but even if they are named, they can only take action. But just before he made his move, an unexpected figure stood in front of him. This is a tall man, wearing a green coat. He is Arya. It's so sad, why? It's because a 13 or 14-year-old boy mixed into the whirlpool sound when he was young. It's so pitiful. Jose, what do you mean? Do you really think I dare not do it? After seeing the figure blocking Loya, Makarov's eyes suddenly darkened. He didn't want to get in touch with Jose because he was on the council, but he was getting stumped again and again, and even he couldn't stand it. Jose said lightly, "Don't worry, it's too boring to just evaluate like this, seeing you trust your guild members so much. It's better to take this opportunity to make a bet to see which guild is stronger. It's not easy for the members to refuse to come. Just based on the results of this rating, how many people are the losers kneeling down?" The voice fell, and there was an uproar. No one thought that Jose would bet so much. Both sides are guild presidents, and they are both 10 wizard saints, kneeling among them, and countless people throw their faces on the ground and step on them in public. Not to mention Makarov, even Bob and Goldmine can't stand it. Jose, don't go too far. Don't think you can act like a 10 wizard saints. Faced with these accusations, Jose ignored them, but continued to look at Makarov with a gloomy look in his eyes. How dare you, Makarov, say you don't have the guts? Opportunities to persecute the Fairy Tail Guild are not always available. In the past, Makarov could bring guildarts to hold the ghost on his head, but this time he brought a little ghost, and Jose couldn't let go of such a great opportunity. If the previous two just broke out into conflict, then this time it is equivalent to Jose roasting Makarov on the fire, and there is no way out. After all, Makarov had previously trusted Loya in various ways. If he refuses now, even if there is a proper reason, it will be the same as breaking his promise. Jose would not be soft-hearted, and Makarov himself should not have said that before. However, okay, my answer. As a result of Jose's expectations, Makarov agreed, and the answer was very crisp. Pony, are you crazy? Makarov shouldn't have Alzheimer's. Why bet with that guy? Hearing Makarov's agreement, Bob Goldmine and the others were stunned and their eyes were dull. They didn't expect Makarov to answer so directly. It is true that they do not deny Loya's excellence, but Loya is only that big. Even if he becomes an S-rank mage, he has only just been promoted. And Arya, the most powerful mage of the Phantom Lord at present, has been an S-rank mage for many years, and her strength is still above the average mage. They didn't think Loya would be the opponent's opponent. It's just that in the face of his old friend's worries, Makarov is still very calm, as if everything is under his control. Don't worry, I know what's going on, better so. Jose was different, but since the other party took the initiative to fall into the trap, he was very happy to see it. I'm looking forward to the next picture of you kowtow to me. The battle between the presidents, as long as no fighting breaks out, everything is allowed. Even if Jose really went too far, the lawmakers couldn't stop it. Arya, you should know what to do. The bet was confirmed, and Jose also turned his attention to the guild members. Yes, Mr. President. Arya removes the blinding sackcloth. At the moment of receiving the sackcloth, the magic power is released, the terrifying impact hits the MPF magic meter. 1856. In an instant, it surpassed Ban and One Night, and ranked second only to Jura. But even so, it was amazing enough. 1856, almost 2000. This value is comparable to some guild presidents. Seeing this, Jose also showed a satisfied smile, and then his eyes squinted again. Fly Makarov, how? Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Now it's too late for you to admit defeat. Makarov responded with disdain. Don't be too happy. Loya hasn't started yet. The only one who will really cry is you. Haven't given up until now? It has to be said that Makarov's stubbornness has attracted a lot of attention. It stands to reason that there should be no hope of winning. Even if Loya has a powerful magic tool booster, how much can it boost? 1856 is high, but the others are not clear how far behind it is. Thinking of Makarov's eyes turned to Loya again. The meaning of Qianli's has been very clear. I know. Loya walked out helplessly. And because of the stakes, Loya has once again become the center of attention. They were curious. How strong can a rookie be to make Makarov confident about that? The old man already trusted himself, so Loya couldn't hide it. So he came up and took out his strongest magic tool. In the eyes of everyone, 7 magic circles erupted one after another. Boom. Tombstone. Monument. With the emergence of the magic circle, the next second, the violent magic spread out. The powerful magic made the entire square in front of the magic council shake violently. Whether it was the counselor or the guild president, they were all shocked by this powerful magic, and their eyes were almost dull. Because of this power, it has surpassed the S rank and is comparable to the real 10 wizard saints. Chapter 75. This moment, both Bob and Goldmine understood why Makarov agreed, knowing that Jose had bad intentions. If the strength of terror had completely surpassed RA, it would be comparable to the Holy 10. Not to mention a congressman, he was stronger than Jose. As a 10 wizard saints, he was shocked by this power, his eyes filled with disbelief. He expected that Loya would use the magic tool, but he didn't expect that such a magic tool could explode such a powerful force. The strength is strong, almost chasing after himself. What is the title of the 10 wizard saints? It was the Magic Council who selected the best mages in the whole continent and stepped on the top of countless mages. Jose spent more than 30 years on this, but now, this honor was equalized by a teenage kid using a magic device. He could feel that Loya was simply pushing, and the rest was entirely the power of the magic tool itself. In other words, if someone else masters this magic tool, does it mean that he has the same power? In fact, let alone Jose himself, Makarov was also very uncomfortable when he saw this magic tool again. Because of the existence of this magic tool, it always gave him the feeling that he had lived on a dog in the past. Fortunately, Loya is a member of his own guild, his own person. Makarov can still use this reason to enlighten himself. Otherwise, his current feeling is probably not much better than Jose. But this is not the limit of the empty magic ball. Under the control of Loya, the magic power begins to pass through the magic circle, and the magic power is further enhanced with each layer passing through. For a time, the out-of-control voice sounded again. Jose got another eye-dropping earthquake. There's still room for improvement. At this time, the magic power is almost the same as his, and if he continues to improve it, he is afraid that he will surpass himself. Once you hit it down, it's even easier to go beyond and pull. Once Loya surpasses herself, the bet is lost. After retreating to the person, Jose launched a recitation to connect with the person. No, he must be stopped. In an instant, a sinister look appeared on Jose's sinister face. Arya started to remove all the magic in the guy's body. Arya was taken aback. You must know that this is the Magic Council. Rashly attacking is equivalent to provoking the entire Magic Council. Jose seems to have guessed Arya's worries, so he preached again. Don't worry, you just need to start quickly. His own strength is very weak, and I will cover it up for you later. This is the President's order. Are you planning to disobey me? Risks that Jose doesn't know about? Of course it was clear, but he knew better about losing the bet. But he would never allow it to happen when he knelt down in public. But more importantly, Jose also sees potential in the other side. A magic tool can directly burst into power comparable to the Holy 10. As long as the opponent continues to build it, It is not a problem to surpass the Phantom Lord. Aria's magic attribute is wind, which can release a space and completely drain the opponent's magic power. Without the support of the controller, no matter how strong the magic tool is, it is useless. Aria's eyes were a wolf, and she absolutely obeyed the order. What's more, he is not far from Loya, and the chance of success is very high. The breeze blows, the air is emptied, and it flows out. Loya's empty magic ball attracted everyone's attention. Taking advantage of this, Arya quickly accelerated, looking to touch Loya in front of him. His eyes also showed a hint of a smile. But at this moment, an accident happened. In front of his field of vision, Loya, who was controlling the empty magic ball, suddenly turned his head. At the same time, a thought sounded in his mind. Are you looking for death? Oops. With the fall of the voice, Arya's heart trembled, because the light that was supposed to attack the MPF magic tester turned to attack himself. But in the next second, Arya realized that it was not the attack that turned towards him, but that his body slammed into the position of the light. An invisible space magic pulls him. It's a space warp. Stop. Seeing Arya miss, even in danger, Jose, who was staring at him all the time, didn't know the reason, but he stopped it instantly, and at the same time, people rushed out. It's just that Jose is quicker and Loya is quicker. Dash. Almost at the same time as the reaction, the attack has also fallen. Arya, who was hit by the rays of light, flew out, drawing a ditch on the ground, and then hit the MPF magic tester. Thick dust spreads out. When all the dust dissipated, Arya vomited and now needed to collapse completely. Her limbs were twisted and deformed, her bones were shattered, and blood was overflowing. Behind him, the MPF magic tester was beating a series of numbers. 7,750. More than double the data beyond the dock. Faced with this value, the eyes of many guild presidents were full of disbelief. It took time for the venue to quiet down. After a brief silence, the crowd immediately boiled. 7,750. This magic tool must be too strong. This value is more than double that of the first pull. No wonder Makarov is so confident in him. As expected of a magic tool master. The crowd was shocked, but in addition to being shocked, some people were a little curious why Arya suddenly stood in front of Loya. Don't talk about them. Even Jose, who took half of the shot, was dumbfounded. However, he was only sluggish for a few seconds, and after waiting for him to regain his senses, the sinister complexion instantly turned into a hideous one. You must know that Arya is the core member of his guild. Although he was assigned by himself, he was his person anyway. He was wounded in front of his face, which was undoubtedly a slap in the face. Didn't you hear me telling you to stop? Shut up. Why do you want to clean up a guy who attacked me? Killing him without killing him is already the best way to do it. Facing Jose's rhetorical question, Loya also answered with a sneer. In fact, from the very beginning when the two of them read the message, Loya, who has a super brain, noticed it instantly. Although he knew the ghost's consistent behavior, he was not only disgusted at this time. Since they intend to play Ian, there is no need for them to endure anything. The voice fell, and there was an uproar on the side. Just now, because I was too concentrated, I couldn't observe, and I saw that Arya was hit by Loya. They imagined other reasons, but they didn't expect that Arya took the initiative to sneak attack and was attacked instead. For a time, the people around were talking about it. Even Makarov couldn't help frowning at Phantom Lord's actions. Compared with ghosts, they are more willing to believe Loya's words. Chapter 76. Makarov was also an afterthought, and immediately pointed the gun at Jose after he reacted. Jose is also the Holy Ten. I thought you estimated the face of the Holy Ten, but I didn't expect you to sneak attack according to the assigned person. Sneak attack. Jose sneered. Do you have any evidence? You must pay a price for insulting a 10 wizard saints out of thin air, and you have to find me before you have wounded the ghost wizard. It's not wrong for Jose himself to assign Arya, but in the same way, as long as he doesn't admit it, no one can force him. Admittedly, even Loya was shocked by Jose's shamelessness, but it didn't matter. Since you're not going to admit that maybe, let's talk about the bet. Now that you've lost the bet, it's time for you to fulfill the bet. It's okay if he doesn't admit the sneak attack, then Loya doesn't believe that he can even deny it. Just as Loya thought, Jose could deny the sneak attack, but not the bet. This is a public bet, Loya said coldly. Now you can kneel. The voice fell, and the audience was in an uproar. But he made a bet and made a bet. But when he really made a 10 wizard saints kneel, he couldn't help but be shocked. What's more, he was a teenager who had just been promoted to S-rank mage, forcing a long-established 10 wizard saints. Even Makarov, Bob, and Goldmine were taken aback by Loya's audacity. Even when they were young, they didn't have such a spirit. Makarov, you might as well forget it and take a step back. In public, the 10 wizard saints elected by the Magic Council knelt. Crawford, who likes to be the middleman the most, couldn't help himself, so he could only find Makarov. However, how could Loya let it go so easily? Take a step back. I don't see it. Even if the president agrees, President Jose will not agree. I think he is a person who keeps his promises as 10 wizard saints. I'm right, President Jose. This time, Loya was furious. Don't understand. But that doesn't mean he doesn't understand Arya's magic. Unlike other magics, Arya can draw a person's full magic power in an instant. Magic is the life force and energy of the human body. Once he is completely evacuated, he will instantly lose consciousness and fall into a faint, which can be life-threatening in serious cases. He will never let go of those who kill him. Saying that, he wanted to follow Crawford's words, but Jose, who came off the court, turned gloomy again. First he hurt his own people, and then forced himself to admit to kneeling. If he hadn't considered being in the Magic Council, Jose would have killed him in an instant. Betting? The data obtained by using the magic tool is useless. The same is true for changing people. Don't think that it is great to be a magic tool master. Without a magic tool, you are just a waste. Aren't you as self-righteous as Makarov? I'll give you a chance to survive in me for 5 minutes without using a magic tool, and I'll fulfill the bet. Even, I can forgive you for hurting my guild members. In an instant, the people present, whether it was the chairman or the congressman, were instantly disgusted by Jose's behavior. Especially Makarov, who is an old opponent, is also disgusting. Secretly attacked and violated the bet, as the president of the guild challenged a teenage magician and forced the other party to give up using magic tools. If anything is spread out, few people will dare to believe it. To be honest, if Jose had kneeled directly, Makarov would have looked down on him a little bit more. However, some things are doomed to be impossible. Lord Loya, forget it, don't continue fighting. Regret stepped forward and said, Loya, you step back and leave this guy to me. At this time, Makarov finally stood up. Jose's behavior is disgusting, yes, but it is undeniable that he has the title of 10 wizard saints, and his strength is far superior to many wizards. Without using his whole cards, even Makarov, who is also a holy 10, can't guarantee a win, let alone Loya. 10. Provocation time and time again, ridicule time and time again. At the beginning, he set up a bet, and in a blink of an eye, he secretly arranged for a black hand to plot against his own children. Even if he knew he would lose, he would still do it. Do you really have no anger at all when you are an honest person? Makarov was very angry, but by being ignored by Jose, his eyes had already fallen on Loya, and he sneered. For flowers. Why don't you dare? If you don't dare, you will be less shameful. You are not even the president of the guild, and only know how to rely on external things. What qualifications do you have to talk to me? Jose is not far from being afraid of Makarov. On the contrary, when it was normal, he would never refuse Makarov's engagement. But he knew that the target this time was Loya, not Makarov. Solving a Makarov can certainly make one less opponent. But if Loya is allowed to go back, a magic tool master will go back. The harm is too great. Not to mention killing him. But at least he had to interrupt his hand, so he couldn't continue to build magic tools. However, don't use a magic tool? Well, I promise you. In the face of opposition from many people, Loya still accepted it. What? This guy actually accepted it. You're so young and energetic, you can't stand any stimulation. Crazy. This is the 10 wizard saints. Even if you have a magic tool, you may not be able to defeat it, let alone without a magic tool. Everyone lamented Loya's irrationality. But when I thought about it, I felt that it was normal. After all, he is young and vigorous, and the presidents of the Sorcerers Guild who are present are not all from a young age to become a wizard, and then all the way to the present. If a young man has no temper, is he still a young man? But say so. The key opponent is Jose. There is no easy way to become a 10 wizard saints. Very good. Hearing Loya's words, Jose's gloomy face also showed a sinister smile. Because that's what he wants. Loya, don't worry, President. Do you really think I'm going to lose? Don't forget that even if I don't have a magic tool, it won't affect my strength. Seeing Makarov's worried face, Loya interrupted him with a smile. However, Loya's next words shocked everyone present. You know, my weapon is never in the refining of magic tools, nor in the amount of magic I control. It's in my brain, it's in my wisdom. That's my real weapon. Nothing can be robbed. Big. Chapter 77. It's an extreme confidence. Wisdom that no one can rob. This is how much confidence it takes to be able to say such a sentence. The people present have experienced decades of years, step by step to reach the current position, with the current strength. In other words, is he saying that he is smarter than anyone else? Under the strange gaze, Loya slowly walked towards Jose, stopped at a distance of less than 5 meters, looked into the ruthless eyes, and said calmly, "Since you think I'm nothing without a magic tool, let's have a battle of giving up everything. Don't say 10 minutes. As long as you can hit me, I will lose." Wow dash. If he said what he said just now, it just shocked everyone and caused waves. So the words now are like a meteorite smashing into the sea, setting off a stormy sea. One hit and you lose. Even Makarov, who is also 10 wizard saints, dare not say it. R.A., Bob, Goldmine, and Granny Ubo were so shocked by Loya's words that they couldn't say a word. The same goes for Makarov, who knows Loya best. Through the battle with Gildarts in the S-rank assessment, he knew Loya's strength. Is there any magic that Loya has not shown behind this? If that's the case, it would be too amazing. The reactions of the others were still the same, let alone Jose, who was the challenger standing on Loya's opponent. His face was extremely gloomy, and his desire to kill Loya was stronger than ever. Since he became 10 wizard saints, he has not been underestimated so much. Is his name really for nothing? Okay. Very good. Since that's the case, then let me see your ability. I won't be merciful later. Facing Jose's sarcasm, Loya didn't react much, but just turned his head and said in the direction of the congressman, "Sign the contract to the death, President Crawford. I think you are willing to be the notary, otherwise some people are afraid that they want to blame again, which is not good." Deathmatch contract. A practice in the magic world, but also an unspoken rule. When an irreconcilable conflict breaks out, choose to fight. Leave everything to the battle, and the battle will decide everything. During this period, the battle can only be stopped until one side falls or admits defeat, otherwise it will be endless. The loser unconditionally admits defeat and obeys. This is deathmatch. The Magic Council couldn't stop it. Because both sides are in a fair situation, challenge and accept the challenge. Magic is a world full of struggles. Hearing Loya's words, Crawford, the president of the parliament, was reluctant. When in such a situation, it's just a promise. Okay, I'll be the notary. Immediately, the magic of the ancient magic book was opened, and a light curtain was released, allowing both parties to make the final step. After signing the deathmatch contract, Jose's face was already gloomy. It's all right. After successive humiliations, his desire to kill has been raised to the extreme. If it weren't for the fact that this was the Magic Council, he would have rushed out long ago. Compared to Jose's anger, Loya was extremely indifferent. That's natural. Snapped. Inject magic, and the contract is reached. The fight to the death begins. The moment when Claudiford's voice fell Jose, who couldn't hold it for a long time, started, and the terrifying darkness erupted from John's body, and the powerful magic power swept the entire square in an instant, and cracks spread out under his feet. When these magic powers appeared, the whole square began to vibrate. It is the power of the saints. Fighting power above the top of Ishgar. Boy, you will pay for everything you say. The majesty of the Holy Ten cannot be challenged. On the square, many people's eyes showed shock, and many people sighed. As I said earlier, no matter how insidious Jose is, he cannot deny his status as the Holy Ten. Stepping on thousands of wizards to reach his current status is enough to prove his strength. A teenage magician who had just been promoted to S rank gave up his best magic weapon and challenged a Holy Ten with his bare hands. It was still too impulsive. However, Just when everyone thought so, Loya's voice slowly spread. Really? If so, let me see. The next second, on the pitch-black battlefield covered by dark magic, a dazzling divine light suddenly rose up, dispelling all darkness with an absolute gesture. The light resisted the dark oppression in the past. The violent air waves generated by the pressure of the magic power surged out layer by layer, impacting all directions. In the center of the square, one gold and one black are constantly impacting. Even the air was squeezed, and an endless stream of explosions sounded. Between the two sides, the ground beneath their feet cracked instantly, shattering like a spider web. In the face of the sudden shock, many weaker guild presidents failed to react and were directly knocked into the air by this air wave. Only a few responded and opened the magic barrier in time. Even some weak wizards fell to the ground and fainted. However, compared to this impact, the magic of Loya at this moment is more interesting. Because, at this moment, the magic power that Loya erupted has already surpassed that of the S-rank magician, and the strength is not inferior to the former. How is this possible? What is the situation of Lord Loya's magic power? The sudden burst of magic power of Loya shocked Jura. He also did not expect that under such circumstances, Loya would be able to explode with such amazing strength. There was more than one out-of-control voice, and Bob, Goldmine, and even the other counselors couldn't imagine this scene. According to their ideas, Loya's real strength comes from the magic tool. They didn't expect to be able to explode such a powerful power without using the magic tool. This is simply unimaginable. Makarov, what's going on with this Qianli's? Is this kid Loya so powerful? This kind of strength is not much different from yours. In shock, Bob and Goldmine turned their heads and could only ask Makarov, the president of Loya. Hope to get some information from him. It's a pity that not to mention them. Even Makarov is blank. He knows how powerful Loya is, but I didn't expect Loya is amazingly powerful. Stronger than the original S-rank wizard test. And you must know that at the beginning, Loya used the power of the magic tool, and this time it is the most primitive power. Makarov doesn't think there's anything hidden in Loya's fight with Gildarts. After all, when the two sides fought, he could feel that both sides used their full strength. So excluding the possibility of hiding, it can only mean that since the S-level assessment, Loya's strength has been greatly improved again. Chapter 78. Jose's face was dark. According to his idea, without the magic tool, Loya's strength is at best an ordinary magician. I plan to directly force the opponent to fall down with magic power. The countermeasures he suffered in the blink of an eye now, and the first move was a miss, which made him very embarrassed. He didn't even expect that a guy who was completely ignored by him would have the strength comparable to the Holy Ten. But even so, he still insisted. Magic power alone is not enough. If you can't master magic, no matter how strong your magic power is, it is useless. When Jose said this sentence, the pupils of his eyes had turned into pitch black. The next moment, a large number of dark magic formations emerged, which looked eerie and made people sick. Ghost Arrow. A beam of magic power emerged towards Loya, and the power of each beam surpassed the magic power of an S-rank magician, and these attacks were all focused on one point. Multiple magic circle control. It is not something that ordinary magicians can do. It is an advanced technique, and the difficulty is much more difficult than that of manipulating magic tools. Among them, it is necessary to master the magic itself to reach the perfect level of 850, and it also needs to have enough mental power and magic power as the support for the back. Just one hand is enough to see Jose's accomplishments in dark magic. Ordinary people only know how to improve their own magic. As everyone knows, in the case of equal magic power, the next competition is the understanding of each other's magic. If you can't really understand the profound meaning of magic, you can't really master magic. Just like Mira Jane, mastering power also requires skill. That's why Jose would say that. In his opinion, no matter how talented a teenage boy is, no matter how strong his magic power is, he is far from being able to compare with himself who has been immersed in magic for many years. However, Jose's idea was doomed to fail. If the same thing is said to others, it may be correct, but unfortunately in front of Loya, it is nothing more than a joke. Not to mention that he has a super brain and a terrifying mind. After years of making magic tools, Loya's magic circle has already exceeded 1 million. Every rune, every text, every magic circle. The magic he learned was deeply imprinted on his soul. If you can't even understand magic, why create magic? The wind blows, Loya's hair ends. Facing such an attack, Loya looked indifferently in front of him and even showed a slight smile. Then try it. I think you are most familiar with the magic of our president, so come and try my magic of light. Boom, boom, boom. Lifting the palm lightly, a magic circle of light appeared in front of Loya. The magic pattern is constantly circulating, flashing a wonderful light, exuding the mystery of magic. Each inscription of light exists alone and is connected to each other. When these inscriptions are recombined and connected in series, a new magic is born. At this moment, Makarov's magic was sublimated in Loya's hands. It is the wisdom that belongs to Loya alone. Shape of light, sword rain, boom. The voice fell, and the light evolved. The strong light transformed into golden lightsabers, rushing out from the magic circle like a vast torrent invaded. The location of each drop is very precise. Without exception, block all of Jose's attacks. It's just that if it's just that simple, it won't be worthy of the shape of light. Around Loya's body, the golden lightsaber constantly emerges, allowing it to be controlled by the will, slashing through the air and cutting off the dark beam. Is this really light magic? Seeing Loya cast light magic for a moment, Makarov cried out in a voiceless voice. Pony your magic, can you do this? Goldmine also instantly recognized the Makarov magic used by Loya. However, due to the different moves, seeing a moment, he had doubts in his heart. Facing Goldmine's question, Makarov shook his head and denied it directly. He has also mastered light magic, but it is completely impossible to be like Loya. Not to mention the ability to control the light attack so freely, just condensing the light to change the form. Such a control power is simply unimaginable. A terrifying explosion sounded wildly between the two. The waves of light and darkness that were constantly generated by the air surged with amazing power, and some knights of the Magic Council came to raise the magic barrier. Saint 10th level powerhouse, fighting without reservation. It's not something that ordinary magicians can get close to at all. Dark Spiral. Seeing that the attack was blocked, Jose concentrated on his fingertips. The next second, the magic spiral beam of light shot straight out, pierced through the smoke in front, swept everything, and fell madly towards Loya. But before it got close, the lightsaber condensed and drew a sword and shield to block the attack directly. Boom! Taking this opportunity, Loya stepped out. Lightning and golden light entwined around his feet, and with the magic of divine feet, Loya's speed reached an extremely astonishing speed, so fast that even the naked eye couldn't catch it. In an instant, Loya appeared above Jose's head. Light and thunder and lightning wrapped around his feet, falling down towards Jose. So fast, Jose was startled and saw that he was about to be hit, but with years of experience, he reacted quickly. Dark shield. Black light emanated, and the one above Jose's head converged into a shield. However, because it was too hasty, the black shield had just condensed, and Loya's attack had already fallen, and the black shield shattered after blocking it for only 1 second. Although it was only 1 second, it was enough for Jose of the 10th level. The figure quickly pulled away from Loya, and at the moment when the figure retreated, he raised his right hand and aimed 5 fingers at Loya, and the dark energy condensed in the 5 fingers. Dark combo. SHHHHHH. 5 consecutive dark spiral energies shot out at the same time. In the field of light, Loya's figure quickly dodged, and all the 5 attacks arrived, and the distance between his hands was widened again because of the blocking. Dark beam. A terrifying attack blooms in front of Jose and bombs Loya's position. Jose laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, stinky brat. You want to beat me too much. Do you think my title of saint is for nothing? Are you worthy of being called the Holy 10, the one who only knows how to run away? Loya sneered. Humph, do you think this little trick is useful? Jose retorted dismissively. It's true that he despised Loya very much, but that doesn't mean he would be foolish enough to confront Loya. After fighting for a few minutes, he also saw that Loya's strength was not simple. If you continue to underestimate each other, it is very likely that the boat will capsize in the gutter. Although facing a teenage boy, he chose to escape and lose face, but he would rather choose the former than to lose on his knees. Chapter 79. Have to say, the development at this moment is beyond everyone's imagination. No one would have imagined that a 13 or 4-year-old boy would force a 10 wizard saints to run away. Jose. Surprisingly, even Bob and Goldmine were disgusted by Jose's behavior. Started provocative not to say, and now is constantly dodging. It is simply unimaginable that such a person could be worthy of being called the Holy Ten. Do you really think I can't do anything about your teleportation? Seeing that Jose didn't plan to fight him head-to-head, Loya didn't get angry and smiled coldly. Stop talking nonsense. I'll talk about it when you win. Darkness erodes. Such a reaction made Jose, who was standing in Loya, subconsciously feel that it was not good, and regardless of other things, it was better to strike first. The dark breath condensed into a snake, entangled towards Loya. Immediately afterwards, the moment the black long snake struck, the light faded away, replaced by a more violent force. The super strength gathered in Loya's hands, hitting the space directly under Jose's shocked gaze. The power of terror spreads out, and everything is distorted. The black long snake was shattered, but this was not just that. The space around the two was distorted in a wide range. You can't escape this time. Research. Loya jumped and charged towards Jose. Jose still wanted to teleport to escape, but found that he couldn't move at all. What's the matter? Why can't I teleport? Teleportation requires spatial positioning. This piece of space is blocked by me. What do you use to move it? Between the words, Loya's has appeared in front of him. Monument. Wow! Jose screamed and flew upside down, hitting the ground firmly, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. With one blow, Jose only felt that several ribs were shattered all over his body, and his whole body was in constant pain. But compared to the pain on his body, he couldn't accept that he was injured by a little devil. Damn, since that's the case, let's see whose magic power is stronger. Next, with so much magic, I don't believe that you still have extra magic power to block the space all the time. In addition to anger, Jose simply did not hold back, condensed the magic power of the whole body in its body, and turned it into a roar. Deathstorm, Jose's strongest magic, gathers a large amount of darkness in his hands, generating a super powerful dark shock wave to attack the opponent. Loya didn't dodge. As Jose said, by casting multiple spells at the same time, the magic power in his body was almost exhausted. But, in his body, there has never been only one power. Loya took a deep breath, and a different violent magic power rose again in his body. Lightning and flames are intertwined in his body, and this Loya's skin glows with scaly lines. Dragon power. Loya hasn't used the Dragon Slayer magic since getting it. When the magic power is exhausted, the power of the dragon surges up instantly. When the death storm arrived in front of Loya, all the lightning and flames were intertwined in Loya's hands, and the power of the shape condensed into a thunder and fire spear, exuding the breath of destruction. With the wave of the arm, rush into the dark storm. Kneel down for me. Boom! Wrapped in unstoppable power, the moment the thunder and fire spear sank into the storm, the violent power erupted instantly. The dark vortex was instantly dissipated by this force. The spear still fell towards Jose, hitting his body head-on, piercing straight through his body. Wow! Blood splattered, and the whole person drew a parabola, slid hundreds of meters on the ground, and set off a long smoke. And even the enchantment with the release was directly smashed. The smoke dissipated like the previous aria. At this time, Jose still could not see the style of 10 wizard saints at all. The clothes were shattered, and a blood hole was directly pierced through the shoulders of the body, and the blood couldn't stop flowing. Because of the pain, Jose's face was distorted beyond recognition. This moment, space and time are like static. Everyone was stunned to see the amazing scene that Loya created. Really defeated the 10 wizard saints without using a magic tool. Monsters, real monsters. Is this the wizard of the fairy tale guild? For flowers. One Makarov is enough to make people desperate, and another Loya. How can it be compared? The counselors and many guild presidents around were shocked. You must know that the fairy tale guild already has a Saint 10 Makarov, and then a Loya who defeated the saint. A guild instantly has a magician with 2 saints. Of course, this is just the surface. The S-level wizard Gildarts in his guild also has the strength of the 10th level. There are 3 holy 10-level powerhouses in the guild, and one of them has defeated the current holy 10. There are not many guilds in the entire continent that can compare with them. On the screen, just as the crowd exclaimed, Loya walked slowly towards the lying Jose. Hey, are you still alive? If you're still alive, kneel down quickly. You haven't done what you promised before. Although the injury was serious and the blood flowed endlessly, it was not easy to want to die with the strength of the 10th level. Do you really intend for my ghost to tear my face off? Don't forget that I'm still 10 wizard saints. Let me kneel. You have to stomp the face of the magic council on your face. The moment Loya walked over, Jose had stopped the blood and said with a painful expression on his face. Until now, he couldn't accept the result that he had lost, but even so, he had to admit that he lost. But if he really wanted to kneel, Jose couldn't do it. He could only use other methods, even helping out the Magic Council name to force Loya to give up the bet. However, Loya ignored it. Victory and defeat, then it's time to fulfill the promise. Now you say it's useless, whether to kneel or not. If you can't, I'll help you kneel. Boom. The magic power shot from the fingertips and penetrated the knee of Jose's right leg, and the whole person instantly fell to the ground. What? The bones were shattered, and the pain rushed to the whole body in an instant, and Jose screamed again. But it wasn't over yet. Seeing that Jose was still not in the right position, Loya kicked out again, kicking him straight in the face. 3 or 4 teeth spit out of Jose's mouth along with blood, looking even more miserable. But after one kick ended, Loya continued to kick with the second kick, kicking Jose completely out of shape. Big. Chapter 80. Jose still didn't kneel. As Loya made his way again and again, he fainted in pain and completely lost consciousness. Loya was a little annoyed by this. Knowing that 10 wizard saints were so unscathed, he couldn't do anything well, so he thought about adding 2 more kicks. Seeing this, the other people onlookers shuddered. It's not enough to be defeated, and he still stunned the person, and finally added 2 feet, which is too brutal. The same people who were amazed and determined in their hearts that in the future, no matter what, they must not provoke the wizards of the Fairy Tale Guild. Otherwise, once they were caught by such a guy, life would be more painful than death. But it is certain that Jose kneeled or did not kneel. This time his face was completely pressed on the ground. Being defeated by a teenage wizard is considered a disgrace among many guild presidents, and among the great wizards of the Holy 1867. And with Jose to the end, the death battle contract also ended. The Magic Council people who were waiting around immediately came up to rescue Jose. In any case, Jose is the president of the Wizards Guild, and he is also the 10 Wizard Saints, so there is no way the Magic Council can let him die here so easily. Loya wanted to stop it, but after thinking about it, let it go. If it really happened, it would be the old man who would be in trouble. Makarov, this boy from your family is really ruthless. He is indeed a wizard of the Fairy Tale Guild. He was even more thorny than us back then. Seeing Jose, who was already in a coma as he was lifted down, Goldmine laughed wildly and slapped Makarov on the shoulder. In response, Makarov also smiled awkwardly. In the original team of several people, they were also restless masters, and they often caused trouble. If you are injured, go to Polyusica for medical treatment. If you are healthy, you will continue to make trouble, but no matter how much trouble you make, it will not be as terrifying as Loya. Compared to his strength, what really surprised him was that Loya rarely got angry. Loya's character is also understood. In addition to hiding in the underground library to study magic, he plays well with the people in the guild on weekdays, and is willing to provide help to the people in the guild and give advice on magic. Unexpectedly, it was rare to come out, and he directly turned over a holy 10, and he still fainted. This cruelty really frightened him. Of course, it can be seen from the side that Loya was really annoyed by Jose. Otherwise, he would never have done such a terrible thing. But no matter what, Loya has given Fairy Tale a face this time and has raised a lot of fame. After all, defeating the 10 Wizard Saints is not something everyone can do. After a small interlude, the guild evaluation continued. But because Loya's performance is in the front, no matter how good the performance of the people behind, it is completely boring. After a few rounds, this review also ended. But what no one noticed was, This battle is out of everyone present, and there is a pair of eyes in a corner, which is the whole situation from the beginning. At this moment, this gaze is staring at Loya's figure. The corners of his mouth hidden in the darkness also raised an interesting look. In fact, this time the guild selection is only for the purpose of distinguishing the pros and cons, that is, an evaluation. After the assessment, Loya did not leave directly. First, after the evaluation is completed, you need to wait for the results and obtain the certificate. Second, Loya also wanted to stay here for 2 more days. As the center of the entire continent, the magical atmosphere here is deeper than that of any city. If you go out for a stroll, you may be able to have some unexpected surprises. By the way, you can also buy gifts for Urza, Mirajane, and Lysana. Therefore, when the old man wasn't paying attention, Loya opened the invisible barrier and sneaked out. Humph, you want to tie me to your side? It's just a dream. Walking on the city streets, Loya smiled proudly. Immediately, asked passers-by the location of the magic market. After knowing the exact location, he went straight to the magic market. The moment he walked into the magic market, Loya was instantly conquered by everything in front of him. Unlike Magnolia's magic market, the magic market here exists below the ground, within an open canyon. The depth is about 100 meters, and each layer is about 10 meters deep. Each layer is supported by huge stone pillars and reinforced with magic. What is even more shocking is that within the canyon, a rushing river falls from above to form a waterfall, passing through the entire canyon. When it fell, it sputtered a lot of water mist, reflecting a gorgeous rainbow. The wizards who come and go either ride on the magic device or use magic to shuttle through the canyon. It's just heaven. It's the realm of the Magic Council. Loya's eyes glowed with gold, and the excitement in his heart was indescribable. This excitement was 100 times faster than when he defeated Jose. Thinking about it, Loya couldn't hold back and went straight to the shop he had already set his sights on when he came in. A beautifully decorated shop, the largest area in the entire magic market. A large number of magic tools are placed at the door. There are not many guests coming and going, and most of the mages who come in are gorgeously dressed, so it is not difficult to imagine that their services are oriented to high-end. While expensive things aren't necessarily all good things, they're often not too bad. Compared with panning for gold in the sea, Loya prefers to be more direct. Anyway, he is too short of money now, so there is no need to waste time. My lord, I don't know what you are going to buy. There are many good things in our store. Immediately after entering the store, a sexy and revealing girl greeted him and served Loya. Is there any space magic? Do you have it here? When I came up, Loya said unceremoniously. After more than a year of improvement, space magic has basically been raised to the limit. Although the power is strong, it is very difficult to further improve. Although it is enough to use, it can still be improved in Loya's view, but the improvement time is too long. Loya wants to speed up the 3.3 a little bit. Not to mention broken space, but at least try to be able to teleport. For a long time, Loya has been collecting space-type magic to see if it can be merged with the magic she has mastered. However, due to the scarcity of space magic, the space magic collected by Loya is either too weak or fake, and there is no value for reference at all. Thinking of a rare visit to the central city, such a huge city, I have to give it a try no matter what. There is also a better chance of finding space-type magic here than in the remote town of Magnolia. However, considering the scarcity of space and magic, Loya doesn't have much hope in his heart. However, just when Loya thought so, the girl smiled and nodded. Chapter 81. What? Really? Loya's eyes widened, a little strange. The girl smiled and said, yes, but the price is relatively expensive. The minimum price of space magic is at least 20 million. However, space magic belongs to high-level magic, which is stored in a closed VIP space inside. If you enter, you must have at least 50 million funds. Please forgive me. The last sentence is not to look down on Luoya. In the wizarding world, magic is everything. Ordinary magic and some rare magic can be displayed on the counter, or even simply flipped through. But high-level magic is too expensive, and this type of magic will not be displayed easily. Loya just wore a normal wizard robe in order to slip out and hide from sight. In addition to being good-looking and handsome, it is not too gorgeous and related. In his opinion, not being kicked out is a good thing. No problem. Loya nodded directly. At the same time handed out a gold card. Really? And at the moment of handing it over, Loya's exhilaration shocked the service girl. To be honest, after completing the transaction, the girl also has a commission. When she came up to serve Loya, she just held Loya to look handsome and took the initiative to come to serve, and she didn't plan to really make any deal. By the way, it was eye-catching. After all, most of the guests who come and go are not self-righteous, or have ordinary faces, and it is the first time she has seen someone as handsome as Loya. When she came over, she was laughed at by the other little sisters for being a nympho. Unexpectedly, Loya gave her a gold card directly as soon as she got the qualification requirement. With a suspicious attitude, the girl still tried it with the gold card to verify the magic device. The next second, she was flashed by a string of numbers in front of her. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 100 million billion. The girl is blinded. When he said the back, his voice trembled, because the value displayed on the gold card is as high as 500 million. She had never seen such a value in her life. 500 million J. In this regard, Loya is very calm. This gold card is not the old man's one, but the last time he traded with Gioda, the other party bought the deposit for the magic tool. Since Loya is not used, it is useless in the space. Just using it now. Loya doesn't care. It doesn't mean such a girl doesn't care. When she saw this string of values, her eyes almost turned into money, and when she looked at Loya, she could not wait to swallow Loya raw. Young, rich, and handsome. Isn't that what she dreamed of? Here, this guest, you are qualified. Please forgive me. For a time, the girl's eyes were full of hints. When it was time to return the gold card, he even squeezed it with his already abundant capital, revealing a black abyss. But what the girl did was just doing nothing. Right now, Loya is all about magic and doesn't care about it at all. Take me in first. I want to see magic as soon as possible. Yes, guest. Go through the gate. Under the guidance of the girl, Loya entered a new space. Compared with the decoration outside, it is more gorgeous and more stylish, and the same number of people is rarer. 50 million is not a small amount. The General Mage Guild would take it out, let alone individuals. When Loya walked in, he was greeted by a man dressed as a male manager. After getting Loya's needs from the girl, the male manager turned his head and said to Loya with a professional smile, "Dear guest, there are 2 copies of the space magic you need in our store. One is space tearing, the other is teleportation. Both are high-level magic. The price is 20 million J and 50 million J respectively. I don't know which kind you want to see. Bring them all. If I'm satisfied, I can buy them all." Hearing the word teleportation, Loya's eyes almost lit up. You must know that space teleportation has always been one of his dream skills, but he didn't expect to find it. Okay, wait a moment. Hearing this request, the manager nodded with a smile. It's a pity, please wait a moment. The waiting time was short, and 2 books were placed in front of Loya after a while. Loya didn't hesitate too much, just picked it up and opened it. During the whole process, the male manager stood silently and didn't bother. In fact, the normal behavior of Loya is forbidden. Doing so can easily lead to leakage of magic, and once Loya is not enough to buy, it will also cause losses. But the male manager has long known that Loya has sufficient funds, and from the perspective of Loya's refreshing degree, it can be seen that he is a good money owner without guessing. Fortunately, he breaks the convention and reads any Loya. Loya flipped through the pages quickly, and after about a few minutes, he saw everything clearly and looked up and handed out the gold card. Very well, I want both. I have to say that the prices of these 2 magic books alone are inflated. But in view of the trust of the other party, Loya is fortunately too lazy to bargain. Thank you for your purchase. Since it is your first time to buy in our store, this time our store can give you a 30% discount, and you only need to pay 63 million. Hearing Loya's words, the male manager's face was also filled with a smile, and the respect on his face became stronger and stronger, and he was even willing to give up part of his interests. A refreshing customer like this is not something you can meet if you want to, but naturally, you can compliment if you can. 7 million, if in exchange for such a customer, it is a very good deal. Loya is not surprised by this. Speaking of Loya, I remembered another important thing. By the way, do you have any large magic airships for sale here? I want to buy 2. After being targeted by the old man, the small airship that Loya spent a lot of money to buy was no longer his own and was often borrowed, such as the last S-rank Mage assessment, and this time to the Magic Council. Loya was already used to the old man's behavior. This kind of thing has happened in the past, saying that the magic tool is a foreign object, but in the past few years, I have often used various names, my magic tool, to take advantage of the fire from time to time. This is also normal. In recent years, in order to transform the guild environment and make up for the losses of Natsu and others when they performed their tasks, the guild often couldn't make ends meet, and the old man didn't have much in his pocket, and it didn't get better until these few years. But he still wished he had a private one. Right now, there are 2 large-scale magic airships, one for me and the other for the guild. It is a reward for the old man who has taken care of himself over the past few years. Chapter 82. Follow Loya's idea. Since this shop can come up with space magic, it would be difficult to come to a large magic airship. But the result was beyond Loya's expectations. I'm sorry, respected guests. We don't have the large-scale magic airship you need. At most, there are only medium-sized magic airships. The male manager explained apologetically. Do not have it. Loya is a little different. The male manager nodded and said, yes, you don't know about the guest. Large-scale magic airships are generally used for the military of the Magic Council. They are not sold in general stores, and you can't buy them no matter where you go. If it's a medium-sized magic airship, we have a way to get it. Is there such a thing? Loya was a little disappointed. But disappointment is disappointment, and human favor comes first. A medium-sized one is a medium-sized one, and it is always better than a small waist-guided airship. If you really can't buy it, you can find time to research and build one by yourself. Just use a small magic airship now, and we will talk about it later. If you can't buy it, forget it. Just as he was about to leave thinking about Loya, at this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Are you planning to buy a large magic airship? I have a way to help you. Suddenly, a crisp sound caught Loya's attention. Turning around, a shadowy figure appeared in front of Loya. It was a black-haired girl about his age. The long black hair slowly scattered down. On the beautiful and delicate face, a pair of dark and clear eyes flickered with light. Dressed in white clothes, the belt around the waist outlines a slender willow waist, and at the same time, it also reveals soft jade arms and slender legs like snow lotus roots. In terms of beauty and stature, it is not inferior to Urza and Mirajane, even more prominent in some respects. But compared to Urza's queen temperament and Mirajane's hot character, at this time, the girl standing in front of Loya's eyes was more coquettish and seductive. Loya's eyes also showed a hint of surprise the moment he saw the other party, because the girl's face overlapped with a girl in his memory. Altair, the leader of the 7 kin of Purgatory of the Grimoire Heart Guild, Ulu's daughter. The next clerk's words also verified Loya's conjecture. Standing beside Loya, whether it is a male or a girl, the moment he saw the girl, his face instantly changed to a respectful face, and he said at the same time, Altair is very popular. It's really her. Loya was stunned for a moment, and then his face was dull. Some dare not think that Altair will appear in front of them at this time. However, when you think about it, Loya has the answer. Altair as a child, to obtain the ultimate magic of manipulating time. Actively join Grimoire Heart, accept delegation from Hades. Disguised as Zerif's undead in Tower of Heaven, brainwashed Jalal, and infiltrated the Magic Council with Jalal. Counting the time, Altair almost fooled Jalal into the Magic Council. Only, what Loya couldn't understand was why the other party suddenly found his own. To know that it is the first time that the two of them are in contact with each other, there is no reason to suddenly help yourself. Judging from the reactions of the clerks, Altair did not say that he became a member of Parliament, but he should also get a lot of status. At the same time, just as Loya was lost in thought, Altair walked slowly towards Loya, repeating what he just said. You are planning to buy a large magic airship. I can help you if you need it. Help me? How to help me? Isn't the large magic airship only the Magic Council can have? Is there any way for you to bypass the Magic Council? After regaining his senses, Loya replied calmly. In the face of Loya's question, Altair said very calmly, Of course I have my own way of saying this. If you don't believe me, you can ask other people. Seems to see Loya's concern. At this time, The male congressman explained to Loya in a low voice. Dear guest, Lord Altair is the companion of Lord Jalal, a candidate for the Magic Council. If you have Lord Altair's help, your needs will be satisfied. What's the reason? Even so, Loya was not completely relieved about this. Although it's not clear why Altair found him, it's better to be careful with contact for now. Altair didn't care about Loya's worries and precautions, and it seemed that Loya's reaction was normal. After all, someone who doesn't know you at all suddenly said that he is willing to take the initiative to help you do illegal things, and anyone will respond accordingly. However, what should be explained still needs to be explained, he said on his own. Very simple. Simply because of your identity and strength, I witnessed your battle with Jose on the council. Age, I have the strength to defeat Jose, who is about the same as me, so I want to take this opportunity to get to know you. That's right, look at Loya's eyes at first. It was Altair himself. In the previous guild evaluation, she was among the members of the House of Representatives. At first, she just wanted to take a look, but she didn't expect to encounter such a rare scene. She pretends to be Jalal's subordinate, but is actually the manipulator Altair considers himself to be a good person. Not to mention mastering powerful magic, he also possesses extremely powerful strength, otherwise Jalal will not be played around by her. However, this pride and confidence, along with her goal, was completely shattered in the battle between Loya and Jose. Although she is extremely confident, she doesn't think that she has, Qian Wang Zhao, the strength comparable to that of Saint Ten. But Loya did it. Not only did it, but also defeated Jose directly in a positive way. Even her talent was far inferior to her. It is not difficult to imagine that the future Loya has the potential to become a king. But, if only those were okay. Out of curiosity, after witnessing the battle, she investigated Loya's other qualifications to get more information. In addition to his own ability to defeat the Holy Ten, Loya also has the identity of the master of magic tools. The superposition of these auras made her wonder how Loya did it. As a result, personnel were arranged to observe. When she learned that Loya took the opportunity to sneak out of the Magic Council and head to the magic market, she followed closely behind. After learning about Loya's needs, he offered to help. For the sake of getting closer. Learn more about Loya. Chapter 83. What? Defeated Saint Ten Jose? Is that the boy who defeated 10 wizard saints in the council? Fairy tale. This is too young. Altair's voice was not deliberately lowered. Everyone in the VIP space could hear it clearly, attracting a lot of attention and exclaiming. Regarding the matter of the Holy Ten, after Loya's defeat, news and rumors spread all over the place. Not to mention the spread to the entire Ishgar continent. But many people in the central city already know about it, and many people have guessed that such a young man, but no one thought that it would be such a young person. Exclamations came and went. Seeing this, Loya is also a big head, and he is most afraid of this situation. This time, he simply wanted to come out and relax, but he didn't want to be noticed that much. Seems to see Loya's discomfort, Altair said. Let's talk alone. Next time, there will be an auction on 23. Let's go to the box and talk alone, Loya said strangely. Auction house. Is there any auction house here? Then the male manager explained. This distinguished VIP, the magic market will hold a magic auction every other month. Various rare magic props and materials will be auctioned off, which will be supervised by the Magic Council. Lord Altair is in charge of the auction house, and the auctioned items are intended to be obtained by the Dark Guild that was destroyed by the Magic Council. Besides, Lord Altair is also in charge of the daily expenses, etc. of the Magic Council. The Chancellor or something. Loya was a little shocked. Counting the time, Altair will never be in the council for more than 2 years. Climbing to this position in just 2 years, the house is a bit shocking. No wonder a business thief suddenly appeared, and the manager didn't dare to let out a word. Altair's identity was indeed pressing them down. There will be a lot of good things in this game. Not necessarily, you will hope. After thinking for a few seconds, Loya chose to accept the invitation. Altair's identity is not easy to approach, but as long as it's the right occasion and keep a certain distance, Loya doesn't have to worry about what will be involved. To be able to follow the identity of the other party to get more things. Then please. Altair smiled slightly. Under the leadership of Altair, the two walked towards the auction house. The way to enter is very simple. You can enter the auction hall through a teleportation magic circle. The white light flashed, and the two of them were immediately placed in the strange passage. The location of the auction house is hundreds of meters below the ground. The auction house is divided into 2 floors. The lower floor is reserved for ordinary mages, and the upper floor is an exclusive box. However, it is said that it is located underground, but the light is not dim at all. There are a large number of magic crystal lamps around, and there is a huge magic crystal dozens of meters high on the top of the middle. Just when the two of Loya entered through the teleportation magic circle. At this time, the auction has not yet started, and other people have entered one after another. Lord Altair. As soon as they entered, someone took the initiative to greet them and led the two of them to a gorgeous box. The service was quite attentive. No matter how thoughtful his service is, Loya doesn't care. Now his attention is on other things, and he said straight to the point as soon as he sat down. By the way, how are you going to help me? Loya, don't worry, Your Excellency. I will definitely help you get what you want. Picking up a glass of fruit wine, Altair said with a seductive look on his face. You must know that a large magic airship is not so easy to get, and if I help you so much, are you going to give me something in return? Coming. Loya knew nothing good. Altair himself knew the situation and could never help others easily. On the surface, it is a member of the council, but after all, it is a member of the Dark Guild. How can it be easy to help others without enough benefits? What do you want? Altair smiled slightly. I need your support. Loya questioned. Support? Correct. Altair nodded slightly. I want to come to Your Excellency to know that I am currently a member of the Magic Council and have some rights, but the reason for my qualifications is actually excluded from the rights. However, with your support, I believe it will be easier. Of course, if you are willing to support me, let alone the large magic airship, I can also find other objects for you. For example, the magic book, even if it is lost magic, I can help you attract it. Don't look now, Altair has infinite scenery, but in fact, the council does not have much right to speak, and it is largely restricted. Loya is also aware of this. Most of the members of the Magic Council are elected, but only Altair and Jalal are promoted to members by virtue of their strength. Altair's talent and magic are unquestionable, but the time is too short and too young. If she is given enough time, it is not impossible for her to grow up to the Holy 10 and surpass the Holy 10, but there are still 6 years before everything starts, and the current Altair is at best an S-rank mage. Her strength could not be improved in a short period of time, so she could only focus on other people and use the method of winning over her own network. Loya is without a doubt a good choice. Needless to say, in terms of strength, to defeat Saint Ten Jose, this alone is enough. In addition, the identity of the magic tool master also adds a lot to Loya. There is also a magic tool in Loya's hand that is comparable to the Holy 10. If he can get it, it will be a lot of improvement for Altair. It can be said that Loya alone is a moving treasure house. To this end, Altair used his own intelligence network to investigate Loya's situation, including Loya's hobby of collecting magic. It was inconvenient to talk about it before because of the large number of people. Now there are only 2 people getting along. Altair also directly stated his purpose and the chips in his hand. There is no need to hide anything. I have to say, Altair's last sentence directly hit Loya's lifeline. He doesn't care about money, magic crystals, or even magic tools. Only cannot refuse magic. Not to mention lost magic. Lost magic. That is, ancient magic, prime ancient magic. It is a magic that has been lost in this world. Most of the lost magic has powerful power, and some ancient magic is also forbidden magic. Chapter 84. Currently, there are only 2 lost magics that Loya has mastered. Thunder Flame Dragon Slayer magic, ancient book magic. Needless to say, Dragon Slayer magic, although it is still inferior to space magic and light magic, its potential is the highest magic currently mastered by Loya, and it has a great improvement value. Ancient writing magic, although it does not have combat power, its capabilities are very comprehensive. In essence, it is partly the same as the super brain system, and with Loya's brain, it can maximize the ability of the super brain, an extremely rare intelligent magic. In the early stage, ancient document magic gave Loya a lot of help. It can be seen how precious the lost magic is, The degree of rarity is still above the space magic. How? Lord Loya, there is not much lost magic in this world, even if most of them exist in the form of orphans. There are only a few people who can get it. I have a few copies in my hands. You shouldn't be disappointed. The changes in Loya's eyes did not escape Altaire's penetration, so he said, full of confusion. While covering the confusion, Altaire promised again. But what Altaire didn't know, Loya never doubted her 867's words from beginning to end. Urza and Mirajane aside, Loya and Altaire are very similar. Both of them are people who pursue the magical abyss and like to read books to gain more power. But compared to Loya, Altaire can touch more magic. Not to mention the backing of the Magic Council, the Grimoire Heart Guild alone has lost magic beyond imagination, and every member has lost magic. These are what Loya desires. But at the same time as his heart desires, Loya is not in a hurry to agree. He was weighing the pros and cons of accepting it. Altaire's mind mixed into the council does not exist. It is a vortex in itself, and it is a big trouble if it is not handled well. It would be fine if Loya was alone. But the key point is that he is a member of the Fairy Tale Guild. Once it is found that the two are related, it is likely to spread to the guild. Loya, don't rush to answer. Sir, why don't you participate in this auction together? This time there is a good thing. Just as Loya was lost in thought, Altaire spoke slowly, see. As the two chatted, the auction below began. Nice one. Loya was stunned for a moment and then looked down. At this moment, the light of the entire auction venue suddenly dimmed. Originally, there was a slightly noisy venue for conversations, but the moment the lights disappeared, it became quiet. In the next second, a bright beam of light fell from the dome and landed on the stage in front. I don't know when, there was already a woman on the stage. Dear guests, welcome to this auction. There are 10 items in this auction, each of which is a valuable treasure. Let's take a look at it together. On the wide round stage, a man dressed in a dress appeared, using sound magic to spread his voice to the audience. Graceful and atmospheric, yet friendly, it is easy to make people feel good. In an instant, there was thunderous applause in the venue, and the bidders responded one after another. Item number 1, Flying Philosopher's Stone, Engraved Wind Magic, Movement Speed Magic. After the magic power is injected, the magic can be activated instantly, enabling the user to have the ability to fly. The speed is as high as 10 meters per second, and the aging time is 10 minutes. The price is 5 million J. As her voice fell, behind her, 2 young girls shared a disc covered with a red envelope. Open the red cloth, revealing a red magic stone. It can be used by activation? Is it an additional magic applied? This is a bit strange. Hearing the auctioneer's explanation, Loya looked a little curious. The usual magic tool is held and used to inject magic power, but the flying magic stone in front of me directly applies magic to the user. Compared with the former, the latter is undoubtedly more convenient and can save the link of injecting magic power. To do this, you need to superimpose an additional magic on it and attach magic to the person. As expected of Your Excellency Loya, the name of the master of the magic tool is indeed not for nothing. The flying magic stone is a rare commodity that circulates from the Western continent. You know? Loya said strangely. Of course, most of these things have passed through my hands, and naturally I know them well. How does Your Excellency Luo want it? Altaire smiled slightly. If Lord Loya likes it, I can buy it for you. Forget it. Such a magic tool is useless to me. Loya doesn't currently master flying magic, but through other means, he was able to reach the stop in midair. For example, space magic, magic tool, etc., there is no need to buy a duplicate item. It was Altaire's words about the Western continent, which made him a little concerned. West continent. Counting time, it should be 4 years. In contemplation, the auction has already started. The price of flying magic stone has soared to more than 10 million, so the price of the auction here is not high. In the end, the flying magic stone was sold for 12 million. Without any delay, the auction of the second lot started immediately. It is still a special kind of magic stone, but it is not enough to attract Loya's attention. The auction price is a little higher than the previous flying magic stone, and it is quickly sold out. Next, the lots are drawn out one by one. Loya, who participated in the auction for the first time, was dazzled, but it was also an eye-opener. The next lot is special. The screen went dark, and the host walked to the middle of the auction table and said with a smile, "This item is extremely rare, at least above the S grade, but it is quite strange. I won't describe it too much. Please look at the screen. I think it will surprise everyone present." Hearing this, everyone's interest was also mobilized. When I came to Loya, I also raised a little bit of interest. Although he didn't buy anything in front, even he couldn't deny its excellence. Being able to get the host to say so, maybe there is really something good, but not necessarily. Two young girls brought up the plate again, and under everyone's attention, lifted the red cloth covering it. Jewels in the shape of water droplets appear. This gem is very beautiful. Even if it is separated by dozens of meters, the surface that can be clearly seen exudes a faint blue halo. Inside the drop-shaped gemstone, there is a bead-like existence. It was the crystal beads that emitted a faint colored halo. If you carefully identify it, you can feel that the crystal beads themselves seem to have a strange ability to glow, which is very strange. Chapter 85. When this crystal appeared for a moment, all eyes were attracted. Many people have even recognized what this thing is. Everyone has seen it. These two are the Dragon Slayer crystals. The effect of the Dragon Slayer crystal, I want you to come and know. Only by fully absorbing it can one become a Dragon Slayer and master ancient magic, which is extremely rare. And the two Dragon Slayer crystals have the same attribute, both of which are wind attributes, and can be absorbed at the same time to avoid the danger caused by different magic powers. So this pair of Dragon Slayer crystals will be bidding together in the auction house. Correct. In this moment, let alone other people, it was Loya's handsome face that turned red, and his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. The original dragon power in the body suddenly became violent, spinning rapidly. At this moment, an unprecedented sense of longing lingered in Loya's heart. Altair sees this completely. I saw her smiling slightly and said, "When I fought with Jose earlier, I discovered that the power you used was not ordinary magic, but the power of Dragon Slayer. And the dragon-slaying magic used is thunder and fire, and two kinds of dragon-slaying magic should be combined. Since you are using dragon-slaying magic, you should be interested in coming to Your Excellency Loya, and take the initiative to invite Your Excellency to participate in this auction. It's a pity that these Dragon Slayer crystals belong to the Magic Council's list. I can't take them directly. I can only arrange an auction in advance, but I can reduce your expenses by 30% to a certain extent, even to provide 300 million J to support Lord Loya. Don't look at just reducing the price by 30%. The price of a piece of Dragon Slayer crystal is about 400 million to 500 million, and 20% is about 150 million J. If you buy two, it is 300 million. What's more, these are two Dragon Slayer crystals of the same attribute, and they are auctioned together. The cost will be higher. In addition to the cost of 300 million J, Altair is equivalent to directly supporting Loya with 700 to 800 million J, which can be described as a big hemorrhage. And the purpose of doing all this is to sell Loya a favor. Rich lady. Loya couldn't help but sigh. This is also normal, not to mention that Altair is in a high position and has the support of Grimoire Heart behind her. It is very normal to have such money. But he still smiled and refused. Forget it. I've got your heart's content, and the cost is fine. I can buy it myself. Also, I forgot that Your Excellency is also a master of magic tools. Although it was rejected, Altair didn't care and was not surprised. She often wanders in the magic world, and she knows money and so on, and she doesn't care too much about a magician who has a magic tool, let alone a magic tool master like Loya. And even if Loya refused, she still received part of her favor after all. Without her arrangements and reminders, Loya would not have the opportunity now. This kind of love alone is not small. VIPs, with so many introductions, let's start the auction. The starting price is 1 billion J. Each time the increase is not less than 10 million. The host said with a smile. 1.1 billion J. Almost as soon as the host's voice fell, Loya made his bid, which instantly attracted the attention of many people. 1.1 billion J is not a small amount. There are not even half of those present who can take out 100 million J, and there are only a handful of people who can take out 500 million J, let alone 1 billion. Generally, only people from big business groups can afford it. Due to the masking magic set up in the VIP room, The people on the lower floors did not see Loya's figure. But even so, many people are speculating about Loya's identity. 1.1 billion J times. The host habitually reported the number of times directly. The voice fell, and the back was quiet. No way. Such a high price, few people can afford it. If it is sold separately, it is fine. At this time, there are still a few people who buy it, but the key is to sell it together, and the price exceeds the limit. 1.1 billion J twice. The supporters continued to shout, just when Loya thought he had bought it. Things backfired, and suddenly a voice came from the side. 1.2 billion J. Loya suddenly turned his head to look, and the voice came from the VIP area, which happened to be the VIP directly opposite him. The host raised his eyebrows slightly. 1.2 billion J, the first time. The bidders who did not participate in the auction later became interested. Such 2 Dragon Slayer crystals worth more than 1 billion actually caused 2 people to compete, and they also directly increased the price by 100 million J. Should it be so crazy? 4 flowers. For a time, there were some low voices of discussion in the auction seats behind. Loya concentrates on radiating magic power to sense the past. Unexpectedly, at the moment when he sent out his magical perception, the person next door fortunately pulled away the cover directly, revealing his appearance. It was an orange-haired youth who looked 18 or 19 years old, with 2 wing-shaped buns on both sides from above and a horizontal scar in the center of his face. At this time, the orange-haired youth also looked at the VIP room where Loya was with a smile. "Hey, sir, why don't you give me this thing? I owe you a favor." As the voice came out, there was an instant commotion in the entire auction venue. What is the situation? How could this guy appear here? When did he come back? That's right. Only he would so desire the power of the dragon. The people in the lower classes were talking about it, but if it's just the people below, Altair sitting not far from Loya is a little surprised. A strange expression appeared on his white and charming face. "It's him. How do you know each other?" Loya asked. "Well, it's acquaintance. To be precise, it should be said that many people know each other." Altair nodded, then looked at the opposite side through the magic circle and said in a deep voice, "God Serena, one of the 10 wizard saints, is regarded as a genius by the world. His strength and ranking are higher than Jose's. He is the man closest to the title of Heavenly King among the many saints." Serena? Loya was surprised to hear that. I wouldn't say it when I met Altair. After all, she was already in the Magic Council. But Serena would appear here. He really didn't expect it. "Why? Don't you know that man?" He seemed to sense Loya's strange reaction, and Altair's handsome face was even more surprised. It stands to reason that God Serena's reputation is very loud, and as Loya, he should not be ignorant. Indeed, Loya didn't deny it. Although he knew about the other party, it was indeed the first time he came to this world to hear the other party's name. Just like when Makarov told the Sorcerers Guild's assessment. Unless it was something related to magic, he wouldn't pay attention to other things at all. Big. Chapter 86. I see. After confirming that Loya was really unclear, Altair explained the current Holy 10 ranking for Loya. Divided by strength, the 3 kings of Ishgar, Hyberian, Ulfheim, Warad Sequin. The remaining 7, Serena, Makarov, Jose. There are currently 4 vacancies in all 10 seats. In fact, 2 of these 4 vacancies originally existed. Because of betrayal, or the reason for giving up the title, there are vacancies. These 4 people are Fairy Tail's previous guild leader Precht, and former Magic Development Bureau Director Brain, both of whom have the strength to surpass the Holy Land and be comparable to the King of Heaven. This Wizards Guild review is designed to fill the vacancy of the 10 Wizard Saints. Serena will climb to the top of Ishgar's strongest magician's treasure, 8 or 7, in the next 13 years or so. Among them, he is also the youngest king. Counting the time, now is indeed the time of Serena's youth. But in his teens, he became the Holy 10, and even ranked above the old man, enough to see Serena's talent. Of course, it may also be related to the Dragon Slayer crystal implanted in his body. Lord Loya, if it's not necessary, I think it's better for you to give up and give him the 2 Dragon Slayer crystals. Privately, I will find other Dragon Slayer crystals while pondering. Altair Lume slightly loved and said slowly. Why? Why give it to him? Isn't the auction house the highest bidder? Loya Jinyi's disagreement and confusion. It stands to reason that this is the boundary of the Magic Council, so close to the headquarters of the Magic Council. If it is the king of Ishgar, it will be fine, but the key is that Serena is a 10 wizard saints like the old man, so he will not snatch it. Hearing this, Altair also smiled slightly. Loya, your excellency doesn't know. It's not wrong that Serena is 10 wizard saints, but his strength has surpassed ordinary Saint 10, and he has more than 4 kinds of dragon-slaying magic, and his strength is close to that of the King of Heaven. Last time, in order to snatch a dragon-slayer magic, he even destroyed more than a dozen dark guilds, and even the Magic Council couldn't do anything about him. For types of dragon-slayer magic. At this time, Loya's voice also brought some surprise. So far, he has not had time to absorb dragon crystals, and he has only 3, but Serena already has 4, which must be amazing. But that doesn't mean Loya will back down. Dragon Slayer crystal is also very important to him. Outside world. Seeing that the box where Loya was in didn't respond for a long time, Serena also smiled proudly, which didn't mean much, because it seems to him that it is normal. After all, the title of Saint 10 is not for nothing, and he doesn't think that anyone dares to anger him and fight for the Dragon Demon Crystal. Once he obtained these 2 Dragon Slayer crystals, his strength would be stronger. 1.2 billion J for the first time. 1.2 billion the second time. It was interrupted by a short voice, but the auction should be carried out. Hearing this voice, Serena also showed a smug smile on her face, as if the 2 Dragon Slayer crystals were within easy reach. However, before he could smile for a long time, the smile instantly froze in the next second. 1.3 billion J, wow dash. The voice fell, and everyone present was in an uproar. No one would have imagined that under such circumstances, Loya would still choose to compete with Serena for the Dragon Slayer crystal. Serena's face suddenly turned ugly. He took a deep breath and slowly stood up. Hey, the guy on the opposite side dares to snatch my things. Don't you intend to show it? Boom. As he got up, his waste power exploded instantly. A faint air flow also rushed out of him. The next second, red and blue scales appeared on Serena's hands, and a low dragon roar echoed in her chest. All of a sudden, the entire auction venue was engulfed by a scorching hot and cold blood aura. When his bloodline aura was released outwards, the surrounding air trembled along with it, and there was a dragon roar in the magic. In the deep dragon roar, all the bidders in the venue were all magicians, and the moment they heard it, even the strongest person seemed to be pressed down by a mountain and had difficulty breathing. There is no release of magic. It is simply the coercion of magic, but under the surging red and blue magic power, it gives people a feeling of shocking the audience. When the magic power spread, Altair's expression changed slightly. As one of the 7 kin of purgatory, even with super talent, some gaps cannot be filled by talent. What's more, Serena's own talent is beyond her. Oops, it's really troublesome now. Altair didn't expect it either. Even though he told Loya that he was in trouble, Loya still chose to auction. It should be known that although they are both Holy 10, there is a clear gap between the upper and lower levels. Jose, defeated by Loya, was only at the bottom of the Holy 10. Compared with Serena, who is only under the king, there is still a big gap. Boom! The magic power surged and spread to the audience. However, in the next second, these 2 powerful magical forces rushed towards Loya's box. In front of this power, the weak isolation magic was pierced in an instant, and it fell violently towards Loya inside. Facing this power, Altair's face turned pale. The magic power that is close to the king is not something she can resist at all, let alone the most powerful dragon power in this world. Even the simplest magic oppression is not a force she can resist. But, just when Altair thought she was injured by the magic pressure, Loya moved beside her. 3.3 boom. A magic power erupted from Loya's body. The same is the power of the dragon. It is also the power of the 2-headed dragon. Compared with Serena's dragon power, it is not inferior at all. The 4 forces collided with everything, forming a magic storm, and the entire auction venue vibrated violently in an instant. Even if there are magic reinforcements on the surrounding walls, it can't stop the collision of this force at all, and even begins to shatter. What dragon power? The sudden burst of power shocked everyone present, including Serena. What he didn't think about first was that the other party also had Sanjiang. A shocked expression appeared on his face, but when he regained his senses, there was an excited look on his face. Fun. Interesting. Really interesting. Didn't expect to encounter the same power here. Duh. Chapter 87. What actually blocked Serena's magic power, which 10 wizard saints shot? Or is it that the King of Heaven is back? How is it possible? I haven't heard the news that the Magic Council has summoned the Heavenly King these days. Could it be another Holy 10? Didn't the Magic Council hold a regular meeting of the President recently? Between the collision of magic, the people below opened the magic barrier one after another. While resisting the explosion of magic power, seeing Serena's power, his face also showed an unexpected expression, and they were all curious about the identity of the mysterious person. However, when he turned his head, he saw the figure in the box blocking the power of the dragon in front of Altair. In an instant, unexpected expressions appeared in many eyes. Because Loya is too young enough to be a little unconfident. Years younger than Serena, who is considered a true genius. Wait, isn't that Lord Altair? Where is she? What's the matter? Lord Altair and a teenager are alone in a VIP room, which is too unexpected. This guy is 23, and Lord Altair actually accompanied him. Shocked by Loya's age and strength, some sharp-eyed people also found Altair's figure, causing the audience to be surprised for a while. The vast majority of people who can enter the auction are not ordinary people, and they naturally know Altair, who controls Magic Council's finances. Not to mention Altair's appearance and figure are also extremely good. In some cases, there are not many men in the entire central city who are unaware of Altair's existence. Almost a goddess in many people's hearts. Now the goddess in everyone's heart is sitting with a strange young man, and the voice of heartbreak keeps ringing. Serena was the only one in the audience, and he didn't turn his attention to Altair. His eyes were only looking at Loya from the beginning to the end, and there was even a trace of fiery and fighting spirit in his eyes. Serena is excited. If the world's most yearning and most eager for the power of the dragon is Acnologia, the next person is Serena herself. Longing for the power of dragons, he transplanted 8 dragon crystals into his body. To know that an ordinary person transplanted a dragon crystal is enough to become an S-rank magician, let alone 8. The current Serena, not yet the future him, obviously has not obtained so many crystals. Only the power of 4 dragon crystals is fused in the body, but it is also the power of ordinary people in the distance. It was rare to meet a dragon slayer, and it was because he mastered the power of Shuanglong, which naturally aroused his great interest. However, he is well aware of the power of the Dragon Slayer crystal. You may give up whatever you say, the dragon crystal placed in front of him, even sitting next to Loya in a Magic Council executive. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since I met the Dragon Slayer. I didn't expect to meet one here. It's really an accident, but you were too young to snatch these 2 Dragon Slayer crystals from me. With one step, Serena's magic power is further enhanced. Under his control, the power of 2 dragons, one red and one blue, slapped towards Loya like a vast ocean wave. This time, there is no reservation about the magical pressure. The power is more than several times stronger than before, and he is ready to directly press people with the power to solve it quickly. Also a dragon slayer, Serena doesn't think there are many people who can compare to her. However, just when he thought that Loya would be directly defeated by the magic pressure, I saw that even under this power, Loya's face did not change in the slightest, and he said with a faint smile, "Really? I'm not so human. Whoever has the highest price wins. What's there to argue about?" Boom. Loya's dragon power explodes instantly. On the contrary, because of the increase of the magical pressure, the power of the dragon is also higher, and the power of the dragon is beaten down. Invisibly, it was as if a raging dragon was roaring, not weaker than Serena in the slightest. Boom boom. The 2 forces that surpassed the saints collided without reservation. At the center of the collision, a more powerful force was born, impacting all around. He actually blocked it. Altair was also shocked when Loya resisted Serena's attack. She knew Loya's toughness since the fight against Jose, but Altair didn't think he would be Serena's opponent. Serena's talent is recognized by the Magic Council and even the entire magic circle of Ishgar. It is a sure thing that the recognized genius becomes the king. Although Loya is young and already famous, he is more of a master of magic tools and has nothing to do with magic practice. Besides, Loya is only 13 or 14 years old at present, 4 or 5 years younger than Serena. There are many gaps, and it can be said that the two are not comparable at all. She never expected that when facing Serena, whose strength was infinitely close to the king, she would still not be weak in the slightest, which really shocked her. Compared to the previous Loya defeated Jose, it was several times more shocking. But while shocked, Altair soon discovered one thing. As the conflict between the two sides further escalated, the already unbearable, constantly shaking auction house, the magic circles on the surrounding walls that were used for stability, began to rapidly crumble and disintegrate. A large number of boulders began to fall from above, hitting the ground. The horrifying picture made the mages below 867 panic, and they all fled towards the teleportation magic circle at the entrance and exit. The location of the auction house is located in the depths of the magic market, and magic is required to enter. Once this place collapses and heavy boulders fall, no one present will be able to survive, so how can everyone not be afraid? Monument. Review. A defensive magic circle shattered. With the disintegration of the magic circle, the boulder fell down and fell straight down towards the crowd below. Seeing that casualties were about to break out, Altair's face instantly turned aside, and he immediately released magic. She is in charge of everything in the auction house, including the magic market, and she must be the first to be held accountable in the event of casualties. In this way, it will have a great influence on her, who is eager to be promoted. This is not what Altair wants to see. Before winning Loya successfully, she made a mistake first, and she had no place to cry. Arc of Time. The voice fell, and she saw her release her magic power, and a pure white crystal ball suddenly appeared in her hand. The magic power turned, and the crystal ball instantly emitted a dazzling light, illuminating the entire auction venue. Under the urging of magic, those damaged things began to flow backwards and return to their original positions. Including the damaged defensive magic circle is the same. Chapter 88. Lost Magic Arc of Time. There are very few kinds of time magic that can return the state of things to the past or push them into the future, and the rarity is even higher than that of space magic. Under Altair, the disintegrating auction venue returned to its previous appearance. However, in the instant of recovery, it was smashed and disintegrated again by the power that erupted from Loya and Serena, repeating the previous disintegration picture. No, Altair can only be released continuously. Disintegration and backtracking. The magic circle disintegrated and recovered repeatedly. But even so, it recovered in an instant. At the instant of resurrection, a little magic power still passed through the crack, through the deep rock layer, and reached the ground, shaking the entire magic market. The vibration was so strong that ordinary people could not stand at their roots, and a large number of stone pillars collapsed, and even the ground began to collapse. And the scene is still evolving, from the magic market to the surrounding area, even to the residential area, and even the people in the Magic Council feel this strong vibration. Magic Council, inside the Parliamentary Hall. The members of the House of Representatives are meeting to discuss the results of this regular meeting of the presidents, and they are arguing about the selection of 10 wizard saints. There are 2 options which are placed in front of them, one for Loya and one for Jura. Both of them are undoubtedly eligible to be selected in a single round. Especially Loya, whose value more than doubled, even defeated the current Saint Ten Jose on the square in front of the Magic Council. But it is precisely because of the latter that many congressmen are swaying. One side feels that Loya has extraordinary potential, powerful strength, and the title of Master of Magic Tool, which is completely enough to obtain the title of Holy Ten. The selection of Loya to become the 10 Wizard Saints can greatly complement the strength of the 10 Wizard Saints. One side is definitely Loya too presumptuous, in which he oppresses the current Holy 10 counselors, has a bad character, and is not worthy of the title of Holy 10. To this end, the two sides have been arguing for a long time, holding their own opinions, and most of the Parliament's time is spent on these. While discussing, he was suddenly interrupted by this strong vibration. Parliament Speaker Crawford also stood up in panic. This is what happened for a long time. I don't know. Next to Crawford, the second seat Ogo was also puzzled. Did an earthquake happen? As soon as he finished speaking, Mikilo, who was in the third seat, vetoed it. Impossible. There is an enchantment in the Parliament Hall. Even if there is a major earthquake, it is impossible to affect this place. So what exactly happened? Not knowing the situation, the lawmakers were also a little confused. This vibration is caused by magic, and the source seems to be the magic market. There may be an accident there. At this moment, a figure slowly stood up in the corner. It was a young man with blue hair, wearing a white magic robe, and his eyes were full of light, indicating that his magic power was not weak. Ziclian is back? What did you find? Seeing this blue-haired girl, all the members present showed unexpected expressions. Zicrane, who joined the Magic Council at the same time as Altair, is still above Altair and is often delegated due to his outstanding strength. In fact, it's just Jalal's missing body, and Eclair is just a pseudonym. The previous Altair was Jalal's absence, and he took the initiative to replace it. Hearing Chicrane's words, many congressmen have no doubts. Without considering foreign aid, Zicrane and Altair are the only people who are currently available to the Magic Council. Crawford opened his mouth and said, Chi Keelii has troubled you to go. You must solve the trouble as soon as possible and bring the troublemaker back. At present, many Mage Guild presidents are in the Magic Council, and as Crawford, they can completely order the Mage Guild president. However, considering that it is the boundary of the Magic Council, it is too shameful to use the hand of an outsider. Yes, Zicrane did not feel unhappy about this, but agreed very obediently. Of course he didn't think that way. Being ordered by a group of old guys. If it wasn't for the accumulation of seniority and entry into the high level, Chiclair would have quit long ago. After receiving the order, Chicrane also acted quickly. Before the action, Zicrane felt a strange thing. Strange, what about Altair? The two sneaked in secretly. It stands to reason that when she came back, she should report the information to herself immediately. But so far, no one has been seen. After a little doubt, Chicrane set off without much thought. He had to complete the task extremely quickly, but there was no time for him to think much. The other side, even the counselors in the barrier clearly felt it. The guild presidents who were also in the Magic Council, enjoying the banquet, and the S-rank mages of various guilds also clearly felt it. F***K, labor and capital are all drunk. The violent vibration caused the entire venue to shake violently. Bags, who was grabbing the wine barrel and drinking, accidentally fell on the table and fell to the ground. Compared with these S-rank mages, the guild leader's side was better, but it wasn't much better, and the experienced ones quickly realized the problem. Bob said differently. Except for the situation outside, the tremor was so strong. I don't know, maybe something special happened. Jura was confused. This is the Magic Council. Unless it is a special situation, no one will rush to fight here. Go out and ask what you might know. Makarov shook his head in denial. As he spoke, he was about to go out and ask the other soldiers, but before he stepped out of the gate, Goldmine came in with the news. I asked the knights. There seems to be a big movement outside, and the direction seems to be the magic market in the central city. Magic market? Magic Maka, Qian Wang Zhao. Luofu was stunned when he heard the words. In the next second, a strange and unpleasant feeling surrounds my heart, because he suddenly recalled a figure that had not appeared for a long time. He subconsciously turned his head and began to scan the crowd at the banquet with his eyes, but no matter how much he searched, he couldn't find the figure he wanted to see. Boom. Makarov rushed straight to the gate. Could it be that Bob, Goldmine, mother-in-law Oba, Mala and others saw Makarov's reaction and immediately noticed something, and a cynical figure appeared in their minds. A figure who never appeared at the banquet from beginning to end. No way. Yela's eyes narrowed sharply, looking at the chairman beside him, but found that their eyes were also a little shocked. Although nothing was said, an answer had already appeared in their minds. For a time, everyone turned around and followed behind Makarov. Chapter 89. Boom, boom, boom. At auction, just before a group of Magic Council arrived, Loya and Serena's dragon power clash is still breaking out. The unparalleled power slammed into the surrounding, tearing everything and destroying everything. No, Lord Loya, I can't support it for long. In order to keep everything stable, Altair constantly injects magic power into the crystal ball to maintain the arc of time. In this state, Altair's ability magic is rapidly draining. For a time, sweat broke out from the white and smooth forehead, but the two sides who exploded the magic power did not mean to stop, but instead continued to improve and collide. Seeing that Altair was about to lose his hold, 7 spheres suddenly flowed in front of Altair, and these 7 spheres were actually Loya's empty magic spheres. Seeing this, Altair subconsciously made a difference. At this moment, a thought sounded in her mind. You can't bear the battle later. I have already unlocked this empty magic ball. I'll lend it to you for now and keep some magic power. When the battle is going on, I will protect myself. Both sides intend to give up the Dragon Slayer crystal, and an outbreak is inevitable. Loya 867 didn't care. Altair, who only had the strength of an S-rank magician, was obviously unable to withstand the aftermath of the outbreak of the battle between the two sides. It is true that Altair has ulterior motives for approaching herself, but Loya also needs the conditions and help she mentioned, and he naturally cannot ignore it. Good. After a brief thought, Altair quickly complied with Loya's request. In fact, as a genius, when she heard Loya's words, she was a little dissatisfied in her heart. But at this moment, even she has to admit that the current battle is not something she can contact. At present, it is just a collision of momentum. Once the battle breaks out, the power will be even more terrifying. The other side, Loya? So you are the one who defeated Jose, a member of the Makarov Guild. No wonder you have such strength. The small movements of the two are naturally impossible to hide from Serena's insight. With strength reaching the level of Serena, his perception of magic is naturally very keen, not to mention that the dragon's hearing is far away from other people, and he can hear even the smallest voice. The moment she heard Loya's name, Serena also recognized, see, the other party. There is no way. There is news about St. Tin Jose being defeated by a teenager, and also St. Tin Serena finally know. Hearing this, Serena's eyes also looked at Roy with interest. When I heard that Jose was defeated, I actually disagreed. Although I hated Jose, he was always a top 10. Now it seems that he was not wronged. But it's too arrogant to want to fight with me just because of this. Looking at the face of the Magic Council, I can give you a chance, quit, and I will give you a chance to survive. Arrogant? I don't think so, Loya said indifferently. It seems to me that the loser may not necessarily be me. If it is Serena who will master the power of the 8 dragons in the future, he may have some scruples. But there are only 4 dragons. Even if he masters 2 more dragon-slaying spells than Loya, what can he do? It looks like you're not going to give up. After being contradicted again and again, Serena's face, who was already a vegetable, became gloomy. Although Rancher likes to play with each other with her powerful abilities, Serena herself is not the same. At this time, he was in the Magic Council, not to mention that there was Makarov behind Loya. It was very unfavorable for him to offend so many people at once. However, if he was prevented from obtaining the Dragon Slayer crystal, he would never give up easily. In an instant, the two kept accumulating magic power. Sometimes it's useless to talk too much, and the best option is to fight it. With the increase of the magic power of the two, Altair was finally unable to maintain it under the collision. The magic power was withdrawn, and all the defensive magic circles were shattered. In an instant, as if receiving a signal, Loya and Serena moved at the same time. The targets are the 2 important Dragon Slayer crystals left over from the auction. The two went straight to work without much conversation. Go to hell, Serena took the lead, boom. The rubble fell, obscuring the view. But even so, Serena could not move forward. Purgatory Dragon's Wing Strike. The wing strike of the extreme ice dragon. The arm of the left hand turns into a dragon claw of fire, and the arm of the right hand turns into a dragon claw of ice. The extremely icy cold air and the extremely hot mist each radiated through the air, and the two forces fell violently towards Loya. Lei Yanlong's Wing Strike. Loya also burst out with his own dragon power. Lightning and flames intertwined, turning into a pair of thunder and fire wings, and the figure burst out. Boom! In the depths of the roaring underground, a dazzling light curtain erupted. The invisible shock wave shattered the countless solid stones around it, setting off a thick cloud of dust. In the explosion, The lightning instantly shattered the flames and the polar ice, and Serena was also shot directly out of nowhere. Seeing this burst of power, Altair hurriedly opened the empty magic ball that Loya had told her to block the impact. The intercourse of thunder and fire. How did you do it? Through the smoke, Serena, who appeared again, looked at Loya and said, "No comment." Loya turned into a thunder flame spear in his hand, and his body appeared with a dragon pattern, and he galloped out. And this scene shocked Serena again. It really is completely integrated, and it still stimulates the power of the dragon. How is this possible? Different dragons slaying magic. The power of the dragon inspired is also completely different. Fire attribute, for dissolution, burning. Thunder attribute, for penetration, paralysis. But the two dragon powers are completely integrated by Loya, with additional double effects, and the power has been increased several times. Although he currently has the power of a four-headed dragon, he has never tried to combine the powers, use them more individually, or use them separately at the same time. Just like the present, the hands control the arrival of different attributes when I saw Loya's Thunder Flame Dragon Slayer magic. I couldn't help being a little shocked and different. At this moment, Serena made a decision. He doesn't plan to kill Loya anymore, and after he grabs the dragon crystal, he will force Loya to hand over the way to fuse the power of the dragon. The fusion of the power of the two dragons can still burst out such amazing power. What if it was replaced with 3 dragons, or 4 dragons and 5 dragons? Serena can't even imagine it. The will to fight in his eyes grew stronger. The profound meaning of integrating the power of the dragon, once obtained, will definitely allow him to greatly enhance his own strength. Chapter 90. Boom. The impact of the explosion surged in the underground auction hall. In the middle of the battle between the two, it collapsed due to the fragmentation of the magic circle. The calm and huge boulder is like a 1,000-meter waterfall, constantly pouring down from the top, but the moment it falls, it is washed away by the eruption of the heart. Deep underground, a fierce battle broke out between the two figures. Boom! The long spear wrapped in thunder flames pierced through the roar and slammed down towards Serena. In the face of this power, Serena released the magic power of Shuanglong and did not activate the power of the dragon to block it and directly attacked it, shaking out a terrifying shockwave. Such a monstrosity. A slight numbness appeared at the wrist, making Serena's face change again. He had imagined that Loya's hand was very strong with the power of dragons, and wanted to try the power of dragons, the power of fusion in a positive way. However, in the next instant, Serena realized that she was underestimating the other party. Since absorbing the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic, Loya's dragon power has also increased several times, and at the same time, the transformation of dragon power has been accelerated, and the transformation speed is several times that of the past. That's all. Since the creation of the meditation method, Loya has never stopped practicing. Lai meditation method can enhance one's own spiritual power, and secondly, the improved meditation method can even temper oneself. A wizard who pursues the end of the devil does not need a monster-like body, but his physique must be strong enough. The tempering effect of the meditation method is average, but it is better than continuous, several years of tempering like a day, and the small rivers converge into rivers. With the dragon pattern of the dragon's power, without using magic, Loya's physique is almost infinitely close to the Holy Ten. Serena was too big, but didn't use her dragon power to resist Loya's blow. It's like Dragon Slayer took a real dragon blow. If it weren't for him eating the strong standing on the top of the continent and mastering 4 kinds of dragon slaying magic at the same time. It was not pain that came from the hand, but a fracture on the spot. Loya rarely gets into close-quarters combat. To a large extent, he disdains such behavior, and the empty magic ball is what he uses to replace himself to understand unnecessary trouble. But Serena's is different. At the moment of feeling the power of the opponent's dragon, Loya can roar with the power of his own dragon in his body, eager for a hearty battle. Dragon, born proud. Do not surrender to any creature, even if it is the same dragon. Moreover, dragon slaying magic itself is the magic born for slaying dragons. To a certain extent, in the case that the 4 dragons have withdrawn from the historical stage after 100 years, the dragon slayer itself that has activated the power of the dragon can also be regarded as a dragon. For this reason, Loya does not intend to use other magic. He wants to follow the opponent's power, temper his own dragon power, and speed up the transformation of dragon power. As for the 2 Dragon Slayer crystals, it won't be too late to get them after defeating Serena. Lei Yanlong's collapsed fist. Boom! After the explosion separated, Loya turned and stepped on the boulder. Lightning and flames surged around him, wrapping around his fist. The next second, the figure burst out, piercing everything, dissolving everything, carrying a vast violent magic power, and attacked Serena. She had suffered a loss before, and Serena didn't dare to care so much. She just burst out with her dragon power. The quality and level of the dragon's power far exceeded that of Loya, so that the advantage that Loya had just achieved was instantly equalized, and even faintly suppressed. Sure enough, without relying on other magic, there is still a big gap when using the power of the dragon alone. Loya has been feeling the pressure for many years since practicing magic. Looking at the unprecedentedly powerful enemy, the fighting spirit has been raised to the extreme. Without giving Serena a chance to speak, Loya's power erupted again, and the thunder flames wrapped around it, condensing a little compressed long spear again, and shot towards Serena. Anything that stands in its way is dissolved by the magic of its gunblade. What a powerful control! Serena felt danger on Loya. The power of the dragon is not strong, but the ability to control the magic power is very terrifying. If it weren't for the power of the 4 dragons at Serena's grasp, the total amount of dragon power would be far beyond Loya's. Under the same circumstances, he would have been defeated long ago. In fact, Loya saw it too. Seeing that Serena's dragon power is far superior to himself, Loya also decisively gave up the fighting method of condensing the spear and switched to holding the iron fist wrapped around lightning and flames, giving full play to his physical advantages, turning into an afterimage and running towards Serena. For flowers, thunder flames advance, and the double burst speed is extremely fast. The speed was so fast that it appeared in front of Serena almost in an instant. So fast, Serena's pupils shrank slightly. The combination of the power of the dragon and the power of the body made up for the gap in the dragon-killing magic of the 2 sides to a certain extent, and even he felt the pressure of this blow. In the face of Loya's terrifying attack, he used the power of the 3rd dragon without hesitation, folded his hands, and the khaki magic power spread out. The radius of the earth formation of the cave dragon. The boulders that fell within the range of khaki magic converged towards Loya's at Serena's control. In an instant, a huge sphere formed deep underground. However, at the moment of formation, the gathered balls suddenly swelled in a circle, the boulder protruded red and melted quickly, and then a figure pierced out. "Damn it! Do you really think I can't do anything about you?" Serena, who suffered consecutive losses, was also instantly angry. All 4 kinds of dragon-killing magic erupted, transforming into 4 giant dragons with different attributes, entangling around Serena's body. Each dragon represents a different power, and with extremely terrifying power, it strikes towards Loya. Both exploded. Facing the impact of the 4 dragons, Loya was knocked out by the 4-headed dragon, and the whole person retreated hundreds of meters and rushed into the wall. In the process of flying backwards, Loya looked at the dragon slayer magic hitting him. His eyes were slightly stunned, and he fell into a sluggish state for a moment. Seeing this, Serena's face turned pale. "Ha ha ha ha. It's rare that you really think that you can defeat me with the power of Xuanglong alone. Even if you know how to integrate the power of dragons, you must know that I have mastered 4 kinds of powers of dragons, and the power is twice yours. You are still far from me now. Cough, is it?" Just as Serena was laughing wildly, Loya, who suddenly fell into the smoke, the voice came out slowly. The magic surges, dispelling the smoke. Loya, who appeared again, looked at Serena, whose body was wrapped around a 4-headed dragon, and the fighting intent on his face did not diminish at all, but even more intense. "Thanks to you. Otherwise, I hadn't understood dragon-slaying magic so quickly and the true use of dragon power." Big. Chapter 91. Serena, who was laughing wildly, froze in place. Then, a scene that he couldn't calm down appeared in front of his eyes. Within sight, a giant dragon like Serena was wrapped around Loya's body, and the dragon pattern on his face was no longer a simple dragon pattern, but a real scale. This is a further manifestation of the power of the dragon. The power of the dragon is divided into several processes. Loya's beginning was just a preliminary grasp. The power of the dragon in the first stage is only to increase the body and strengthen the magic power. The second stage of dragon power is to cover the whole body with magic power, further activate it, and evolve the scales and characteristics of the dragon. The shock just now was not because Loya Nuyi himself was knocked into the air. Serena, as the head of the future 4 kings of Ishgard, can easily crush the rest of the kings at his peak, only relying on the super strength of the 4 dragons. Under the specific circumstances of 867, it can also release the power of the dragon to form a giant dragon energy body and carry out ultra-high-speed attack and movement, which is no longer comparable to the strength of the Heavenly King. The real reason for Loya's sluggishness, between the collision with the 4-headed dragon, the power of the dragon is almost at its limit. In this state, Loya's dragon power seems to be activated, and it resonates with the 4 dragon powers and begins to absorb the opponent's dragon power. Such a feeling, Loya knew what was going on. That is the devouring characteristic of Dragon Slayer magic. When the consumption is finished, or when the limit is reached, the inspired dragon power will speed up the transformation of magic power and devour magic power. And only the magic power is exhausted, leaving itself in a state of nothingness, thereby accommodating the new dragon power. It is a very risky and extremely difficult skill. At this moment, a small dragon seed formed in Loya's body. Dragon power really woke up at this moment. At the same time, the information about the Thunder Flame Dragon Slayer magic has also been changed. It is no longer just the Thunder Flame Dragon Slayer magic, but also includes Serena's power. Dragon Slayer magic, used to convert one's own physique into that of a dragon, with the characteristic of swallowing lightning and flames, able to absorb the energy of the same attribute, restore physical strength, and enhance strength. Characteristic: Second Stage Dragon Power. Second Stage Dragon Power. Evolve dragon scales, increase magic power, improve physical fitness in all directions, and greatly improve defense power. Brain development, 47%. D. Actually use me as a trainer. Seeing the dragon scales on Luo's face, Serena's expression also changed, and her eyes darkened instantly. At this point, Jian knew what had happened. Serena is very sure that the previous Loya has not really mastered the power of the dragon. Too much is just condensing the power of the dragon to attack, and it is impossible to know how to master the power of the dragon. But now, the power of the giant dragon wrapped around the body is like a real giant dragon, as if just a casual movement can cause huge persecution. This way is exactly the same as when he blasted Loya up. And the dragon scales on his body are clearly a manifestation of completely mastering the power of the dragon. Although she doesn't want to admit it, Serena has to admit that Loya's dragon power is stronger than before. Break through yourself little by little in the face of adversity. Obviously, this is not what he wants to see. You must know that he has always played with others in the applause. When was he fooled like this? For a time, Serena's face turned gloomy. I just wanted to fool you. But now it looks like you don't need to live anymore. The same thing is what I want to tell you. Loya grinned. At this moment, his eyes were full of war. Serena is no longer an opponent in his eyes, but his whetstone. Boom! In the rage, the two sides fought together again. The power of the explosion has increased again. Ground due to the fierce battle below, the earthquake of the giant dragon on the ground was caused. When it reaches a certain level, above the surface, a huge sinking crater vortex appears. With the appearance of the underground vortex, without support, the magic market above all began to sink, and cracks spread out like cobwebs. Buildings, trees, stone statues, all fell into the dark abyss. The magic market and the people around it began to evacuate quickly with magic tools. But even so, some people were still killed and could not escape in time. Quick, run! Help me! Help me! I'm being held down. It's too dangerous here. You must evacuate quickly. Meteor. Seeing that people are about to be in danger and mastering celestial magic, Chicrane was the first to arrive. At the moment of arrival, it was too late to investigate the incident and quickly took action. No matter what, He is currently a member of the Magic Council after all, and if he ignores the safety of mankind, it will have a huge blow to his reputation. Anyway, go ahead and talk. The body was wrapped in golden rays of light, galloping away, and the hands released one after another magic power to rescue the victims on the ground. At the same time, other guild leaders and S-rank mages have also arrived. Use your own magic to rescue the people in the magic market. Nearly 100 personnel shot simultaneously, and within a few breaths, all personnel retreated. However, although the personnel were rescued, the real problem has not yet been solved. Boom! For a time, everyone's eyes were focused on the deep pit. In the explosion of magic power, they could still feel the two forces that erupted from the depths of the ground. The battle is underground. It is the location of the auction house, who is fighting. When his eyes fell, Kilian immediately determined the position the moment he noticed it. He has been with the Magic Council for several years, and he has mastered most of the central cities, big and small. While determining the position, he couldn't help but wonder who was fighting. In perception, he could feel that these two magic powers were not fast, and even compared to the two powers at the moment, there was still a big gap. But 3.3 Chikrain doesn't know. It doesn't mean that others do too. Makarov, Bob, Goldmine, and other people who participated in it immediately recognized that another source of magic power was none other than Loya himself. Seeing the fall of this magic market, Makarov's face darkened. Really, the worst thing happened. When he came, he was worried that Loya would get into trouble. So I kept staring at Loya in the guild evaluation. Because of Loya's performance, I happily drank a few more glasses, and Loya followed him. Anyway, the guild evaluation has ended. He can think that Loya can make trouble. I didn't expect such a big thing to happen in a blink of an eye. It's the magic of Loya. What the hell is this guy doing? Duh. Chapter 92. There seems to be a light in the deep pit. Suddenly, just as they were guessing what was going on at the moment, a voice rang out from the crowd. At the moment of hearing the sound, everyone's eyes also turned to the vortex crater below, only to see a ball of light emerging from the chaotic darkness, which surprised many people. It seems to be in response to their curiosity. As time advances, the huge vortex erupted with a terrifying magical impact. The strength of the Emperor, the things in the ground are sent in and out and rushed to the sky. Among the many rocks, the aperture shot out through the deep place and stayed on the outside world. At this time, only Altair can appear here. Altair, why is she here? Chikrain was a little weird. Just now, he was still thinking about who was below, but Altair, who disappeared in the next second, rushed out of the ground. Immediately, the release of celestial magic was wrapped in 23 golden radiance and flew towards Altair's location. Makarov and others also noticed this streamer for the first time. He himself was no stranger to Altair, and he also recognized the 7 streamers, which were actually the empty magic balls that Loya had mastered. The empty magic ball is only owned by Loya alone, and it is impossible to give it to others. Now that it is in Altair's hands, it can only explain one thing. The two sides had contacted each other, and they might know something, and they rushed over immediately. On the empty ground, Altair was half knelt with a pale face. What happened, and who is fighting below? As soon as he landed, Chikrain asked Altair directly. At the same time, Makarov and the others arrived at the same time, and their eyes were all focused. Yes, Serena of the 14th and the fairy tale sorcerer Loya are robbing the dragon demon crystal. After just a few seconds, Altair told everything that had just happened inside the underground. The moment they heard it, everyone's faces were sluggish, and Makarov was also shocked. In addition to being shocked, his face immediately became tense. He is also a 10 wizard saints, and he naturally knows Serena, a rising star. The talent and strength are extremely strong, and the character is also extremely violent. Because he is worried that he will fall into the Dark Guild, even the Magic Council is extremely indulgent to him. They expected that Loya would be fighting, but not Serena. Loya? When did Fairy Tale appear as such a #1 character? When Chikrain heard the result, even if he was as calm as him, his brows were only slightly wrinkled. The Magic Council asked him to solve the trouble, but he did not expect to encounter such 2 problems as soon as he shot. A Serena, a person who is suspected to be equal in strength to Serena. It seems that someone is about to come out of the ground. During the discussion, a voice appeared in the crowd again. So everyone's eyes shifted again. In the next second, a huge impact erupted from the boulder vortex, and a figure stepped on a flame dragon, rushing out like a rocket and stagnating in the sky. This person was obviously Serena herself. At this time, Serena is no longer the same as before. The magician's robes on his body were tattered, and the 2 braids were scattered in the eruption. His hair was disheveled like a beggar, and he was extremely embarrassed. But even so, someone recognized it in the first time. "Wait, isn't this 10 Wizard Saint Serena?" someone shouted. Bob also said with a different expression, "What's the matter? Why did he look so embarrassed? But is it because of the collapse of the ground? Or is it because of Loya? Impossible. Even if Loya has the strength to defeat Jose, but Serena is ranked 4th among the 10 Wizard Saints, and the strength is second only to the King of Heaven. How could he be inferior to Loya?" Granny Oz shook her head. Even though her heart is biased towards Loya, she doesn't think Loya is stronger than Serena. It's not her fault, but Serena's name has already spread throughout the Ishgar continent. When questioning the denial and harmony, La, who was standing behind the crowd, spoke slowly. "But if that's not the case, how can you explain such a situation? It can't be caused by the collapse of the ground. And didn't Miss Altair also talk about the situation in the ground just now?" As soon as these words came out, everyone present fell into an atmosphere of silence. Yes, if that's not the case, then who made Serena dare to be like this? They didn't think that a mere subterranean subsidence could force Serena to such a level. When the strength is strong to a certain extent, ordinary disasters can't hurt wizards, let alone 10 wizard saints. Even in the face of natural disasters, they can avoid it, but keep themselves safe. The voices of doubt and suspicion spread among the many members, but it didn't take long for a roar, and another figure rushed out of the depths of the ground. With the appearance of this figure, the answer was completely revealed. This figure is Loya. Like Serena, Loya is stepping on a giant dragon, soaring into the sky, chasing after Serena. "Serena, don't try to run away." While chasing, Loya even roared with excitement. This scene directly made many guild presidents who issued it dumbfounded. 867 What's the situation? They expected a fierce battle between Loya and Serena, but they did not expect such a scene. Now the strongest of the 10 wizard saints, Serena, whose strength is second only to the King of Heaven, was pursued by Loya. How can this be? Not to mention these guild presidents. Even Chicrane had a shocked expression on his face. Although he has not yet won the title of 10 Wizard Saints on the bright side, Chicrane believes that his strength is not weaker than that of saints, and his talent is not weaker than anyone else's. Given enough time, he has the confidence to surpass anyone, including Serena. Now a man about his age, now chasing Serena everywhere. How can he believe it? Is he really that strong? As the manipulator behind the scenes, Altair's response was no different. When she was deep in the ground, she knew that Loya was not weak, but she didn't expect to be able to chase Serena in reverse. In fact, Altair didn't know that Loya's own strength was not weaker than Serena's, but he deliberately suppressed his own strength in order to further activate his own dragon power. Under the condition that the strength of the two sides is almost the same, as the battle lengthens, Loya transforms more and more dragon power, and the more he fights, the more courageous he becomes. Chapter 93. Damn, what's going on with this guy? He's a monster. Sensing that Loya was chasing after him again, Serena's face couldn't be darker. From the conflict to the outbreak, the number of rounds between the two is almost as high as thousands. Whenever he was about to be defeated, Loya's body was always able to burst out more terrifying magic power. The more he fought, the more courageous he could even absorb his own dragon power. He had never seen such a sight. The next moment, Loya's figure also rushed into the sky, releasing the dragon pressure. In the state of the second stage of dragon power, Loya, whose face is covered with dragon scales, is more healing and evil when he smiles. Okay, let's start our second battle. The moment the voice fell, the fist that covered part of the dragon scales was wrapped in a variety of energies, smashing down like a cannonball. His speed has increased again. Serena didn't have time to think with her brain at all. She could only react subconsciously by relying on the fighting instinct she had developed over the years. At the moment of dodging, he almost rubbed Loya's fist to dodge. Just when she thought she was avoiding it, Loya turned around and suppressed her inertia with magic, turned to look at Serena, and opened her mouth. Call. Endless magic power converged towards him, forming a ball of light. At the moment when the light ball appeared, the surrounding space seemed to be unable to withstand this power, and the space vibrated violently. Dragons, not good. Seeing this action, Serena immediately realized something was wrong and was ready to turn around and dodge. But at this moment, Loya's voice resounded through the sky. Roar! Wow! A gust of wind broke out. Looking up, a huge dragon's roar came. No, can't escape this time. Boom! Under the gaze of everyone, the dazzling power of the dragon crossed the sky. Covering most of the sky over the entire central city, it swallowed Serena's figure and crossed the city on the ground. Boom! In an instant, the violent air wave drowned everything. In the next second, dazzling explosions appeared one after another in the town, and waves of waves oscillated, smashing the ground of the street into debris and drawing a long line of flames. Is this kid crazy? How come he has completely changed his appearance? Such a good Loya. Makarov is the first time to meet. He wanted to stop the other party, but before he could speak, the terrifying air waves continued to spread out not far away. If they were ordinary people, their internal organs would be shattered by the shock wave. Defense Magic Mystery 3 Gods Pillars. Makarov hurriedly cast magic, opened a triple golden magic circle, and summoned 3 huge iron pillars in the next instant, turning around and scolding at the same time. Quick, block everything here. Good. Along with Makarov's release of magic, when they heard the shout, the others also cast their own magic. Boom boom. The violent power poured out wildly, and the presidents of the Wizards Guild took action at the same time, but they were unable to completely block it. Still, a part of the aftermath of the energy spread out, and even the buildings around the magic market were also impacted. No, he must be stopped. Seeing the massive devastation caused by Loya and Serena's battle, Zikrian's eyes are solemn. Although causing the damage has nothing to do with him, you must know that he bears this mission. If the danger is allowed to break out, it will be troublesome for his career, and a mistake of ineffectiveness will be imprinted on him. At this time, Chikrin was just a clone. However, it is said that it is a clone, but it is barely close to the strength of the 10th level, and it is difficult to stop this battle. The only way is to choose to join Serena's side, balance the power of the two, and then persuade. He also didn't think that after fighting Serena for so long and unleashing such an amazing blow, how much magic power was left in his body. Altair, inform the high-level people, and call more people to come to support. Before leaving, Chikrin did not forget to arrange other things to ensure that nothing went wrong. Boom! After he finished speaking, without waiting for Altair's reaction, Zikler rushed out because of the release of magic, and charged towards the location of the two of them. The other side, after being hit by Loya's blow, Serena lay on the ground until her face was grim and her body was in constant pain. Although he didn't check it, he could clearly feel the dragon's roar from Loya just now, which broke several of his ribs, and the pain kept coming. However, compared to the pain in the body, Serena was more shocked by Loya's dragon-slaying magic. It was obvious that he had only just activated the power of the dragon before, and he completely mastered it in a blink of an eye. In the process of fighting, he also absorbed his own dragon power and accepted it as his own magic power. Serena didn't know when Dragon Slayer magic with different attributes could still be forcibly absorbed like this. But, at this time, it is not what he can think about. Within the range of his magical power perception, Loya, who injured himself, was galloping towards his position, and just as he stood up, Loya's voice sounded behind her. Come on, keep fighting. Boom! Loya, encased in the power of the dragon, came daringly. The figure appeared in the sky several hundred meters away from Serena, looking at each other with burning eyes. You must know that in order to absorb the opponent's dragon power, he took a lot of risks, and it was easy to integrate these for dragon powers and further enhance the dragon power. Now is the time when supplies are needed to further expand their own strength. Obviously, Serena is a good power bank. There's nothing Loya can do to get this guy out of his hands. At least squeeze it dry first. Try this trick, boom. Loya entangled magic power, and Qian Wang Zhao fell with one foot. Serena's pupils shrank sharply, and with her rich combat experience, she instinctively evaded. Dragon tread. A foot fell, and the damaged ground cracked several bottomless huge cracks one after another. Damn, his strength has increased again. While dodging, feeling the explosion of magic power, Serena's face was very ugly. At that moment, he could feel the power of Loya's rapid increase, and he was already slowly catching up with him invisibly. Should it be so amazing? Stop! This is the Magic Council's territory. No one is allowed to fight here. Just when the two sides were about to break out a new round of impact, a voice came from afar. But how could Loya, who was about to fight, pay attention to these boring things? Get away from me. Boom. The terrifying attack turned into a streamer, sprayed out directly, and fell towards the incoming magic power. Chapter 94. Hearing Loya's attack, Chikrane's face was extremely embarrassed. In any case, his current identity is always a member of the Magic Council, so he is so direct, and he is clearly not in his eyes at all. But just when Zikrian looked angry, in the next second, his face suddenly changed. Wow! A gust of wind broke out. The power of the dragon crossed the sky and arrived brazenly. The speed was so fast that it appeared in front of Chikrane in the blink of an eye. Oops! Monument! As if being hit by a great hammer of God, the figure fell down like a meteor, deeply embedded in the earth. Did it just blow Zikrane up in the air? Altair, who witnessed this scene, was so shocked that he could hardly say a word. She is very clear about Chikrane's strength. Although it is only a clone, its strength is in no way inferior to Saint Ten Jose. But it was just a single blow, and it was sent flying directly. This gap is too terrifying. Could it be that Loya never burst into full power in the fight against Jose in the beginning? Meteor. Monument. Not long after falling into the ground, Chikrane, who had suffered a lot of injuries, flew into the sky again in anger, heading straight for Loya. Previously, if he only had the idea of persuasion, then now he has been irritated by Loya. He is arrogant and arrogant. When has he defeated him in such humiliation? Give me down. 7-star sword. The voice fell, and 7 golden magic circles appeared in the sky. The magic power condensed, emitting a brilliance like a star, emitting 7 beams of light, falling around. Huh? You still have the strength to act. Loya, who was fighting Serena, noticed it for the first time. Turning his head to look, he found that Chi Klein was about to shoot at him, and at the same time he saw through the identity of the other party at a glance. After all, Altair was there, so how could this guy be missing? It turned out to be him. No wonder he can withstand my blow, but now I don't have the time to play with you. Go. Loya's body is surging with dragon power. Under the control of Loya, a flaming dragon roared out, blocking all the falling beams of light, and then charged towards Chikrian. Seeing that the attack was coming, he jumped up into the sky, almost dodging by rubbing the dragon's teeth. There was just a little happiness in my heart, and then a huge dragon tail swept. La! In a frenzy, Chikrane crossed his arms to resist. However, still unable to withstand the impact of the force, the next moment, like a baseball that was hit by a bat, it slammed into the building below, creating a long smoke. Boom boom. The 3 figures were fighting fiercely in the sky, and the crowd below is constantly suffering. The impact of the explosion fell from the sky, smashing everything and collapsing houses in rows. Inside the Magic Council, even with the barrier of the enchantment, it was still unable to completely block the impact of this explosion, and the entire Magic Council was shaking violently. The shock. Why is it getting stronger and stronger? Has this come to overthrow the Magic Council? The strong tremor made the congressman in the hall panic. At this time, a knight rushed into the hall and reported in a panic. Report to the members. There is news from the front, and Lord Chikrane sent a message to ask for support. Hearing this, the congressman lost his voice instantly. Who is it? Even Chikrane can't figure it out. It was created by the fight between 10 wizard saints Serena and fairy tale magician Loya. The two sides fought from the depths of the earth to the sky. The knight reported back. Serena? Loya? How did the two of them meet? For example, the many presidents of the Mage Guild in front of them all had shocked expressions on their faces when they heard the news. It's even more shocking, and Loya actually has, CDDD, the power to fight Serena. They knew that Loya was talented, but they didn't expect it to be so scary. So what's the situation now? The second seat, Ogo asked. The knight said, at present, Loya is chasing Lord Sereno alone, and Lord Chicrane went up to help, but he was still unable to suppress Loya, and he was injured in one encounter. What? Like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves. The knight's words caused the congressman's restless heart to set off a storm. In fact, when I heard Loya and Serena fight, I subconsciously thought that Loya was oppressed by Serena and then passively resisted. Serena is notoriously lawless in everyone's mind, and Loya, through this regular meeting of the chairman, the congressman can see that Loya is not only arrogant, but he doesn't like fighting in his heart. However, what happened now has completely piqued their understanding. Loya alone not only pressed Serena, but even faced Xebec at the same time. How could they believe it? They knew very well that although Chi Klein did not have the title of Holy Ten, he already possessed the strength of Holy Ten. Among the seats currently vacated by the 10 wizard saints, one of the seats in the House of Representatives has been reserved for him, but he does not want to be wounded with just one blow. How strong is this Loya? I'm afraid that he has reached the level of a heavenly king, right? The previous Loya defeated Jose showed that the Republic could be calmer, because they know that there are no people with the same talent. But the 13 or 14-year-old king class, how many people will believe it? This goes way beyond Serena. You must know that at the same age, Serena's strength is at the level of the Holy Ten at most. Think of this. The congressman's eyes fell into shock. Loya's name echoed in his head, and he couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. After being silent for almost a few seconds, Speaker Crawford stood up and said, "No, we can't let them fight anymore. Arrange more people to rescue the people in the town, and contact the 3 kings of Ishgar at the same time. Ask them to help." Beyond the battle of the 3 Holy Ten, one of them is Serena, who is close to the king, and there is another Loya who is suspected of reaching the king level. The battle of these 3 people is enough to destroy the entire central city. Although in this magical city, it is possible to come here quickly through the convenience of magic, but the damaged reputation is difficult to restore. Although Crawford likes to let go of troubles, it is impossible to use up all the troubles at the moment. If it is not handled well, it will inevitably affect the reputation of the Magic Council. Then his seat of the council president is just difficult to guarantee. The only way is to ask for help from a heavenly king. Only in this way can the security of the central city be calmed down as soon as possible. Following Crawford's order, the entire Magic Council moved quickly. Chapter 95. Central City. The magic market is in a mess, and the entire canyon has turned into a huge pit. The current situation. Serena and Xebec team up to fight against Loya alone, and Makarov and the presidents of the many wizards guilds released defensive magic, constantly resisting the shock waves that broke out in the Battle of the 3, in order to protect the people below to evacuate out of the combat range. On the sky, Xebec was covered in injuries. Originally, according to his idea, he was unprepared, wounded the opponent after consuming a lot of magic power, and forcibly ended the battle. But he did not expect that Loya's strength not only did not show fatigue, but instead became more and more courageous. On the other hand, if you hadn't mastered the highly mobile magic of Meteor, you could move quickly and take another attack or 2. Looking at Loya, whose fighting spirit became more and more terrifying, the corners of Chicrane's mouth twitched and shocked. At this moment, even he had to admit how powerful Loya was. Even if he is now fused with his main body, and his combat power has increased several times, he is afraid that he cannot be the opponent's opponent. What's the matter with this guy? Why is it so strong? Xebec is not the only one who thinks so. Serena, the man who had fought with Loya from the beginning, was no better wounded than Xebec to get there. The magic robe was shattered, and there were wounds all over the body. Otherwise it would be bruised, and it would be about to be beaten to the point of being unbelievable, and the chest heaved violently. However, before he could catch his breath, Loya's figure rushed over again, and lightning bolts condensed in his hands. No, Serena can only go forward. From bottom to top, he punched out with a fist wrapped in rock, colliding with Loya's arm. As if steel and rock collided, sparks and harsh sounds erupted. Hold for about 2 seconds, Loya grinned and raised her head, suddenly increasing the force in her hands. Overrun the rock fist, and hit Serena directly in the chest. Wow! Serena screamed. As if a mountain collided, the whole person flew backwards and knocked down the rows of buildings. Is this guy made of iron? How is it harder than a rock? Serena, who was flying upside down, had blood oozing from her mouth and gritted her teeth. Magical power surged, adjusted his direction, and slipped for 100 meters before landing smoothly without any danger. Turning to look at his fist. Yesterday, the rock wrapped around the fist shattered. Serena was shocked. This is the power of the dragon. The power of the dragon of the rock attribute is among the many dragon-slaying spells. Both defense and strength are top-notch. Especially in the face of thunder and lightning attributes. There is a restraint effect, but it still has not been able to hit a lightning strike. In battle, he can completely suppress his existing opponents. Serena has never met other than the 3 currently ranked above her. While Serena was shocked, Loya was also extremely upset. He glanced at the left hand he had just fought with Serena. In the area covered with dragon scales, there was a trace of scars, and a strand of blood spread out from it, and then quickly merged under the action of the dragon's power. The power of the dragon is further enhanced. Not only is it to enhance the strength, but also to obtain part of the physique of the dragon. Speed up your recovery when injured. Although the pain was unavoidable, it made him even more excited. He doesn't like fighting, but it also makes him extremely excited to quickly improve his dragon-slaying magic through combat. Attack. Attack me with a stronger attack. If you fall here, I will look down on you too much. This is not enough. It is true that the current strength has increased rapidly, but there is still a gap between the real powerhouses. Don't look at the fact that he has surpassed the 10 wizard saints now, and even has the strength to fight Serena and Zicrane at the same time, but neither of them is at the top of the world yet. The real powerhouses include the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar, the 3 presidents of the 3 dark guilds of the Balam Alliance, and the double walls of the Albaraz Empire. Further up, the giant dragons that have traveled the world and have survived since 400 years ago. These are the goals that Loya wants to surpass. The current Loya is far from even a real dragon. In that case, then do as you wish. Fight to this point. Serena has also been pushed to the limit. Continued fighting. The dragon power in his body has been almost consumed. On the other hand, Loya is constantly improving during the battle. Over time, he will definitely lose, and he must solve the opponent as soon as possible. With his hands open, the power of the dragon is unreservedly released. In the next second, he emerged with a huge magic array hundreds of meters wide, from which 4-headed dragons poured out and gathered together under Serena's control. The power of the 4 dragons. Like Loya, Serena also unleashed all her dragon powers. The only difference is that Serena is a scattered attack, but even so, the power of the 4 dragons is strong enough. But no matter how strong his strength was, Loya did not flinch in the slightest. The star collapses. The other side. Chickrain jumped into the air, reflecting the streamer. Between the wave of his hand, a black vortex unfolded from his palm, turning into a black hole, emitting a powerful gravitational force that gathers everything together. Star collapse. The strongest magic in celestial magic. It has the effect of evolving stars, which is comparable to a meteorite blow. What? The next moment, Chickrain drank in a low voice. The black vortex gathers power. Use both hands. Wherever he went, everything was gathered together, turned into a huge sphere, and slammed toward Loya. The diameter of the sphere is hundreds of meters, and it is difficult to dodge, instantly suppressing Loya's figure. Double attack falls. Loya has no intention of evading at all, and the fighting intent in his eyes is getting higher and higher. Because, at this moment, he felt that his dragon power had also reached its limit, reaching the limit. Stepping forward, the ground under your feet cracked and turned into a substantial shock wave that spread out. Under the shocked eyes of Serena and Chickrain, Loya, who was wrapped in a variety of dragon powers, shot straight into the sky, and 2 different forces resisted hard. He was shot down. The appearance of this scene shocked Serena. But then an even more shocking scene appeared. Under the enormous pressure, the power in Loya's body is still increasing, which is beyond the past. A complete dragon seed, born in his body. So, roar. A dragon roar came from his mouth. The shaking roar resounded through the sky. Dragon extermination, profound truth. Dragon stars. Big. Chapter 96. Roar. During the roar, all the dragon power in Loya's body was released. In the next second, giant dragons with different colors and different attributes appeared. The moment the seventh-headed dragon appeared, the boulder under his feet began to vibrate, rising to the sky under the twist of force, and then shattering. The earth began to roar, and the sky began to cloud over with fear. Cobweb-like cracks spread out all over the earth. What's the matter? What is this guy Loya doing? A terrifying vision emerges at this moment. It was the first time that Makarov and others in the distance saw Loya perform such a method. Especially Makarov. He did not expect that Loya would have such strength. The strength completely exceeded his expectations and surpassed himself. But it's not over yet. The next more shocking scene appeared, 867. All the dragons around Loya gathered together and turned into a roaring distance, carrying an unstoppable momentum through the sky, pierced through the star collapse, and swallowed the four dragons. With absolute power towards the two people above the sky, they attacked brazenly. How can this be? In an instant, all the strongest attacks of the two were disintegrated. Even with the former's obstruction, the power is still not weakened in the slightest. Fast, unbelievably fast. Boom. Under life and death. Even if they had exhausted their magic power, Zecrane and Serena both broke out to their limits and began to overdraw their lives and burn their lives. Because they were sure that if they couldn't stop the blow, they would die. Such a result is absolutely unacceptable to them. The power of the four dragons. The blood-colored energy that symbolizes life condenses in Serena's body, wraps her body, and resists the seven dragons that attack her brazenly. The same situation also played out in Zekaline. Almost in an instant, the giant dragon that turned into an energy body passed through and directly hit the two of them. The terrifying power does not collide with their bodies and consumes their magic power. Once there is a vacant area of magic power, it will frantically burn life and resist the attack. Repeatedly, a large number of explosions completely enveloped the two figures. However, this does not combine. Although the field of vision completely disappeared, but through the perception of magic power, everyone present felt the mad resistance in the dragon's body. It was not until they completely passed through the figure of the giant dragon that the figures of the two appeared. When they reappeared, almost their entire bodies were covered in blood. His face was even more pale. This is a manifestation of overdrafting life, but these are all irrelevant. The key is that the two survived now, which is more important than anything. Live down. Serena's trembling body said with bloodshot eyes. The figure that stopped in midair, swaying, as if drunk, may fall from the sky. The same is true for Chikrang. If it wasn't for his strong will to support him, he would have fallen directly. Should, survived, perform the blow just now, that guy can't possibly still have magic power. Not to mention that, the scene just now really made the two feel death. This is something they have never experienced before. However, just when the two of them were glad that everything was over, a sense of forced oppression came from the sky, as if a mountain was pressing on their hearts. And this sense of oppression, with the passage of time, became more and more intense. No, no. Chikrane raised his head tremblingly. Am I really dreaming? Serena, who was not far away, was also in cold sweat, her eyes trembling. Everyone quickly back away. This time it can't be stopped. The figure far outside the battlefield, the people around began to retreat, put away the previous magic power, and began to withdraw. Because they knew that the next attack they could not stop anyway. Just because within the field of vision, the giant dragon that passed through the two of them earlier formed a huge energy ball in the sky, and when it rose to the highest point, it exploded like a gorgeous firework. One after another violent meteors, like falling meteorites, fell madly towards the bottom, completely covering the area of several hundred meters. If you can stop it once, if you can stop it twice, I don't believe that you can avoid it every time. Dragon stars. It is the magic that Loya temporarily evolved based on the skills of dragon-type beasts. Unlike other Dragon Slayer profound truths, this attack has a total of 2 stages. The previous dragon attack was a single attack. If it cannot be completely resisted, a second large-scale attack will evolve. End it. Boom. With the fall of Loya's voice, the meteors in the sky fell madly, and each meteor contained terrifying power. The sound of terror is almost despairing. Escape, can't escape. The two who exhausted their magic power said in a trembling voice. If one is okay, they can still dodge with the last remaining strength. But such a large-scale and intensive attack, it is almost impossible to dodge. Looking up at the sky, the faces of the two showed a dead silence. Not good. Seeing that Loya was ready to make Zekarine's move, Altair on the next side subconsciously felt bad. This is not because she is worried about Ziklin's safety, but because she is afraid that the plan will be destroyed. She and Jelal's missing body sneak into the Magic Council for the purpose of existence. If Chikrain is resolved, it will severely impact her future plans. You must know that Jalal is a scapegoat. She is ready to die, so she can't die now. It is said so, but it is difficult to do. Now she has spent too much magic power, let alone release magic. It is another matter to be able to support it. P.O. Just when everyone thought it was over. Stop, this battle is meaningless. In the violent war, an old man with 3.3 green leaves on his head suddenly appeared like an old tree, sending out powerful magic power. Immediately after, under the influence of magic power, the magic power in the old man's body quickly spread wildly. A large number of vines intertwined and turned into a large net, blocking all the falling meteors. The sharp turn caught Loya's attention. At the same time, several other people also looked over and instantly recognized the identity of the other party. That's Warrod, one of the 4 kings of Ishgar. And by his side is Senator Yajima. Great, it's been saved. Very good. In the cheers of the crowd, Loya also recognized the identity of the other party. The Magic Council actually invited him here. Chapter 97. Warrod Sequin, one of the 3 kings of Ishgar. One of the founders of the original Fairy Tale Association. After a little thought, Loya could guess that this old man was the rescuer invited by the Magic Council. Lord Warrod, why are you here? And Ajima. Lord Warrod. What? Lord Warrod is here. The other side. The moment he saw the old man take action to stop all fighting, Makarov recognized it from a distance. After the battle was over, after the magic wave dissipated, he immediately rushed over without needing rescue. Makarov was not the only one who also recognized him. Bob and Goldmine were also excited and rushed over. When they were young, they had an incomparable admiration for Warrod. Even though they are now the presidents of their respective guilds, this admiration has not subsided. If I don't come again, the entire central city will be wiped out. Seeing that you are in good spirits, I am relieved. Warrod said kindly, looking towards a corner. Speaking of which, don't you intend to say 23 words, little devil? Silent for a long time. Loya withdrew his magic power and withdrew his second stage dragon power. When he walked out of the shadow of the ruins again, he had changed into his usual hippie smile. Ming, Old Man Yajima, and Old Man, you are all here. Loya looked at Makarov with a look of surprise. Why are you here? Are you worried about me? Don't worry. Well, these guys are quite weak. I can easily handle it by myself, without your help. Help? What a favor. You son of a b*****ch. Going too far. And what happened to you just now? How has your strength increased so much all of a sudden? You haven't overdraft anything, right? Hearing Loya's voice, Makarov came back to his senses, and then he remembered Loya, the b*****************, and turned his head and scolded him. While cursing, there was still Sue's worry in his voice. Magic comes from the vitality of the human body. When the strength reaches a certain level, the sorcerer can use his own vitality to transform it into magic. The cost is irreversible. Loya's strength has improved so much all of a sudden, and the whole portrait is in a state of madness. Makarov subconsciously thought that Loya had done something stupid. Don't worry. Well, the 2 guys here and the old man are not enough to push me to that point, but thanks to them. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't have made a breakthrough so soon. Now you are no longer my opponent, Loya said proudly. Hearing this, Makarov was relieved, but also shocked by Loya's terrifying talent. Loya had beaten Jose a few days ago, and now Serena, the first man under the king, at a speed that even Makarov had never seen. However, hearing Loya's words behind him and his smug look, Makarov had several blue veins appearing on his forehead, and he resisted jumping up and hammering Loya's forehead. So what? You still dare to rebel? Don't forget that I haven't asked you to settle accounts yet. You can see that the whole city is about to be wiped out by you. Loya did not dare to resist. After being taught a lesson for a while, he just touched the knocked mind and said with a look of grievance, "Don't hit me. This is something I can't do, and I can't do anything about it. If they insist on hitting me, it's impossible for me not to fight back. Then don't make such a fuss," Makarov said painfully. Watching his children grow and become stronger is heartening to him. But seeing such a big mess right now, the Magic Council will definitely open the ticket again. Thinking of that exorbitant amount, Makarov was beaten again by him. I have tried my best to restrain myself, and the responsibility is not on my side at all, Loya whispered. Makarov's mouth twitched slightly. Restraint? Destroyed a city, also wounded the Magic Council. Is this called restraint? Forget the pony. You weren't much better when you were young, let alone little Loya. It's not necessarily someone else who did it first. Didn't you hear that the responsibility is not his? And do you think little Loya will take the initiative? At this moment, Ajima, who was beside him, suddenly spoke. Yajima, one of Makarov's original team members. Later, he quit the guild and joined the Magic Council as a member. We had also met at the regular meeting of the president before, and because of their identities, it is not easy for both parties to contact and reminisce. Now it doesn't matter outside the Magic Council. Born in the Fairy Tale Guild, he is very aware of the guild's philosophy, and because of this, he takes good care of the members of the Fairy Tale Guild in normal times. Under Yajima's reminder, Makarov and the others reacted. Due to the rush of time, he only learned from Altair that Loya was fighting Serena, but he hadn't had time to ask the reason for the war. According to Loya's character, it really doesn't look like someone who would take the initiative to provoke others. Yeah, what the hell is going on here? For a time, everyone's eyes also focused on Loya, and Loya slowly explained. The thing is, I used to sell things in the underground auction hall, who knew that a guy had no money and called 867 to steal my things. After I came out of the ground, I encountered another blocker. I had no choice but to fight together. Is there such a thing? After hearing Roy's words, Makarov's face softened a little. As long as the main responsibility is not with them, even if the top of the Magic Council takes this to attack, he has enough reasons to shirk responsibility. The other side, are you Loya? Makarov and I mentioned you in letters and often praised you. It seems really good. Your strength is about to surpass me. Between the conversations, Warrod turned his gaze to Loya, his eyes showing admiration. Through perception, he noticed that the breath exuding from Loya was almost the same as his own. This made him very gratified. Even though Fairy Tale left for a long time, he always paid attention to this guild established by him and his former companions. When Warrod said this, many present were surprised. You must know that Warrod is one of the 3 kings of Ishgard, and even he is recognized. So that means that Loya really has the strength of the king? Although I had some suspicions in my heart when I saw the first battle, I couldn't help but be shocked when I heard Ward's words. After all, there is a big difference between guessing and confirming. Chapter 98. Chikrane, asking for suffering. Yes, Lord Warrod. This is the Loya I mentioned to you, the current S-rank mage in the guild. Speaking of this, Makarov introduced it proudly, just like Loya before. Take over the responsibilities of the previous generation. Makarov always wanted to make the guild rise and restore the glory of the Fairy Tale Guild. Instead of getting the admiration from the outside world, he may hope to get the recognition of his ancestors. Seeing that Loya was recognized by Lord Warrod who had taught him, Makarov was also very excited, as if the person Warrod praised was not Loya, but him. But just when he was smug, Loya's eyes saw that Warrod seemed to be shining, and he quickly leaned over, took Ward's hand, and said with a look of admiration, "You are the old man Warrod. The old man also mentioned you to me before, saying that you are a great wizard. Now it seems that the old man is still modest. You are the greatest. Master Warrod, for the sake of the same guild, accept me as a disciple and teach me magic. I don't learn anything else, just the magic you just used. And if you accept me as an apprentice, my seniority will rise, and the old man will not be able to bully me in the future." Don't you know that the old man was too much when he was in the guild, and he kept teaching me? A second ago, Makarov frantically added an aura to Loya. The next second, Loya shamelessly licked Warrod. The sudden change made the fairies on the field drop their eyeballs. Who would have thought that Loya, who looks like a lure, defeated the 10 wizard saints? Watching Loya Barabara complaining of bitterness and bitterly complaining about his evil deeds in front of his seniors, Makarov's face darkened again. At this time, even Warrod, who occasionally likes to tease others, was stunned, and he said, dumbfounded, "Ha ha ha, forget it. Your strength is no longer weaker than mine. It will be a matter of time before you continue to improve and surpass me. There is no need to learn my magic spirit." But then again, the stubborn and thorny Makarov began to seriously educate people. "I didn't expect it to be much better than we used to be." Warrod smiled and looked at Makarov with nostalgia in his eyes. Hey, hey, hey. Hearing this, the dark-faced Makarov also smiled embarrassedly. Bob, Goldmine, and Ajima laughed out loud too. As companions, they knew nothing about Makarov's past. She lost her parents when she was young and has no relatives to discipline her. Despite being taught by the founders of the previous generation, he has a more stubborn temper than anyone else and is often injured, and every time he seeks treatment from Warrod. Even when he took over the guild, he was still reluctant. But the fact proves that Makarov is undoubtedly a qualified chairman, seriously teaching children and taking care of them. No one could have imagined such a change. Warrod chuckled. Makarov, well done, Lord Warrod. When Makarov heard this, his eyes, who had never shed tears, became slightly moist. Because that's what he craves for recognition. Decades of hard work, in order to be such a sentence. It's not over yet, however. Just as a few people were chatting with emotion, a figure that destroyed the atmosphere suddenly came over. I shift, on the ruins not far away, a figure slowly struggled to stand up, roaring at Loya with a hideous face. Now, on behalf of the Magic Council, I order you to arrest that villain for trial, and I want him to die. This person is none other than Chikrane Instinct. Because of his own magic, at the moment when he attacked just now, he released a meteor to avoid the attack as much as possible, barely surviving. But the whole person was not much better. He was extremely proud in his heart, and now he has turned into such an embarrassed appearance. Naturally, he is very angry with Loya's murderer, and he can't wait to kill Loya directly. Seeing many guild presidents coming, they directly issued orders. The rare gathering was suddenly destroyed, and the expressions of several people were a little ugly, especially when they were ordered to do something with Loya. Their faces suddenly turned gloomy. Not to mention that they were in the same guild, and they used to be companions in life and death. You must know that they are the leader of the magicians and the king of Ishgar. Even if the Magic Council is their immediate boss, it does not mean that they can be driven casually. Frowning slightly, Loya said with a bad look, I can still stand up, my life is quite tough, but it seems that the lessons I have taught you are not enough. Brush. Loya's figure came at once, and suddenly appeared in front of Zikrane. What? The sudden appearance of the figure also shocked Chikrane, and he did not expect that after the battle, Loya would dare to attack him. Monument. A kick was raised, and the sturdy end was placed on Zekarine's face. Ah dash. In an instant, blood and teeth flew out of his mouth. The whole person flew out, hit a broken wall, and the bones were broken. The severe pain instantly distorted his face and let out a painful howl. You dare to shoot at me, don't you want to live? And you guys are not ready to subdue him. I don't want to live. You are the only one who doesn't want to live. Ask the seniors of our guild to deal with me. You are afraid that there is a hole in your brain. What? These people are all from the Fairy Tale Guild. The 3 presidents and 1 king are all from Fairy Tale. How is this possible? The moment he heard this, Chikrane's expression changed. Obviously, this situation was not expected at all. No wonder. The things of the previous generation are limited to a very small number of people who know nuance. Not even Loya, Makarov said it. It's just Loya's words to make Warrod happy and learn magic. People in their own guild don't know, let alone other outsiders. Monument. Another heavy blow, and Loya kicked Zikrane away again. A large amount of blood spit out from his mouth, and the already injured body was injured again, and his face became more and more ferocious. During this process, Makarov and others thought about stopping it. But because Cheek-Helian's words were too ugly, and he let him kill each other, it would be good if he didn't teach him a lesson. Fortunately, he ignored it and let Loya teach him a lesson. But everyone underestimated Loya's ferocity, and it fell one after another, leaving no hand at all. Lord Loya, please stop. He was about to be kicked into a coma before his eyes, and a shadow swept across the sky and suddenly landed in front of several people. Bright. Duh. Chapter 99. Lord Loya, please look at your face and don't continue. Looking sideways, the streamer dissipated. I saw Altair arrive with the empty magic ball that Loya lent her. As soon as he landed, he pleaded with Loya for mercy, asking her to let Chicrain go. Previously, due to lack of strength, he was unable to approach, but now that the battle is over and after recovering a certain amount of magic power, he naturally hurried to stop it. Ziclair had nothing to do with the plan. Although it is clear that with Loya's body, there is a high probability that he will not kill Zicrain, but if he wants to abolish Zicrain, it is more than enough, and it can be done easily. If that were to happen, the plan would collapse completely, and she would be punished by Hades for it. The Dark Guild is not as merciful as the regular guild, and even a member of her 7 kin of Purgatory will be severely punished if the mission fails. Considering Loya's character, Altair did not try to be as intimidating as Zicrain, but negotiated with Loya as softly as possible. Unfortunately, Altair clearly underestimated Loya's anger. Don't do it? Sorry, I'll talk about it when I'm done getting mad. 57 to 900. As soon as he landed, Cheek-Helian was kicked out again, and the whole person flew out like a sharp arrow, sliding on the ground for hundreds of meters, smashing a large number of stones, and falling into a soil slope. Dash! The severe pain caused Chicrain's body to bend and let out a pained wailing sound. At this moment, Cheek-Helian is the missing body, and it is a clone, but it does not mean that he is not afraid of death. Once the missing body dies, it is not only to suffer death. Even the body will suffer trauma, resulting in a major loss of strength. The fundamental reason is that the missing body is formed by dividing the soul and magic power from the ontology, and there is still a close connection between them. It is also because of this that although Loya has also mastered the method of separating the mind, he does not use it easily. If you are not careful, your strength may suffer trauma, and you will also suffer from pain. Loya thought of this, wanting to see how Missing would die. He had seen ordinary death, and the thought body would react like this after death, and maybe he could get an extraordinary research qualification. But killing will be very troublesome. Killing is unrealistic, but short hands, CD, feet, are also possible. In line with the idea of research, Loya took a few more kicks. This time, Chicrain broke Chicrain's ribs. After being tortured several times, this missing body can no longer bear enough pain, and it fell to the ground, with the blood that was brought out by Loya under it. Altair saw that Loya was about to take action on Zicrain, who had fallen into a coma, and hurriedly spoke again. But the difference is that this time it is a way to communicate by reciting words. Zicrai, because he is a member of the Magic Council, the consequences of getting rid of him will be very serious. I know you don't care, but it will also have a great impact on your guild. If you'll spare his life, I'll trade a piece of lost magic in exchange. The voice resounded in my mind. The foot that was going to continue to fall suddenly stopped in midair. Loya's heart moved slightly, and he read the Tao in turn. 1 is not enough. I need 2 lost magic. He knew Altair's reasoning, and he had no intention of killing him. It would be nice if he could get lost magic from Altair's hands through negotiation. But just 1 serving is definitely not enough for Loya, at least 2 servings. Okay, I will hand over 2 copies of lost magic, but I need a little time to prepare. Loya's thoughts were straightforward, and Altair also knew that Loya was going to take advantage of the situation, but for now, in order to ensure that the plan was not hindered, she could only agree first. After that, talk about it later. Altair's refreshment made Loya's look a little different, and a look of regret immediately appeared. He still underestimated Altair. Knowing everything, he also knew the importance of Chiclain to the Grimoire Heart plan, but he did not expect it to be so important. If he had known it was so refreshing, he would have been able to ask for more. The rarity of lost magic is still higher than that of space magic. Any kind of lost magic is a priceless treasure, and it belongs to the kind of priceless magic. No matter how much you give to Loya, he will not dislike it. However, since he had agreed, he would not regret it. 2. Just 2, better than nothing. Give you. Monument. Anger in my heart turned into anger. Loya turned to vent on Zikrane, and directly brought Zikrane under his feet to Altaire's feet. Zikrane, who was in a coma, suddenly let out a whimper. Seeing this, Altaire hurriedly checked, and after realizing that he was still breathing, the charming face was relieved and relieved a little. Thank you, Your Excellency Loya. No thanks, just don't forget what you promised. Loya said casually. It's natural, I'll give you a promise in about a month. Loya, what are you doing? What are you talking about? The communication between Loya and Altaire was through reciting, and there was no sound. But which of the people present was not the old fritters who had been around for many years? How did they find out the tricks? At this time, Bob came closer, noticed what Loya and Altaire seemed to be saying, and said with hints in his eyes, Little Loya, don't you like this little girl? What are you two talking about in private? Let us hear it. Don't talk nonsense, I don't mean that. Hearing this, Loya panicked and explained quickly, not shy, but simply afraid of getting into trouble. After all, Altaire is a maelstrom, and I only contacted her to obtain magic, but I didn't want to get involved. But the more Loya explained, the darker the description. The smile on Bob's face grew thicker, and he took Loya's explanation as a sign of panic. No need to explain, who hasn't been young? It's not that you misunderstood, I really... In this regard, Loya was also ready to say something, but before he could finish, Goldmine walked slowly. A slap on Loya's shoulder, cheering him on. That's right, just be bold if you like it. Didn't you just look like you were not convinced by anyone? Why are you wilting now? Boys should be wilder. When I was in a small team, Makarov liked Polyusica, and then gave up because of his own height. Don't study like that guy. Duh. Chapter 100. Goldmine, don't frame me. UB ******** D. Hearing someone speak ill of him, Makarov, who was still ignoring just now, couldn't sit still. Obviously not expecting that, Goldmine gave the old man a backstab in a light-hearted manner, and hurriedly retorted. Saying such words in front of his own guild members. How could he still have the authority of the guild leader? Goldmine didn't think so, and continued. What's there to worry about? It's been several decades, and it's okay to talk to someone of your age. Could it be that you're still thinking about it? Who cares about it? I can't have it at the beginning. Pretend. Keep pretending. When you were young, you said you were going to take a peek at the bath. Enough. Seeing the two old men who were both nearly 100 years old, when arguing about the past of his youth in public, Loya's mouth twitched. Good guy. As expected of a former companion, he sold it without hesitation at all. Hand over to be careful, ah. Otherwise, I was betrayed that day, and I wouldn't even know it. Come to think of it, Loya himself should have never treated Natsu and Gray badly. Well, probably not. Loya is quite sure. Of course, if you really dare to backstab yourself, you must kill them immediately. Okay, just do it. Hasuk. At the same time, the same continent. Gray and Natsu, who were still on the mission, sneezed at the same time and rubbed their noses. Strange, why did you suddenly sneeze? Natsu scratched his head and said. Gray rubbed his nose. I have a cold. You are too weak. Hanging eyes, are you guys trying to fight? Why are you not convinced? Do you want to be beaten? Come, hurry up, you have to scare the prey away. It took us 3 days and 3. Wait, no, run away. Natsu, Gray, no. Closer to home. Ignore them. That's what they look like. Retiring from his thoughts, Loya looked up at Altaire, who was embarrassed, and said. Altaire also blushed and nodded silently. She is also aware of the misunderstanding caused by her conversation with Loya, but she was spoken to by a group of elderly men in public without any scruples, and she still couldn't bear it when she was about the same age as Loya. Embarrassingly, though, Altaire had one more thing to do. By the way, Lord Loya, this is your thing, and now it's back to you after the battle is over. Saying that, she took out the empty magic balls, stacked them together, and sent them to Loya. Loya nodded and waved the empty magic ball away. Logically, things were over at this point, but Loya found out that Altaire had no plans to leave. What's the matter? Is there anything else? There is one thing. I hope Lord Loya can agree. If you want, I can also provide you with one more lost magic. Altaire nodded. With a flick, a crystal ball appeared around her. This crystal ball, and nothing else, was the crystal ball that Altair used itself. Previously, in order to maintain the underground auction house from being destroyed, it was broken and scrapped due to the unbearable force of urging. Loya was stunned and immediately saw through Altair's thoughts. Are you going to ask me to help you build a weapon? That's right, but to be more precise, it's the empty magic ball in your hand. Without the crystal ball, Altair's strength was almost cut in half all of a sudden. The crystal ball is very valuable. It is made of special ore and has the effect of increasing magic. Its price is around tens of millions. Altair cares about it. Usually, Altair has prepared for this kind of thing. But if it was her before, it is estimated that she would do this, but now it is different. After using the empty magic ball that Loya had used, Altair was completely conquered by the empty magic ball. This was felt deeply when I rushed out of the ground. With just a little magic power, powerful magic can be activated. When encountering danger, even without deliberate control, it is too convenient to be able to take the initiative to defend. It is so hard that even magic can hardly hurt it. Compared to the empty magic ball, his crystal ball is simply trash, not even trash. Therefore, Altair, who is attracted to foreign objects, rarely has the idea of a magic ball in the air. She could imagine replacing the crystal ball with an empty magic ball, with her own arc of time. 4 flowers. Then her strength will skyrocket. No need to practice hard. And she will instantly reach the level of 10 wizard saints, even surpassing ordinary 10 wizard saints. In a high position, as long as you spend money, you can get things, and Altair basically doesn't get it. He really can't use assassination methods to solve his opponents. But Loya is different, powerful and a potential partner, unable to coerce and lure. Altair can only use the exchange method to obtain the props in Loya's hand. From the previous point of view, she could feel how strong Loya's opponent was, but the idea of Altair was destined to be disappointing. No, this is my exclusive item that I don't sell. I spent a lot of time building this piece of equipment. 0.00 Loya can't deny that lost magic is really tempting, but the value of the empty magic ball is also very high. The whole body is made of old horns, which is extremely valuable. At present, although his strength has improved rapidly, some of them can no longer use this prop, but it does not prevent him from using it to pretend to be coercive, to mumble lightly, or something. So Loya refused without thinking. I was abrupt. Altair was not surprised by Loya's rejection. She has a deep understanding of the power of the empty magic ball. Such a powerful thing is naturally worth a lot. So how could Loya easily transfer it? Only, Altair is still a little reluctant. As a high-ranking person who only pursues the magic abyss, she doesn't care about other things, and even Jalal can use it without any hesitation. The only thing she can't resist is power, which is what she desperately desires. But since Loya refused, there was nothing she could do. Thinking, Altair prepares to retreat. Wait, I think this matter still has to be discussed. But just as she was about to turn her head, Loya stopped her again. Turning around, the moment he heard Loya's words, his face burst into a look of surprise, and he hurriedly asked, Lord Loya, are you planning to transfer the empty magic ball? For a moment, Altair's pale face showed a hint of joy, but it solidified in the next second. Even if you sell it, it's better to rent it out, and don't bother with a book of lost magic for 3 months. Duh.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.